Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Welcome to another episode. This is part 10 of the Murdaugh Murders Trial Series. Shout out to my wife, who looks like she was here early. Love you, wifey, aka I am not T-Pain. So, all right, I have a lot planned for today. I wanted to start by mentioning something that I was thinking about. I think it was yesterday morning, and or maybe it was 2 days ago. I was wormholing or rabbit holing or squirrel holing, as it were, and going down deep into all of those different holes. That's what she said. And I was, researching, and with Murdaugh, as per usual, one question just leads to another question, which leads to another question. And thus all of the various holing begins. And I was just feeling like, I don't know what else in life is like this. And then it dawned on me, I know what is like this. And I remembered something that I learned in college that really resonates with me here as I'm researching for this project, and is very relevant. And we may not always have all the answers. And that came from my philosophy teacher. So I was a violin performance major, but I almost double majored in philosophy because I took a number of philosophy classes with a professor who was beloved by all the students and kind of legendary. He's actually still there. And his name was Dr. Rubel. Shout out to Dr. Rubel. And I remember him saying one day in class that because a lot of people, they would think that philosophy is about getting answers to these like existential, types of questions. And Dr. Rubel said that philosophy is not about answers. Philosophy is the art of asking questions. And if you're asking questions and you're not getting any answers, you're doing it right. And that came to me in a moment of feeling maybe overwhelmed and sort of like almost like terrified by the depth of this case and the number of holes. And to quote Joel from STS, he calls it like onions, layers of the onion. But I will say that peeling back layers of an onion has nothing on Murdaugh when it comes to what is out there and how everything is just related. And going back generation and generation, it's part of this mythology. I feel like that is actually real. Like, I actually don't remember what the root word, like what myth, what that stems from. Like from an etymological standpoint, etymology. But, I would imagine it's, not real, right? But in this case, it's all real. And again, that's one of the many reasons why I will say this is the greatest mystery of our time. But anyway, yeah, it's a case, it's a story where the mythology really is real. It's real life, and it's happening now, and we are watching it happen now. And what I'm finding is that to get some of the answers to these present questions, you really have to go back to the past, and we all know that history repeats itself, but boy, does it ever when it comes to the Murdaughs. And I think we've all kind of seen that thus far. Those who have been following had followed the trial, and especially have been following this particular series, you've maybe seen that firsthand as well. But anyway, shout out to Dr. Rubel, and thank you for reminding me that there's an art in asking questions and not always getting the answers. But that being said, I'm still going to try to get all the answers because I can't not. So shout out to Daddy Shortnuts, who is an SDSer and is new to following the Murdaugh Murder Trial Series. Shout out to Abby, who's always here. Hi, Abby. Thank you for being here. Yeah, same here, wifey. Shout out to McSpunky, aka McSpanky Pants. And let's see if I mistyped in the chat his command. Hold on. By the way, let me go ahead and put this in here as well for anyone who is interested. All the commands are available for y'all. There we go. There's Nightbot, always helping us out. Love you, Nightbot. So yeah, I'm just reading this here from I'm Not T-Pain. About, yeah, and I will, to that end about parents, I will say it, I always hated it. Like my parents weren't like this, thankfully, but I would see it from other people, like maybe on TV shows or my friends, but like when it's like a kid would ask a question and they're like, because I said so. And like, that is not how I operate and never will. And yeah, so, happy to have all of you guys here. So the next thing I wanted to say is, I don't know if you guys have ever shopped at a Trader Joe's, but if you haven't, it is amazing. But this is just a funny anecdote. I was at Trader Joe's the other day, and I had been working on, this, right? And I took a break, went to Trader Joe's, and I was in like the freezer, frozen shit aisle, and I saw a box of something, and I swear I thought it said Red Beard. I thought it said Red Beard, but it said breaded. But that just is a great example of my life right now, that I saw breaded and my brain rearranged the letters to Red Beard. So shout out to Red Beard. And also, I don't know if you guys noticed the thumbnail. I'm having a lot of fun making these thumbnails, but it might be kind of hard to see without me pointing it out, but hopefully y'all saw it. But where you have that that prosecutor who, I don't think we ever learn his name, honestly. I don't think they ever say his name. He doesn't do a whole lot of cross or direct. He does it a little bit, but he's not one of the more notable figures. But, he's kneeling to demonstrate that the shooter could have been kneeling with the gun. And if you look right there by him kneeling, I inserted the two little children figures from the quote unquote expert for the defense with his theory. And I put them right in line of where he's pointing. I don't know. Hopefully you guys thought that was funny if you saw it. I got a kick out of doing that. So, hi, Candace. Shout out to you as well. And I'm so glad, Daddy Shortnuts, that you all gave your kid a reason. Good for you. And I will also say, for anyone who has not already checked out STS, shout out to all my STS peeps. STS is Surviving the Survivor. It is the best YouTube channel on the planet. Even Nightbot says so. I have proof. I can provide proof if necessary, but I did get Nightbot to admit that at one point. And, yeah. Also, I also have this one here. Best coverage on the Adelsons. They're the best coverage on everything, but including the Adelsons. So, yes. Also, STS gang. So I want to go ahead and just say a couple things. So for those who are maybe a little bit newer to the series, once we get going into the video, we have a ticker at the bottom that will show scrolling along, and that's all of the different counters that we have. They are cumulative over the course of this series, so you will see those. However, whenever there are parts where there's exhibits being put on the screen, photos, stuff like that, I always take the banner at the top and the ticker at the bottom down, just, so that you guys can see better. But I still update the ticker. And then also the playlist. So there's the playlist for the Murdaugh Murder Trial Series. I'm trying to remember to go ahead and put that in the description of every video so that anyone who wants to get caught up can do so. And to that end, also once the videos are done or the live streams are done, I go ahead and I put timestamps. And for whatever reason, YouTube is funny with the scrolly bar. Sometimes timestamps appear on the scrolly bar and other times they just don't, but they're always in the description. If you're ever on Rewatch Crew, love y'all. Or even if you were here and you're still Rewatch Crew because you're rewatching it again, there's timestamps there, at least in the description, maybe someday on the scrolly bar as well, YouTube. That would be great. And then lastly, most of you guys are already aware, but just in case we have any new viewers, we have the Lost Squirrel Discord. And I'm asking Nightbot to put that in the chat as we speak for you guys, in case anyone isn't aware. The Discord is a great place to continue our conversations. I also have a thread on there called Squirrel Docs, I believe it's called. And this is documents that I related to all of this, obviously. And a lot of the documents that we show on screen and go over in the live streams, they will also be found there for you guys to review. Also, we all know that live YouTube notifications don't always come through. So I do always include on the Discord whenever we're going to have a video coming up. And there should also be a notification that comes to you through Discord that will also let you know when there is a live stream or a video happening, what have you. So yes, so we love delusions here, Abby. You're very much in good company. Yeah, so Nightbot, yeah, Nightbot is my favorite. And that's it. For those of you listening, not in the chat, that's totally fine. I'm trying to remember to make sure that and actually that will be relevant here in a second. I'm going to read everything. If there's ever text on the screen, and make sure I read it for those who are listening and not watching, because I totally know what it's like. Sometimes it's great to be, I personally love listening to, whether it's trials or podcasts or, what have you, while driving or doing other stuff. Like, I can't, while working, I can't listen because I teach violin, but for most people, working or just doing stuff around the house, I understand that. So I will make sure I read everything to y'all. So I think that's everything here initially. All right. So what we're going to do next is we're going to jump right into what I have prepared for our initial discussion, because it will be relevant. And, yeah, we're going to do some learning. As T-Pain, my wifey, said, knowledge is power, and we are going to be knowledging it up hardcore. So let's go forward with that. Oh, also, if you look in the top right screen, top right corner of the screen, I have a little icon there. I have two. I want y'all to let me know which one you like better, and I'll change it back and forth periodically, because you might decide you like one better than the other when it's in the context of whatever is playing behind it. I'm going to go ahead and switch it right now while I'm talking about it. But I'll continue to maybe go back and forth and see what you guys like. Where is it? Okay, here's the other one. All right. So, but yeah, let's go ahead and start with this next part of the episode here. Okie dokie. Some learning time. Coroner versus medical examiner versus forensic pathologist. We're going to start with coroner versus medical examiner. Okay, so who does the autopsy? All right, so autopsies ordered by the state can be done by a county coroner who is not necessarily a doctor. Well, actually, they're quite not a doctor, like definitively. A medical examiner who does an autopsy is a doctor, usually a pathologist. Clinical autopsies are always done by a pathologist. So first, let's start with this. What is a clinical autopsy? A clinical autopsy is done at a hospital. So we all know that at a hospital, you're not going to get a coroner, right? You're going to get a forensic pathologist at a hospital. That would be your clinical autopsy. What's the difference? That's not ordered by the government, and we'll get there. We'll learn more about that, what that means. But the reason I included this is because I feel like it's important, because basically the government gets to choose if they're going to appoint a coroner or if they're going to appoint a medical examiner. And that might be where we have some power to make sure that death investigations wherever we live are done properly. And we're going to learn a little bit more about why that is so important here in a second. But basically, yeah, like hopefully y'all live in a place that has a medical examiner and not a coroner, or has both, but hopefully not a coroner, we'll just say. Yes, that we are, and Daddy Shortnuts is saying, oh shoot, remember the 2 fingers in the armpit guy. That's exactly why we were discussing this, because in the last episode, we saw that. And actually coming up here, we're going to do like a quick, we always do like a previously on the last episode. And it's just like a quick little segment of little clips, and you'll see him again. But that's why we're discussing this. So you're right. You're right. You're spot on with that. Very astute observation. Wifey has a question. Do you think Alex Murdaugh, she means also Shrimp Boy, is happy in his little prison cell? Do you think he regrets doing all of it? Is he capable of remorse? Those are big questions. I think I feel pretty confident in answering them. However, I think, I don't know that happy is the right word. I don't know that happy would have been the right word anyway. I think he is what he is. And I remember this is what I believe. And I also remember hearing some different experts on STS and other platforms also say this. I believe Roger Rhodes had said this on STS, but I think he specifically said it, but I know there's been others where they say he's just going to do what he does. And he's been doing that. And believe me, like when we finish with the trial series, I have huge fucking plans for y'all. And it has to do with, we've discussed on previous episodes. Some of you guys are familiar because you've been here, but this question of why Maggie, and those answers are going to come after we finish the trial series, at least from my perspective. And part of the evidence we will review in that will be a great example of how Alex hasn't changed, and he went to prison and he continued. I've called him more Moriarty before. That to me is what he is, and he's just doing that still. He's just doing that still. So I don't know about happy. It's just he's just doing Alec. He's Moriarty. You can put him in a cardboard box in Siberia. He's not going to change. I don't think he's capable of remorse. I don't think he regrets anything personally. Exactly. Alec is a coper. He could blend in anywhere. Exactly. 100% agree. Abby, are you referring to what I think you're referring to? Abby says it's definitely because she saw no witnesses. So wifey says, really thought-provoking answers, duh. Well, on the next episode is when Alex takes the stand, which will probably be in a couple days. That'll be a better time. Like, I've kind of tried to answer a lot of questions when they come up during the trial, because that way you guys can kind of see for yourself versus just hearing me talk about it. Like, they have that saying in law, res ipsum loquitur, the thing speaks for itself. I'm a huge believer in that. That's why when I did that Redbeard clip, I made no talking, no sound, no nothing when I showed those pictures of Redbeard. And I hope my thought was that the silence and the pictures would speak louder than words. And I didn't want to say anything about what I thought I wanted to show y'all. And hopefully that is a good example of kind of my approach to this. So hopefully that makes sense. But what I mean by that is, if you stay tuned, I think there will be better answers coming when we are actually seeing in real time things that are related to T-Pain's question about remorse, regret. When he's on the stand, we're going to have a lot to talk about in terms of his psyche, I think. So hopefully, wifey, does that make sense to you? Is that are you okay with that? If wifey wants to talk about it now, we'll talk about it now. Happy wife, happy life, right? So okay. Awesome. T-Pain's wifey says, yes, I loved it. Thank you. You're very welcome. Anything for you, wifey. So, okay. So marching onward in this part. All right. So I made this. So we're starting out with coroner versus medical examiner. So first, coroner, publicly elected official. Medical examiner, appointed medically qualified state or local official. So what do they have in common? They're both officials. Okay. This means they both work for the government. However, coroner is elected. Medical examiner is appointed. Also, what do we see? The word medically, right? There's a difference there. So that's where we start. Okay. Next, we have the term of office. Term of office for coroner is 2 to 4 years, and they must be reelected. If you remember from Mr. Armpit's dude, he said he'd been the coroner in Colleton County for like 80 million years or something like that. I mean, it was decades. So he's been reelected. Wow, that's not surprising because, as we know, everybody's always reelected, right? If you didn't see the part where I went over that timeline of the Murdaugh family, definitely check that out. I also have that timeline in the documents for Scroll Docs on Discord. But as we know, all the Murdaughs for like decades each held that same position as the solicitor of the 14th Circuit up until 2006, when Alex's dad stepped down. In 2006, Duffy Stone took that position, and he is still there. I think all told, there's been four total solicitors in the history of the county, because they each were there for decades, and we are on the fourth one now. The previous three were Murdaughs. And then Duffy Stone is the fourth, and he's been there since 2006, which is insane. And remember, they had to recuse themselves. We hear that in the body cam footage for the 911 call. They had to recuse themselves initially from investigating, and that's why SLED was called in, because of the conflict of interest. So it doesn't surprise me that, again, here's just another elected official who's been there for fucking ever. Whereas a medical examiner serves continuously, and they can only be removed for cause. So again, there are the medical examiners appointed, serves continuously, and can only be removed for cause. And I agree, Daddy Shortnut says they probably run opposed for re-election as well. Absolutely. All right, next we have qualifications. Sorry, qualifications for the coroner. Citizenship, that means they're a citizen of the U.S. Residence, it means they live there. That's it. So I put basically none. That's why I left. You live there, great, good for you. Here, become a coroner. Medical examiner, they must be a forensic pathologist. Okay, so they have to have a medical degree with training and certification in forensic pathology. Big difference there, biggest difference, I would say. And then duties, coroner. This is duties to investigate the death of a person. So I put, quote, investigates, end quote, lol. And then duties for a medical examiner, to officially investigate the death of a person. So that's the official cause and manner of death. As y'all know, if anyone wants a refresher on what cause and manner are, let me know in the chat. I will be happy to go over that. All right, now let's talk about medical examiner versus a forensic pathologist. All right. So what is a forensic pathologist? Forensic pathologists are physicians who investigate these unexpected, suspicious, and unnatural deaths, typically by performing autopsies. Their work involves both medical and legal matters, including testifying in court, as we've seen, right, from many expert witnesses. Forensic pathologists require a fellowship in forensic pathology after training and certification in anatomic and clinical pathology. Are they considered doctors? Yes, they are doctors. Forensic pathologists are physicians trained in traditional medicine and the forensic sciences. With their training, they have gained a working knowledge of toxicology, trace evidence, wound ballistics, DNA technology, and forensic serology. Our medical examiner, now this is the key thing, right? Our medical examiners also forensic pathologists. While medical examiners and forensic pathologists are sometimes the same person, there is a difference. Forensic pathology is the medical specialty, while medical examiner or coroner's physician generally is the job title of the forensic pathologist when they work in that capacity for a government agency. Many coroners are not physicians, and they will usually retain a forensic pathologist to perform the autopsy. So remember back in the beginning of this when I was saying how the thing about the government agency like versus the hospital. So let me go on to the next part here, which summarizes it nicely here. Therefore, in conclusion, medical examiner equals a job title of a forensic pathologist when they work in that capacity for a government agency. So this explains why in Colleton County, they don't have a medical examiner. And I actually remember EDB saying, well, because as you'll see, in the previously part coming up, I actually juxtaposed EDB's reaction to the coroner with mine. And in watching that and putting clips from that, she actually says, why didn't they call a medical examiner? So essentially, this is the people, I feel like most people do not understand all this, right? These three words, right? So they couldn't have called a medical examiner. Why? Because they have a coroner. So each government agency, state or local, is going to choose if they want a medical examiner or a coroner. If they have a forensic pathologist who works for the government, they will be a medical examiner, and that's who would be called in. So that's why. So when people were like, how come they didn't call a medical examiner, right? The state called in that expert witness, Dr. Ellen Reamer, who's a forensic pathologist. The defense called in the coroner. There is no medical examiner because there's a coroner, right? So that's why, remember how earlier it said a clinical forensic pathologist? And I was saying how that's someone who works not for the government, aka in a hospital or maybe in a university setting, or, maybe perhaps as a teacher or whatever. Like, that's Dr. Ellen Reamer. She teaches it. She works at the university hospital, blah, blah, blah. She's an expert. So they have to retain her as an expert witness and bring her in because the government doesn't have one. If the government had a forensic pathologist, they would be called a medical examiner, and that's who they would have called. So hopefully that all makes sense. Do you guys have questions about that? Or hopefully that's making sense. My goal is that our community here will be among the very small number of people who actually understand the difference between these three terms, which get confused all the time in every trial we watch. All the time. Most people think these words are used interchangeably, and, understandably so, because unless you kind of break it down, it's unclear maybe what the difference is until we saw Mr. Armpits. And then we were like, that's a coroner. But then the whole thing about the medical examiner at least wasn't clear to me until I went through and researched this and understood the reason why there was no medical examiner called. Again, it has the medical examiner. I'm going to read this again because it's key. Medical examiner is the job title of a forensic pathologist when they work in that capacity for a government agency. So again, someone like Dr. Ellen Reamer doesn't work for the government. So she's just called a forensic pathologist. Let's say that some county, some state, somebody hired her for the government, then she would be a medical examiner. So hopefully that makes sense to y'all. Let me again know if y'all have any questions. So now we're going to do another little thing here in preparation for the video. Okay, so part 2 of this intro discussion. Strategies for cross-examining an expert witness. Okay, I'm going to have a sip of my sparkle water. Hopefully you guys have beverages and are staying hydrated. Okay, so cross-examination. With regard to experts, cross-examination has 6 general purposes. They are to establish the expert's 1, lack of perceptive capacity or application. So, for example, failure to do one's homework. 2, inadequate recollection of the applicable facts. 3, bias, prejudice, or interest in the outcome, or motivation to give a particular testimony. That's where they're always like, do you always testify for the defense, or, do you always testify for one side or the other, that type of thing. 4, questionable character, reputation, or qualifications. 5, prior inconsistent statements or conduct. We see that all the time when they try to impeach them. 6, inconsistency with recognized published authorities, so-called learned treatises. We also see that all the time with these experts where they're like, this doesn't correlate with the other thing. Cross-examination can present an opportunity to solidify and drive home the expert's conclusions and opinions previously stated during direct examination. Witnesses should be honest and should rely on their technical expertise and the scientific method. Boy, oh boy, this is going to be especially relevant for this upcoming video, on which their testimony is based. They should provide credible and effective expert testimony and should be able to use cross-examination in a positive way. So it's a positive thing, right? It's all about justice. We want justice. I'm glad wifey is staying hydrated. She just grabbed 2 waters, she says. Love you, wifey. Time-tested trial techniques that can be used by attorneys to cross-examine an expert, regardless of his field of expertise and regardless of his experience. His or her. I'm inserting the her. 3 effective techniques every attorney should develop and use when cross-examining an expert include controlling the witness, using the voice of reason, and asking low-risk, open-ended questions. I'm going to say those again because they're going to come up. 1, controlling the witness. 2, using the voice of reason. And 3, asking low-risk, open-ended questions. So this first segment here says, tell, don't ask. The most fundamental technique an attorney must develop to effectively cross-examine an expert is the ability to maintain control of the expert, both through the types of questions asked, as well as the way in which the questions are asked. Leading questions serve to limit the potential answers to questions and force the witness to answer the question with one word, yes or no. Technically, a leading question is one that suggests an answer or one that limits the universe of potential answers. An example of a leading question might be, question, did you review the images from the MRI on November 2017? Now, you might be thinking, leading, objection, leading. Right. Well, with expert witnesses, you're allowed to lead on direct or cross, because typically you can lead with any, like a lay witness, you can lead on cross, but with an expert witness, you can always lead. So yeah. Next up, we have, all right, questions that begin with words such as did, were, have, had, could, and should all seek to limit the answer. Technically, responsive answers to these questions would require a response of either yes or no. However, to maintain control, because again, we're still in that first category of maintaining control, it is often better to tell the witness to answer rather than ask the witness a question. So the question, quote, did you review the images from the MRI of November 2017, can be turned into a statement by telling the witness the answer and simply adding a tail at the end. And we hear this all the time, right? Such as right, true, or similar. And this is why it's like, sometimes you're like, they're not really asking a question, are they? Right? They're not. They're like, blah, 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 blah. Correct? You know, right? So, so here's an example. You've never reviewed the images from the MRI of November 2017. True? So it's a statement and then a one-word question, right? It is critical that when an attorney asks a leading question, the attorney ensures the answer is responsive. To the extent the expert is non-responsive or tries to offer an explanation, we hear this all the time, the lawyer asking the question has three options. First, the lawyer can re-ask the question and change the tone of her voice, his or her voice. By changing the tone, the original question was asked and re-asking the question with appropriate emphasis on certain words, the jury will quickly understand that the expert is being evasive. Second, to the extent the expert continues to evade the question, an additional technique can be used. This technique allows the examiner to focus on what was not done to emphasize what was done. If executed properly, matters will only get worse for the expert. Of course, we see it all the time. The other option that's not listed, which is interrupting them, yelling at them, and telling them to answer yes or no, and then they can explain. Oh, Daddy Shortnut says Rashbaum was the master of that. Yes, true. Very true. Rashbaum was, of course, the defense attorney in the Adelson trial. All right, next part. Full, fair, thorough, and complete. Once the attorney has mastered the fundamentals for obtaining responsive answers, she can move on to techniques which will both minimize the effectiveness of the expert and serve to discredit him at the same time. To do this, the attorney must do her homework before ever stepping foot in the courtroom. It's interesting that they always use he for an expert, the expert witness in this article, and her for the attorney. I'm not quite sure what to do with that. Anyway, all right. To do this, the attorney must do his or her homework before ever stepping foot in the courtroom. Review of background checks, articles written, experience in the field, and prior testimony must be carefully studied. The report written for this specific case must not only be studied, but it must be dissected. There are two areas of focus that must be carefully considered when dissecting the expert's report and opinion before starting the cross-examination. First, a review of what was done, and second, and more importantly, a review of what was not done and not considered and not reviewed by the expert. By pointing out the negatives, that which was not done but should have been done, the attorney can take apart the expert's opinion one step at a time. We see this all the time. And actually, we will see this in this upcoming video. We'll have great examples of this. That's why we're doing this now. All right. And then what was the other step? Controlling the witness. Or rather, that was the first of three, but this is from another source giving us examples. So controlling the witness. One of the most fundamental aspects of a successful cross-examination is controlling the witness. In this regard, it's essential to limit the scope of an answer by the way you ask questions. So again, we kind of talked about this a little bit before, but asking, there's a better way rather than yes or no questions, correct? Like we've said, and actually I just did that, didn't I? I did an example of it by saying correct at the end. The best method is to tell the witness, not ask them. And we've kind of already gone over this by saying like right or true at the end. Using this technique allows you to control the narrative by forcing the expert witness to agree with statements that cannot be argued. Yeah, it's a strategy. Makes sense. Check. Checkmate. Voice of reason. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Once responsive answers have been mastered, it's useful to combine those statement-style questions with also called voice of reason approach. This is the process whereby the attorney sets up an expert witness by making a string of statements that must be true and use those same answers against the witness at the very end of questioning. We see this all the time as well. Here is an example of a line of questioning from the voice of reason setting up phase. Question. Would it be fair to say that before coming to court and rendering your opinion, you conducted a full evaluation? An evaluation that was fair. And was your evaluation complete? And before offering your opinion, you studied the record carefully, true? Etc. Waiting for the next slidey thing. Right. To the extent you did not conduct a thorough and complete examination of the records and depositions, you would agree your opinion might not be as valid as you would like. True? So that's like combining this voice of reason technique with also the controlling the witness with the style of questioning there. That's like a combo platter. As you can see, the expert has no real option but to agree with the statements. But note how the last question slightly changes in tone. This is the question that will set up the expert witness. Now you, as the lawyer or as the squirrel, go on to demonstrate that the expert witness has not reviewed one or several items relating to the case. You are therefore casting doubt on their ability to pass judgment since they have not assessed all of the relevant facts. Now remember, the jury in every trial is told that it is their job to assess the credibility of each witness. Doesn't matter if they're an expert or not. They get to judge the credibility, and that they can choose to believe all of the testimony of a witness, none of the testimony, or some of the testimony. They get to judge their credibility, right? So that's why this matters. So question, can we agree you did not have all the information necessary to form your opinion? Question, are you now willing to change your opinion based on this report you never knew existed? Question, would you agree that the report directly contradicts your opinion? Ruh-roh, they're in trouble now. Question, can we agree your review was less than thorough? Oh, they're in trouble. Question, can we agree your opinion was not supported by all the evidence? I think we can all agree. Well done, attorney, in this example. Low risk open-ended questions. All right, so this is the third and final category. By the conclusion of the questioning, the expert witness will have no option to affirm your statements, leaving the jury in serious doubt about the credibility of their expert opinions. So then we have the low risk open-ended questions. Although attorneys will want to focus predominantly on closed questions with yes or no answers, there can be significant mileage gained from asking very low-risk open-ended questions. Once again, using the same example as above, if the expert witness has conceded that they didn't review everything, you can drill the point home further by asking open-ended questions. Let's say the following names are witnesses to a potential crime that has given sworn testimony relating to the events in question. Question, who is John Catcher? Answer, I don't know. And then they continued with just more questions of who is so-and-so, and then the person saying, I don't know. So basically them just saying, I don't know a whole bunch, right? The jury would be like, they don't know anything. That's sort of the goal. So yes. And that concludes that. So wait, pause. Okay, so Daddy Shorthands has a question. Do attorneys write all of these questions out completely, or do they just have notes with their cues? Yeah, I don't think they write the questions out, because I think these are, they've practiced this a bunch. These are just strategies again, it's the three categories. So essentially, if you know the three categories, right? The first one was controlling the witness. So that was with those saying like a statement, right? And then putting a word at the end and pretending it's a question. That's how I'm going to phrase it. That was the first thing. If you take that, you can apply that to anything, right? And then the second thing was the voice of reason. So that one was, kind of like using logic, right? Like that's where you're going to bring in, did you review this? Did you review that? Would you say that if you review everything, it's a better answer, blah, blah. And then the open-ended questions, which was things that they're going to say, I don't know to, right? So if you have those three strategies, I think you can just, whatever trial you're doing, you can just swap it in for the facts of that case and for the report done by the expert witness. Now, what I will also say is with expert witnesses, they can be asked to write a report by whoever they're hired by. And if they make a report, that has to be given to the other side. And then the other side can examine that report. So let's say that there's an expert witness and they, and they made a report. So to further answer this question, whoever is doing this cross-examination, they would have the expert's report in front of them. So rather than having maybe the questions written out, I think they maybe would have certain things highlighted on their expert report, right? That they know they can apply these strategies to, if that makes sense. And again, fill in the blanks, filling in using these same questions, the same structure, and then filling in the blanks using the facts of the case, and then using what was in the expert's report. Now, an expert can also have their own notes. Now, notes, they don't have to turn over. And there's this funny thing, we hear it come up all the time in these trials, because sometimes, and it's a strategy, sometimes they are not asked by whichever side hired them. Sometimes they are not asked to produce a report. Okay, which is interesting. If they don't produce a report, nothing has to get turned over because their notes don't get turned over, only a report. So what's the difference? So we're actually going to see this, you guys, in this upcoming video. We are going to see an example of this. One of the defense's expert witnesses does not make a report. If they don't make a report, there's nothing to turn over. So do you guys see how maybe that's a strategy, right? Because they don't want the other side to have that information. Now, what's the benefit of having them make a report? Well, if they make a report, you can admit it into evidence to show the jury. So it's a strategy. Now, in my mind, if the expert has information that's really going to help your case, then I would think personally that the risk versus reward of having them make a report, the risk or the reward would outweigh the risk, right? Because the risk is the other side gets the report and then they can use it as fodder for cross-examination. But if you have faith in your expert, then I would think the reward would outweigh the risk because you have confidence that the expert's going to help, even if they're cross-examined on it, that it's still going to help, your side more, if that makes sense. And we see that because sometimes they have the reports and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they might have a demonstrative aid, but it doesn't get admitted into evidence. Again, the report is different because it does go into evidence for the jury. Because sometimes, and we'll see this again in this episode, we will see things like PowerPoint presentations, etc. But that's not the same as a report. A report is different. Right, that's correct. In the Michelle Troconis trial, Daddy Shortens is saying it happened. That's correct. Yes, she couldn't. That was wild, wasn't it? That's just, yeah. She couldn't even remember the name of her own book, right? Like that's a good one. Wow. So yes, she could have benefited from some sort of, she needed help. I will say that much. She could have benefited. So yeah. And the whole thing about the reports versus the notes and that is a matter for quite a lot of arguing in like every trial. Like we see it all the time. They really do get all up. They get to quote Phil Waters, who comes on STS on Fridays. They do get their panties in a wad about that. Because you have to remember too, attorneys are really good with like semantics, right? So, and I remember this happened I know it happened in Deputy Heard, but it's happened in a lot of trials where it's unclear. Is it a note or a report, right? Think about that, right? They're like, okay, so hold on, your notes, but did you break, but is it a report, right? Because sometimes it's hard to tell and it's sort of semantics, right? Because that wording is really important because if it's a report, it needs to be turned over. Like in other words, if the expert makes a report, the side that hires them doesn't have to put it into evidence. They usually would, but a report has to be turned over to the other side. And that's the big difference, right? Because it's all about fairness. So, okay. This will come up more again, as I said, going into this episode, but let's go ahead and jump into I'm going to do the little new intro again real quick, and then we'll do part 10 just because I love Nightbot so much. So let's see here.
Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
All right, here we go with part 10. And I'm pausing it real quick just to say one quick thing. When we do the little previously thing here coming up in a sec, I had a request from someone who's sometimes here live, other times on Rewatch Crew. Shout out to Fire System. Fire System mentioned that they did miss seeing EDB, her reaction to the armpits. So I figured a good way to do it. I promised them I would include it in the next video. So what we're going to see here on the previously, we're going to see her reaction coupled with my reaction as they happen side by side. So hopefully you guys enjoy that way of kind of incorporating that in.
and I simply put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold?
What?
Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check
This
for
is
is
why
what
the
they call.
prosecution.
I just paused it real quick. Look at that comment down at the bottom. Why is the coroner not a doctor? Hopefully you guys could very much thoroughly answer the Tiffany Kinds question if you ever had the chance after this episode.
Called the
Riger.
pathologist.
And Riger is basically when a person dies, the body goes through this process, and as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up.
Is it Riger or Rigger? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it Riger.
I call it Rigger, so I'll...
Most people call it rigor.
That's
I've
fine.
never said Riger. Was there Rigger or Riger?
There was not.
Show me what you did, and you did it both to Paul.
Oh,
and-
God.
Here we go.
Yes.
Oh, please don't stick your hands in Dick's armpits. Oh, no.
Could you
No.
step down here, please?
Sure.
No.
Paul,
I'm dying.
where
I'm
did you
dying.
put
I'm
your
dying.
hand?
Like,
So-
you know what's
They were
coming.
covered with the sheet
You know what's
initially
coming.
when I got.
You know what's coming. You can't stop it. You can't. There's nothing we can do to stop this from happening right now.
And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
Oh, God.
That's
Here
the
we
thing,
go.
Which way Paul was.
Right, left to
Okay.
right.
Basically, what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
Here we go. This is the part. This is my favorite part. So, a new character. Who is this guy? Literally, who are you? Who are you?
Who is that?
Like,
Mr. Harvey,
this conversation between these two, it's like they walked into, it's like Creighton and Pooh walked into like a retirement home or something and just found two individuals that maybe have like Alzheimer's or dementia, but they're like harmless, and like just pulled them in. You guys want to play trial? Let's do trial day, dress up and literally bring them in. I mean, this
Who is this?
and you did not use electrical or any sort of thermometer on that night.
No, sir.
Why are there new characters?
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred,
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think of ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees. But if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the weather,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
If they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got
that
it.
could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet,
you guys. I was on mute then. I'm not on mute now, obviously. Favorite moments. Elderly versus youth. I love that. I love his question here. He goes, that could maintain something. Doesn't even say what. Just that could maintain something.
through rain, that could affect it.
That could,
If it got wet through rain, that's another one of my favorite points.
yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their
hard.
both of their hairs were heads of hair were dry.
Y'all, both of their hairs were dry.
But the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
And that usually begins to occur within
Riger.
1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
Right.
hours.
He
So
doesn't
that's the
dispute
time
that,
frame that
Riger.
I was looking at.
Okay. And you
doesn't
walk
dispute it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like, yeah, Riger's fine with me.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that
I
correct?
can't.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep, we established that.
No further questions. Sir.
Mic drop, you guys. He's like, no further. I can't.
2 questions.
The way he says no, I have to play that part again because it's my favorite, where he says no further questions. I can't. Wifey says, we don't know what, but it can maintain something. That's my life motto now. Oh God. Can we hear that part again with the mic drop moment? Is my favorite thing.
It's
You
for the
guys.
forehead. But
This
what
is
I've
just so
determined
good.
with that is that it's
I
not
could watch this
necessarily accurate.
over
is
and
that
over
I
and
may
not
shoot it
ever
at the
get-
forehead and it'll say 99 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight. Correct?
Absolutely.
Here we
Absolutely.
go with Wifey's new
Age,
motto.
elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth.
Yes,
Correct?
sir.
And the weather.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
If they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got
that could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could affect it.
that could, yeah, that could
And you
definitely.
had rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their
hard.
both of their hairs were
Both of their hairs.
heads of hair were dry.
But the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
and that usually begins to occur within
Riger.
1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
Right.
hours.
He
So
doesn't
that's the
dispute
time
that,
frame that I
Riger.
was looking at.
Okay. And you
doesn't
walk
dispute it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like, yeah, Riger's fine with me.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that
I
correct?
can't.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep, we established that.
No further questions. Sir.
Mic drop, you guys. He's like, no further. I can't.
2 questions. Do you remember when Sled showed up?
I did. I
Y'all.
do have probably the times for that.
Y'all. Oh, you guys, I forgot about this part. Y'all, if you only knew how much.
This is the defense's first witness. I see why the state called the pathologist and not the coroner. Could you imagine if the state had called this guy, what the defense cross-examination would be like? Because I can.
I did not see Sled
Okay,
on here.
I'm not joking when I tell you the amount of dead silence that I had cut from this was unbelievable. To answer this, and the funniest thing is, like, sometimes there's silence, but there's like background noise, or people are talking, or like there's papers shuffling, or there's something happening. Literally, the whole courtroom is not even. It's like everyone takes a nap, and they have time. I'm not even joking. There's time for a power nap.
Say locate
Yeah.
the weapon. What do you mean by that?
So that's. I'm sorry. I'm not ready for the next day yet. Wifey says her husband has no idea why she's crying and she can't explain this. He needs to come over and watch it. We'll watch it again for him. Daddy Jordan says, did he run his fingers through their dry hairs as another test? That part I was saying that. So Poot's first question on redirect is, what time did Sled show up? And I wasn't joking when I said that last time about. It was like minutes that I cut of, and it was dead silence. And I think Poot fell asleep, because usually what will happen is, if there's even a small amount of time, the attorney gets impatient and jumps in and tries to like cut to the chase. Poot literally just stands there and doesn't move a muscle, and the whole courtroom is just dead silent. Like, it's like everyone just fell the fuck asleep. There, you don't hear anything. And then he starts to answer the question, and he's like, I can't find it. And then Poot is like, never mind, or whatever. Let's just watch it again, because it's miraculous. Thank you, Murdaugh Trial, for all the many gifts that you gave us. We have to go to the beginning of redirect. All right.
time
That's
frame
right.
that I was looking at.
Okay. And you
just
walked
disputed it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like, yeah, Roger's fine with me.
Yes, sir.
Wifey, tell your husband.
And
to
you were
come watch.
walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep, we established that.
No further questions.
Sir.
Mic drop. Mic drop, you guys.
Sure.
He's like, no further. I can't.
2 questions. Do you remember when Sled showed up?
I did.
Here we go.
I have probably the times for that.
Oh, you guys, I forgot about this part. Y'all, if you only knew how much.
This is the defense's first witness. I see why the state called the pathologist and not the coroner. Could you imagine if the state had called this guy, what the defense cross-examination would be like? Because I can.
I did not see Sled.
Okay, I'm not joking when I tell you the amount of dead silence that I had cut from this was unbelievable. To answer this, and the funniest thing is, like, sometimes there's silence, but there's like background noise, or people are talking, or like there's papers shuffling, or there's something happening. Literally, the whole courtroom is not even. It's like everyone takes a nap. Yeah. And they have time. I'm not even joking. There's time for a power nap. Yeah, Daddy Shorts is exactly right. Immediately poop mutters, crap. Why did I ask that? Daddy Shorts, if you feel so inclined, I'm curious. I know you always have like your pictures are different types of dolls. If you don't have to, but if you feel like sharing the story behind that, I would love to know. And Wifey says her husband doesn't even know who I Am Not T-Pain is. That's amazing. I don't know how he doesn't know. That's really funny. Maybe he doesn't use YouTube. But okay, so here we are, you guys. Now, oh, this is still previously. This is from last time. Oh, right. Okay, yes, because we finished. Okay, we finished remembering memory lane. I'm remembering we finished the last one with. It ended on direct of Mike Sutton, and we begin today with cross. So this is again the previously, so that we can remember exactly what happened. Snippets from direct examination of this fellow and his wonderfully scientific theories.
Locate the weapon. What do you mean by that?
Locate the weapon on the green line. Okay, so
You say locate the weapon on. Is it the muzzle? Is it
Green line.
the whole barrel,
the whole barrel?
right?
Okay.
Because the bullet starts its
Guys, do you think this guy dreams about green lines in his sleep? I think he does.
path inside the barrel, and when it leaves the barrel, it finds the target.
Okay.
What I've been showing you is a person that's 5'2".
There it is.
So I'm not 5'2" or 5'4". I think you said 5'2" or 5'4". But position me tempting, but
There it is. Look at Matters. Look at Matters.
based on the angles
The way he says it is so good.
and the basically trigonometry is what you're saying. You say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells
So good.
in the appropriate place.
You guys.
You can mark that place on
You guys. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for
where
it.
these two folks are. That's
Yes, and
Sorry if that was
you
loud.
can see some of the ejected shells.
Y'all, the way he says these two folks. Hold on. I have to watch it again. Where these two folks are. I can't handle it. It's just too much for me. It's too much for me. Matters.
based on the
I
angles
die. The way he says it is so good.
and the basically trigonometry is what you're saying. You say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You can mark that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body.
Wifey, you can see the green lines in that picture. the green lines is the whole thing he uses to explain his theory about the quote 5'2" individuals we're going to hear a lot about on cross-examination. His whole thing is physics. That's why there's an It's Just Physics mini count. It's just physics. He uses these green lines, and the green lines are his whole thing of how he comes up with the 5'2" height shooter.
Right. Just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
It's too full.
And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, the bird cage, it would be somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4".
That is correct.
Yeah, the way he forgets bird cages. So Daddy Shortnuts was answering my question. That's kind of cool how it's paused on screen. That's fancy looking. He says, my profile picture is an old Fisher-Price adventure figure from the 80s. My son was on a Zoom call in kindergarten. Amazing, right? How the children can do all that stuff during COVID and decided to show and tell this action figure. That's awesome. Thank you for letting us know. Oh my God, that explains it. The teacher asked what the guy's name was, and my son out of nowhere says, this is Daddy Shortnuts. That is freaking amazing. I love that. Oh, how am I double laughing? Yes, I know. That's probably confusing. I don't know. I can't not laugh. I would have to just mute myself. So this was a clip from last time. And so I was laughing last time, and I'm laughing again now because it's too funny. I can't not laugh. So yes, that's why there's two knees laughing, basically. I know. Insanity. Okay. So, two humans behind the screen. Yeah, it's just, so now we are going on to, this is now the new episode, right? So as you'll see here, part 10, now there will only be one me laughing. So just so y'all, hopefully y'all saw. So the name of this episode is The Defensive Strategy Continued. The Children Did It. Buckle up, everybody.
Cross-examination.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, and now I need my tickers. Ticker time.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to begin by going over a few of your qualifications, you know, what we heard about kind of at the beginning of your testimony.
God, I'm so excited.
Is your practice
There's gonna be a lot of
focused primarily on, would you agree your practice is kind of focused primarily on accident reconstruction?
I would say so, in failure analysis.
And that would be in your advertisements online and in your CV that you provided?
It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse.
Probably on a website we really don't advertise. But
/better.
definitely on my
The
CV.
website.
Yes.
And most of the work you've done would have been in that field, the accident reconstruction or analyzing things to do with mostly civil litigation. Would that be fair to say?
I would say, yes, that's fair. Most of the work that the company does, company-wide, is civil litigation. And so accident reconstruction, but that's a pretty broad description because, for instance, I have civil engineers, I have biomedical engineers, so they deal with a lot of different subject matters.
And primarily civil litigation, even though it's a broad area, civil litigation.
Okay, I forgot there was something. This is the hole. Speaking of all the holes, oh my God. Super Planner Girl is going to be here later, and I know she'll watch this on rewatch. And she's someone I know for a fact would, when she hears this, is going to freak out. But let me just, for those of you who weren't here, briefly to preface this. We've done a lot of research as we've gone through this trial and seeing how all these different things are connected in a way that is just, I don't even know. Like I said, it's too much. Yeah. So we did that whole deep dive, right, on the Murdaugh family history. This is actually nice. It'll give us a little brief respite for those of us like myself whose face hurts from laughing, of the history, right, and OG Murdaugh with the railroad, right, and we did all the mapping out of the railroad and where the railroad goes to all the way in Varnville, and it goes all the way right there to the house in Alameda, and those are the very same railroad tracks where Alex stops for 1 minute on those tracks. We did a whole deep dive on this for anyone who's interested, and it should be time-stamped as well. But he stops on those railroad tracks, right? After he kills his family, drives to Alameda. He's leaving Alameda. He stops on those railroad tracks for 1 minute, and there's no activity on the phone or anything during that minute. There's nothing. And it's that very same railroad tracks where his great-grandfather, the very first solicitor of the 14th Circuit, the OG Murdaugh, as I call him, who founded PMPED in 1910. It was the year 1940 when he died because he it was essentially a suicide. He parked his car on the railroad tracks, and it's supposed to look like an accident, right? So that his family would get a huge insurance payout from the railroad company, which they did, millions and millions of dollars back then. Imagine what that'd be worth now. But the testimony from the what do you call him, the conductor or whatever on the railroad train, saw him wait. He waved. They knew each other. He waved at him or whatever, and he was not on the tracks. Like he waved, and then when he saw it approaching, like parked right in front of it, like it was intentional. And anyway, so it's the same tracks, and we're not sure. We've done a lot of research, but it might even have been. It's entirely possible that it was the same place. It could have been, because from all the research that I've done and others who have helped me have done, it looks like that house in Alameda was there through the generations, and that's where OG Randolph lived. So if he was coming home from his poker game, and we do know that where this happened, this in 1940, we do know that it was close to home. We know that it was in the vicinity of the house. It could have been, because where you cross the tracks is that driveway to the house in Alameda. It could have been there. Okay, just setting that up. But either way, whether it was there or whether it was further on down, it was the same fucking train tracks. It was the same freight train system, very close by to the house in Alameda. And that freight train company was called Charleston in West Carolina. I keep forgetting the name. I have it. It's in the other episode, but they got bought out in the 80s by a company called CSX. Okay, transportation company. We did a whole thing on them as well in another episode. But keep that in mind. The whole start of this entire fucking thing, the whole family started, their wealth, their legacy, all of that started from insurance fraud and a fucking staged suicide, and all wrapped up in with the railroads, right? And again, that railroad, it was bought. It's now owned by CSX, but it's the same thing, right? So, yes. So, Wifey says, yeah, you're making sense. Their whole dynasty was built on a lie. Yes. It built on a lie, and it all crumbled down with a lie too. Yes. Exactly. Yes. 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 So, exactly. It was a scam just like it ended. 100%. Yes. Jumped in front of a train. Yes. So, and then we had a whole discussion. Some of this was maybe my favorite part so far of covering this, was we've had a lot of discussion on that 1 minute that he was paused on those train tracks. We did a lot of deep dives. I brought out a bunch of maps. We went there in person to South Carolina. We looked at all of it. We looked at exactly what it looked like for Alex when he was there, the entire drive that night. We tracked his entire movements that night when they went through the timeline with Rudofsky. If you guys, it was epic. He stopped on those very railroad tracks for 1 minute and did nothing else, right? He was a busy little bee, phone call after phone call, texting, blah, 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 blah. But for that 1 minute, he did nothing. And then after a minute, he pulls off of the railroad tracks. And right as he decides he's pulling out of the driveway and turning onto the main highway to go back to Moselle, that's when he calls Maggie's phone. So, and again, you can go back and look. We put all that. We have it all broken down with the timeline and with everything. But remember, so that I'm putting that into context. And if that weren't enough, let's throw in the boat case just for shits and giggles. All right, let me play this as we go forward. Y'all buckle up.
Exactly. Very good.
And let me just say, without the context, what is coming up would have no meaning to anyone listening. They would have no idea. It's this but with the context, it's a completely different thing.
Your client today is the defense. Is that correct?
Making phone calls on the treadmill. Yes.
And you were retained by them. When were you retained?
Jim Griffin called me. I want to say it was about the middle of September of 2022.
And I know we've seen your PowerPoint. Did you, is that your report, or did you prepare a separate?
Well, speaking of, there's the whole thing report, right? We were just talking about the whole deal with the report. That's why he's asking this. Remember, we just outlined the whole thing with cross-examining. So that's why he's asking about the report, because If there is a report, they need the report. The defense had to turn it over.
Report for defense.
The written report that I did in this case was on the acoustics testing.
So he only did a report on the acoustics testing, which was stupid anyway. That was where he tried to test to see if a gunshot could be heard at the house. It's irrelevant. That was the least, the biggest thing that he's offering is the shit about the 5'2" shooters. And it sounds like he did not make a report on them. Remember, like I said, that could be a strategy. If the defense doesn't ask for a report, they don't have to turn a report over to the other side.
But the PowerPoint was just trying to pull, it's a big file, of course, but just trying to.
And there again, like I said, a PowerPoint is not evidence. It doesn't go back to the jury. A PowerPoint is a demonstrative. It's not a report. So that's how you get around it, right? Like I was saying, it's all kind of semantics. But so he makes a PowerPoint with these 2 shooters, but he doesn't make a report.
Pull it all into one place.
Did you provide any additional reports to defense, or was the PowerPoint the only one?
Just the PowerPoint, and then I had maybe a 4 to 5 page report on the results of the acoustics testing.
And when did you finalize your PowerPoint that we just saw today?
In its final form, that would have been yesterday.
You finalized your PowerPoint one day before your trial?
Yes.
Okay. Is that standard for you to do?
Yes.
I don't know that I buy that personally. It almost seems like maybe they were going to turn a report over and decided not to, and they were like, shit, get a PowerPoint together, because that seems odd to me. I mean, Have you
ever done any work for the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
Here we go.
No. Because I've been doing this for so long, and I do a lot of railroad cases. Okay.
So when I was putting this together, after having I had already done all that deep diving, I heard railroad and I was like, you're joking me. You're joking me. You're joking me? How? You do a lot of work for railroad? Stop.
On the other side of that law firm, and I've been deposed, like on the other side. They took my deposition. I was on the other side working for a defendant, but I've never worked for them directly, like on say a personal injury case or a wreck case.
Have you ever been retained to work on the boat case?
Yes, I did.
All right. So, are you guys hearing this? As soon as he said that, I remembered, oh my God, it's this dude. Now I remember this dude. This was the dude that worked on the boat case and came up with some stupid 3D thing trying to explain how Paul couldn't have been driving the boat, and it was complete and utter bullshit. It's the same dude.
Tell me about that. What was your
what the fuck is happening
for the boat
what
case?
Is happening?
And by the boat case, which one are you?
Oh, I need to update my
What do
checker.
you understand that to be?
Well, the boat case, the Maori Beach case, so the one that
4 boat cases
occurred down at Paris Island. So I do boat accidents. I do small vessel, watercraft.
Wait for it.
Jet skis. I've actually worked on ship accidents, ship collisions before, so I do a lot of maritime and boat accident work. And I was called by Jim Griffin a few years ago. It would have been probably, within a few months of that accident, and I did an investigation of the boat crash.
Do your services also include a retainer? Like, is there some sort of retainer to work off of before the hourly billing kicks in?
No, our company is pretty simple. We just bill by the hour. So we don't do contracts or retainers. Some people in my field of work do.
So you were originally retained by Mr. Griffin for the boat case to do a boat reconstruction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be in line with your, what you primarily do with your services at your firm. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that just falls underneath physics, mechanical engineering. Anything based in physics has the potential for being explained, and that's what I do.
All right, and I know your educational background is in engineering. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk about a few things we can maybe agree on. And engineering is a field that. Would you agree engineering is a field that is based in science? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that engineering is a field that's based?
So I don't know if I talked over it. You guys, I may have talked over it, or I may have been like freaking out over it. He does say CXX. I may have talked over it when he asked the part where he says railroad. So that was the other thing, is that he says that he does a lot of CSX cases, which is the same railroad. And I think he might have already said it, or it might be that he comes back to it. I remember being really caught off guard when he says that, so it might be that he didn't say it yet, but that gave you, T-Pain wifey says it gave her chills. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just got chills just even, I mean, it's like, I don't, between between him being someone who does work for these, and these CXX cases, by the way, are huge. Like they're huge. And it's like, this was their whole family specialty. Started with personal injury related to fucking railroads, because that's how the dude OG Murdaugh died. And then this is the dude coming in for the defense. But he also was the expert on the boat case for the defense. Like, it is, yes, it is insanity. Also, Danny Shortnut said, he said a 5'2" person was driving the boat. Well done. Well done. Yes, 100%. So I know this is what I'm saying is like him. I think everyone could appreciate maybe the boat case thing at the time, but the bit about the railroad and CSX, totally. No, I didn't pick. You without knowing the history, you don't understand that this is. I don't even have a word for it. I know. How does the downfall end with someone from the same lineage, from a railroad dude and from Alex's side? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I know. And the fact that he's there. So he says, he asks him, have you ever been been hired by PMPD? And he says, I've been on the other side of them. Does this guy also sell oxycodone? Probably. He probably also uses a 300 blackout and has a dog named Bubba. I mean, so yeah, it's a lot.
Based in some math. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
There's a lot of math and engineering, yes.
We heard a lot about trigonometry and angles. I mean, math, right?
Yes.
Engineering's based, a lot of is based in hard facts. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And,
Sirens!
Engineering,
Sirens!
some of the
Kicker,
things that
kicker for
really have
sirens.
no business in engineering would be guesswork. Is that fair to say?
Sirens.
Well, in engineering, you can sometimes make assumptions
time.
and then make guesses, but you always have to go back and test them, right? You develop what we call them hypothesis, right? So you look at the
So,
problem, you try to figure
You guys recognize these strategies now? This is the voice of reason strategy. Remember when we went over this? I feel like I can, we hear every attorney do this with the experts, but now I feel like I can appreciate, like, especially with Daddy Shortnuts' question about, do they write the questions out ahead of time? You can really see, it's exactly literally word for word the strategy, the voice of reason strategy, right? Like, physics isn't about guesswork, right? As in, you can't say no to that, right? Like, or say that it is about guesswork. It's the voice of reason. It's common sense. Yeah. So hopefully you guys are recognizing that. Hopefully you felt like that was helpful too, going over that stuff.
what the problem is. You form a hypothesis and then you test it.
It's science.
So, you might say, well, I think this. And then you either mathematically or physically test it.
Okay. Going back to that question about guesswork, though, because I don't know that you answered it. In engineering, is it important not to use guesswork in making?
Again, literally verbatim from what we were reading about, where they said, he's like, yeah, I don't think you really answered my question. This was part of the controlling a witness strategy,
Opinions.
right?
Right. If I give an opinion, I'm not guessing. So whenever I give an opinion, there is a foundation based on my education, experience, and training for me to give that opinion.
So if an opinion's rendered and there's variables that aren't considered, would you consider that to be guesswork?
Voice of reason.
Well, it depends on how important the variables are. I mean,
See, he's couching.
any
But even I can appreciate this even more now, because I can really, it's exactly like what it said in the thing. It's even more clear to me now how evasive his answers are, right? knowing the whole deal with this, because, these questions are designed and structured in such a way that they should be easy to answer with a yes or no, but he has to couch everything with some sort of preface, right? And he's not answering them straight. Like, and also as we watch him, this will be great for you guys too. There's a big difference between him and then the other two defense experts that we will also see in this video. Huge difference, night and day difference. I think it's that really for me was very educational too. And I wanted to make sure I mentioned that to see the difference in the quality of the expert. The questioning style and the strategies are very similar, but the quality of the expert is very different. And that's very evident when you see the next two experts. You guys will see, I think.
Engineer in any analysis procedure, you know, there could be lots of variables that don't matter. But if the variable matters, then of course, you know, that would affect your opinion.
And in engineering, you know, and we're thinking of, I think you said you're a mechanical engineer
Yes.
by trade, by education.
Yes.
So do mechanical engineers engage in speculation?
Voice of reason yet again.
Not in the context of giving opinions.
Okay. And do mechanical engineers, when they're, whatever they're engineering or whatever they're opining about, do they base their opinion on assumptions?
Not primarily, not even really.
Not primarily.
Your opinions can't be based on assumptions. Now,
You're supposed to
there
say
can
the answer to that
be
question is no.
aspects of your analysis that you have to test, but you know, whether it's an assumption or a guess, that does not make for a good engineering opinion.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Are you a member of any, have you had any formal training in pathology?
No.
Have you had any formal training in firearms or firearms, how they work?
No.
Are you a member of any organizations?
These are the low risk
that
open-ended
do
questions.
that line of work, that do tests on firearms or pathology?
No.
Have you taken any shooting incident reconstruction classes?
No.
And
Do you
notice
have any
too,
certifications in shooting incident and reconstruction?
notice too, just like in the examples that we saw, this from this category, the low risk open-ended questions, just like in the example, he's doing them verbatim, like the example where they're back to back. Like in the example, the answers in that case were I don't know, but it was one I don't know after another. Here it's no after no. Same idea. It's just, again, it's trying to you know, diminish his credibility in the eyes of the jury. No, right? Just like in the example again, it was like I don't know. So
No.
Do you have you taken any classes in gunshot wounds?
No.
Have you ever done any studies on bullet trajectory from out of the muzzle of a gun?
Yes.
Okay. What studies have you done?
I've done all kinds of testing.
All right. Such as?
For instance, one
He gives
time I
one
had a
example
case,
from
it
what
was
I
a murder
remember.
case where a person was shot through a car door and was shot with a .357 Magnum, and the door had maybe 6 bullet holes, and each of the bullet holes had different characteristics.
also, this is just not normally how you would hear
So
someone answer
I went to
this
the junkyard
question.
and got 25 to 30 of these doors, and I spent a couple of weeks shooting.
Right there, you pull into the junkyard and get a bunch of doors. They're not the same. Like already, it's like, well, hold on, he didn't get the same door. It's clear that this dude does not give a shit about variables. That's not, we learned that really quickly because, yeah, even in this example from a different case, he's not giving a shit about variables. It's just grabbing different doors from a junkyard. If it's not the same car door, hello, like science, it's just physics, Mr. Science. You know?
That door with the .357
No better.
Magnum at different angles, different distances, until I could replicate the bullet holes in the actual in the door. So what you're doing there is that you have a door as evidence, and then you're trying to figure out, okay, what does that tell you?
As
Not the same
evidence?
as what I talked about today, but
You have a door as evidence, but he just said he got him from a junkyard, right?
similar. It would all be testing within the context of the cases. You know, when I get involved in a firearms case, those are the types of things types of tests that I would do. It's just a general part.
He's saying when I get involved in a firearms case, the types of tests that I would do is go to a junkyard and grab a bunch of car doors and shoot them and see what happens, and then say that it's evidence. Am I hearing this correctly, guys?
Of our business, when we get presented with an engineering problem, we do testing.
In those testing, any of those studies that you did, were they subject to peer review or published in any publication?
No, I typically don't write papers or submit papers. I just,
Remember, that was another example that we read about, right? The learned treatise one, where you're like, hello, you're not, because most of the vast majority of the time, guys, with these experts, they're doing something with learned treatises. They're writing them, they're getting peer reviewed. I mean, it's really unusual that you have someone testifying as an expert who doesn't do any of that.
I do the work.
So it's you doing a test on your own?
Yes.
Is that right? That's
No one
Yes,
checking
or
it.
with,
No one,
of course,
yeah,
people in
it's
my office help.
with your office?
Yes.
Okay.
who all work for you.
And
so.
are you a member of the International
Bias, right?
Association for Identifications,
No,
Firearms Identifications?
no.
Do you have any
Here's some low risk-
certifications along
low
those
risk
lines
open-ended
whatsoever?
questions.
No, I'm not a firearms expert or a pathologist or a wound expert. That's not my area of physics. It's not my area of expertise.
Okay, so is it fair to say then any opinion you rendered on relating to firearms, we shouldn't rely on it then?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
If it's related to exterior ballistics and terminal ballistics, then
We're gonna
yeah,
go
you
through
can
it.
certainly rely upon it. But I'm not going to testify about wounds or pathology or anything like that, and I haven't.
I believe you testified that you created these graphs, is that right?
Oh, y'all, this part with the
No,
graphs.
I didn't. This is an Excel graph from the data. So it's just
Okay. Hold on a second here. I'm going to remove these. I want you guys to take a look. Take a look. Take a look at this graph. Let me also, let me know, guys, if you have a preference, if you like one of my little icons better in the top right corner. Because normally StreamYard comes with this duck, but you can put your own. So I have option 1, I'm a squirrely squirrel. And I have option 2, squanguin with a pineapple. Take a look at this here graph. It says speed from Moselle to Almeida, total time 16 minutes. Let's think back to when we were in school. What is missing from this graph? This is a question for y'all. What is missing from this graph? One of these things is not like the other. Well, that's not really applicable. What do you guys think about when you think about graphs from school? It's measuring speed, and it's giving you a total time of 16 minutes. Look at the bottom of the graph. Look at the X. What do they call them? The X and the Y axis. I'll play this for a second while you guys think about that and reminisce on being in school.
the
A
raw
legend.
data that was presented.
Definitely
to me.
missing a legend. Anything else?
All right, well, who created it then?
I'm not sure. I just reviewed it. I'm not sure who did this.
All right, well,
That's not a good answer.
can you tell me, I think you testified before.
Check this out.
Well, show me the time, if you would, and permission for the witness to come down. Show me the time
Guys,
that you indicated the phone was thrown from the car, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I got it specifically on my laptop, but I can show you in general.
so there's going to be a whole issue with this laptop thing here. But before we hear the rest of this, do you guys notice anything else? What's missing from the graph besides like a legend? Remember, think back to school, your X and Y axis. I honestly don't know which one's which, but one of them is going up and down and the other one's going across like horizontally at the bottom. What might be missing from this graph?
It's up to you. I mean,
Well, this isn't evidence, so I'm asking for you to come down and identify on here where it is.
you want to know where the car passed, where the phone was?
And just for clarification, yeah, 1 second, sorry. Just for clarification, we're looking at this chart. What is
So on direct with Poot, they put this graph up. Poot and Co. Poot and this dude. And this dude testified to where there was a blip in the speed. And so that's where Alex was passing Maggie's phone. And so, as we go along, you might think to yourself, why didn't they object? And then you might realize, oh, that's why they didn't object, why the prosecution didn't object, because they let it well, it was really smart, in my opinion. We'll talk about it.
this showing us?
Yes.
is a graph of
Okay.
this-
Daddy Shortnuts is on the right track. He says, not sure. Is this speed? Is it time lapsed? It's both. So the going up and down the lines is speed. So if you look at on the left-hand side, it's hard to see. This is literally how it came from the court feed, right? It's on the Elmo. So it's sometimes the Elmo is blurry. There's little numbers there. We can't even read those numbers, right? But ostensibly that is speed, I guess. But it doesn't specify miles per hour for one thing. But it's supposed to be time elapsed, right? Because this is total time 16 minutes. But what's missing from the bottom of it? That's where the time should be, right? That's how it works. That's how the graph works. So he's exactly right. What they're trying to show is speed and time, right? Does that make sense, guys?
Speed of the Suburban versus time. So
There it is.
speed is on the y-axis.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
is speed, and then that's time. So time's going that way.
And that's time, but what are you pointing at? Because there isn't any.
As car speeds up, the line gets taller.
Okay. And it says total time 16.
Okay, I'm going to rewind that so you guys can hear, because this is really insane that that they put this into evidence. Or I guess it's not put. No, he said it was submitted into evidence. Wow. Yeah, that's insane, right? Because why would you even, geez. Okay, let's listen again.
All right, well, who created it then?
I'm not sure. I just reviewed it. I'm not sure who did this.
All right, well, can you tell me, I think you testified before that well, show me the time, if you would.
kindergartner
and
wouldn't
permission
make
for the
this
witness
mistake.
to come down. Show me the time that you indicated the phone was thrown from the car, if you wouldn't mind.
Like a kindergartner would learn
Specifically on my
better
laptop. I
how
can
to
show
do
you in
this
general.
correctly.
It's up
Maybe
to you.
first grade.
I mean,
Well, this is an evidence, so I'm asking for you to come down and identify and hear
Evidence.
where it is.
you want to know where the car passed, where the phone was?
And just for clarification, yeah, 1 second, sorry.
Yeah,
Just for
because that's what you
clarification, we're
testified
looking at
to.
this chart. What is this showing us?
That is a graph of the speed of the Suburban versus time. So speed is on the y-axis, or this is speed, and then that's time. So time's going that way. And as the car speeds up, the line gets taller.
Okay. And it says total time 16 minutes. What does that refer to?
That's the time it took to drive from Moselle to the parents' house.
Okay, and the sled, and then it says next to that sled test drive during day. What does that indicate?
What that is it's just comparing. It took 16 minutes, Mr. Murdaugh, and then Sled did the same drive, not at nighttime, but during the day, and took 17.58 minutes.
Okay. All right. So as I was saying before, I think you testified. You said you indicated a point where the cell phone had been thrown from the vehicle, or at least the time correlation. Could you please identify where that is for us?
No, that's not what I said.
All right, well, what did you say then?
I said that when the car passes the location.
Okay.
Right.
Sorry.
I don't have any information about.
When the car passes the location, where is it indicated on?
I think it's that line right there.
Okay. And you say you think. Why is it that you think?
Well, it's not labeled, but it's on my laptop.
There we are.
Get
It's
my
not
laptop.
labeled.
Well, this is an evidence, and this
That's
is what the jury's going to
fucking
consider.
sad.
So I prefer to work on this.
It's not labeled.
Objection. He has indicated he has a specific date on his laptop. If he wants the real answer, he'll be happy to walk to his laptop and get it for him. He says he's looked at
No.
this.
No.
That's where it is.
Who?
I mean, he's asked the question 3 times. He's answered 3 times.
Cross-examination, you may proceed.
You're not able to find it on here, are you? Looking at this chart.
Well, it's either this line right there, or I think it's this one or this one.
All right, does engineering engage in I
There it
thinks
is.
and maybes?
There it is.
Let me get my laptop.
Well, I'm just asking you, can you
No.
identify on this chart?
No.
Well, I mean, this is a really big file.
All right,
And
This is insane. This is insane.
But I don't have the whole file.
Look at it with this computer. Oh
just look at it for you that way.
no.
You know the answer.
Never. I've
Can you
never.
point it out on this chart without reviewing whatever you're about to review on your
This is
laptop?
insane. This dude,
Can you
you
identify-
guys, this dude doesn't ask permission from the judge, the attorneys. He just goes and gets his computer and starts opening it up. Unbelievable.
912 on this chart without reviewing anything you're
Insane.
about to review on your
Insane.
laptop.
Well, I mean, you want me to answer the first question?
You answered it. You said no. Can you identify where on 912 on this chart is?
No, they're not.
Okay.
It doesn't have any numbers written down.
Thank you. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
Well, hold on. You want me to
No.
answer your questions? You want me to answer the first question?
The questions, please. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
No, because there are no numbers on this, but.
There are no.
Can you
there it
identify
is.
where 952?
Just his answer.
Let's give the witness an opportunity to answer the question.
Yes.
Can you
T-Pain.
identify where 952?
We're at the defense's case in chief. This is the defense's first expert witness. So on cross, right? So he's being questioned by this prosecutor who we don't see as often. But yes, this is the defense expert. Yep. And Poot is like trying to distract the jury from the fact that this fucking graph has no numbers on it correlating for time by objecting and has no grounds for it. Yes, exactly. He has this guy on the ropes. Yes. Yes. And this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning.
Two is on this chart.
He gets
No,
obliterated.
specific. Thank you.
He's already obliterated, in my
He's
opinion.
done.
I would be done. As soon as, if I were on that jury, but by the time you've shown me that graph with no numbers on it that he testified to with the time, without any numbers, I'd be like, yep, bye.
Okay, defense, exhibit 142, and same thing. There's no numbers. There's no times on here.
I mean, and
right?
then going the way he went and got that lap, that is, wow. I'm surprised Judge Newman didn't do something. But I mean, he stays pretty hands off. A great, it's a great distinction from the judge in the Michelle Draconis trial, who you guys know how I felt about, most of you guys probably. But wow, what a night and day difference, right?
No, not on the x-axis at the bottom.
Yeah, the laptop.
The PowerPoint, please.
It's insane.
All right, you gave an opinion on objects being thrown, ejected, traveling at what was posited to you as 45 miles an hour. Do you remember that
Yes.
opinion? What are some variables, and you're an engineer with math background, what are some variables you would need to know before determining the distance, trajectory, and speed of an object?
Like is the hypothetical if somebody threw a phone out of a window?
My hypothetical is, in order to determine the speed of any object, what are some variables that you would need to know in order to determine the distance it was thrown, the trajectory it was thrown, and the speed at which it was thrown? What are some information that you would need to know in order to posit an opinion about that?
Well, there would be a lot of variables, but the main ones would be, and I think I understand your question, but let's say you find an object on the side of the road and you want to know how fast, let's just assume that
We're going to start by making
somebody throws
assumptions.
something out of a car
Great
that's
plan.
driving down the road. And let's say this would be a typical problem people ask me or we're presented with. It's like, well, can you calculate based on the physical evidence on the side of the road, how fast was the car traveling when the phone was thrown out? I mean, let's just look at it that way. So what you would need to know, like, let's say that it was on the shoulder of a road and there was like an
And
impact.
I'm just pausing this real quick to say something. So for those of you who don't distinctly remember, perhaps remember this episode is not that you don't remember the name of the episode, but you don't remember maybe why I called it this. Some of you might remember, but the name of this episode is called "This Defensive Strategy Continued. The Children Did It." We're going to get that we're getting to that part here very, very shortly.
Mark on the shoulder of the road, and then 57 feet later is the phone.
Daddy Short.
Right? So you could make a pretty good determination. The phone
Daddy Short says, "Is he an expert on everything? Boat accidents, driving speeds, throwing phones, fastest land animal." I know, right?
tumbled 57 feet. Well, a tumbling object decelerates at about a half a G. And that's 11 miles per hour per second. So over 57
Yeah,
feet, you could back calculate it. You're
A
gonna come up
tumbling
with something
land animal.
Probably like 30 miles per hour, right? The variables would be the condition of the shoulder.
He's also an expert at retrieving random mass car doors from junkyards and putting them into evidence in a murder trial. Expert at that.
You know, obviously the speed that it's thrown out, right?
Energy, right?
Right, because for instance, if you're driving down the road, you could throw it forward, you could throw it backwards. So you may want to add the speed or subtract the speed from the velocity of the vehicle.
And I'm going to let you keep going, but to just
Is anyone else, sorry, I heard
question.
velocity. Is anyone else thinking of a, oh my God, why am I blanking on the name? Oh my God, a swallow. Why am I blanking on the name? Someone help me. Monty Python, the specific swallow. Oh my God, why? How am I forgetting it? I have too many Murdaugh facts in my brain, and I'm forgetting other important things like Monty Python quotes. The velocity of a blah blah blah. What is it? Oh my God, African. Which swallow is it? Someone help me, please.
Interrupted again.
Were you through answering that question?
I think so. I think that's probably
All
enough.
right, next question.
All right, so you need to know the energy thrown, the energy at which the object was thrown, correct?
Yes, or the speed.
Would you need to know the mass of the object that was thrown?
No,
That wouldn't matter?
no,
Would you need to know the wind resistance, if any?
yes.
Would you need to know the wind speed, if any?
It depends on the problem, but that might be a factor.
And absent any of those variables, really,
Okay, it's a velocity of an unladen swallow, right? And then no wonder I was like European, African. It's both. That's why, right? Is it African or European? Okay, great. I can carry on with my life now that I have settled that.
can't tell anything about an object that was thrown. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends on the question that's asked. If you were asking me the question, how fast were the car going, then yes, you would need all those variables unless you wanted a wide range of answers. But if you ask me, if you toss a phone at near highway speed or close to highway speed, will it tumble? It's a completely different question. There's no variables there. That's just fact.
All right. What's the spread
Here we go.
of a shotgun pellet exiting a
This
shotgun
dude. Oh my God.
barrel?
y'all.
What's the spread every 1 inch?
Well, it's going to vary based on the choke and the ammunition, but for this one, it's pretty clear that the spread is about the size of a window because the muzzle of the shotgun was maybe, let's call it 3 feet inside the door. It's a 10-foot long room. So at 7 feet, the spread of these pellets after passing through a person, the spread of them is probably, that window may be 26 inches wide. So that's going to be the spread. Obviously, there can be some deflection of the pellets as they pass through the body of the victim.
Would that be a variable?
Sure.
Okay. So do you know the spread of a shotgun every yard? How much it spreads, the cone? Do you know how much it spreads per yard?
What kind of choke?
Any choke, any gauge?
I don't
Do
know.
you
the
know?
number. I don't know the number off
Okay,
the top of my
you
head.
don't know. Do you even know it, not even off the top of your head, without looking it up?
I would have to look it up.
Okay. And do you know the range of fire for 10 feet, what that spread is? In centimeters, do you know? Or inches, well, either.
I don't have this committed to memory. I would look it up.
Is that even something you've ever known, or is that something you would have to look up?
Like I said before, I have tested such things before, and
Not
I've
asking
certainly
for what you
read
tested.
literature. But again, it's not something that I have committed to memory. Again, this, if you wanted to know something like that, if that was
Can we
helpful in this
can we
particular-
get that memory expert from Michelle Draconis' trial to come in and give excuses as to why his memory is so poor?
case, then what you would do is then you would go to the literature and find those answers. But I don't have that memorized.
Well, aren't you rendering an opinion by drawing a line, by saying somehow that exited the shotgun? I mean, we saw the pictures with you standing there with your shotgun up, and we see this line. Are you not giving an opinion of its exit?
I'm giving an opinion that a pellet from that shotgun followed that line and struck the tree.
And yet you don't even know the cone and the rate of expansion of a shotgun. How can you give that opinion?
You don't need to know that.
Okay.
So because what you have here,
All right.
you got a hole in the window, and we have a slide for it. There's a hole in the window. There's a impact mark on the tree. That pellet traveled a straight distance between those 2 points, and 2 points forms a line. You don't need to know the spread. I mean, that's actually what happened was
A line, like a green line?
a pellet came out of that gun, it passed through the victim, it went through a hole in the window, and it hit the tree.
How do you know then? How do you know it passed through the victim? How do you know that?
Well, it has 9 pellets in the shotgun. Paul had 1
You guys-
pellet in his shoulder. Sled recovered 7. I recovered 9. So I recovered the last
What?
pellet.
All right, so how do you know that?
You recovered one, I thought.
How do you
Oh
know
my
that?
God.
What are you basing that on? What you just testified to, what are you basing that on?
Well, when I looked at the sled records, they found 7 pellets, or that went through his body. They didn't find all the pellets, but he had 8 entrance wounds. He had 7 exit wounds. They found 1 pellet in his body, so that's 8. But we know the manufacturer puts 9. When I went to the crime scene in October 19 of 2021, the 9th buckshot pellet was in the window frame.
How do you know that was the 9th buckshot pellet that went through? Did you analyze it?
Well,
Did you analyze it?
I didn't analyze it,
Okay.
but
Are you assuming?
Objection, Your Honor. Not allowing him to answer the question. He said, I didn't analyze it, but, and then he interrupted him.
I didn't hear the but. But go ahead.
Oh, so the window got shot, right? Most of the pellets went through the window. Some of the pellets went through the little white parts of the window. There was 1 pellet that SLED didn't recover, and the reason is it was under kind of the lip. You know how where you pick up on a window, there's a thing where you put your fingers. It was under that, but still there. So you have a pattern of buckshot pellets like this big, and so you got 9 holes basically, or 8, because there's 1 pellet left in the victim, right? So
How many-
9 minus the 1, so you have 8. There are
So he's
8
doing that math.
holes
Thank you for that.
in
9 minus 1 is
window.
8. We would never
In my world,
been able to
that's
figure
a
that one
very
out.
high probability
without
that
his help.
those are the pellets that came from the buckshot that injured Paul Murdaugh.
Oh yeah,
What's
he
this
got paid the
thing
big
here at the
bucks.
bottom? That big
They always
opening.
do, these experts.
Exhibit 47.
Are you talking about the missing glass?
Yeah, what is that?
It's missing glass.
All right. How many pellets went through there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I accounted for every
we go,
pellet,
freaking
except
out.
for the one that was missed by the crime scene investigators, which is under the...
Let's talk about that. How many grains was the pellet you located on the windowsill?
I never weighed it.
Again, how do you know it came from there? Do you really know it came from there, or are you assuming it came from there?
Well, the
What do you
window
know?
got shot with buckshot and there's 1 missing
Oh my
pellet.
God, y'all.
Again, in my world, there's a very high confidence level that that missing pellet is there.
Is that the
Why?
same confidence level that you're using for?
Why? Because 9 minus 1 is 8 or whatever. Hold on, let me rewind this just a second because this is actually really good with this high confidence level. This prosecutor, in my opinion, does a great job with this dude.
Well, the
What do you
window
know?
got shot with buckshot and there's 1 missing pellet. Again,
Exactly.
in my world, there's a very high confidence level that that missing pellet is there.
Is that the same confidence level that you're using for all these other opinions?
Here we go.
That
Yeah.
you found a pellet.
All my opinions are at a very high confidence level. Yes.
Oh shit!
We're
The
going
Did you
to
guys?
get to them.
Did you guys love
got-
that?
I object.
Did you guys love that? I loved that because that was brilliant. Especially because we haven't even gotten to the best part of his opinions yet. But he says he's just obliterated this dude, and then that dude just said all my opinions are at a high confidence level, and it's like, oh, so basically, literally based on what your level of confidence is, like all of your opinions are retarded. Like, sorry, I shouldn't have used that word. Like, I don't even have a word. Sorry, I hope I didn't offend anybody. They're just BS basically. So, and then here comes Poot again every time trying to distract the jury. I don't even know. There's nothing he can do to save this dude, in my
To
opinion.
that question, we're going to get to them. That's what he said.
All right, well, of course, sustains objection to the comment.
All right. Do you have any formal training in what a projectile does if it strikes anything, be it human flesh or glass, or any of the other items that would have been located? Do you have any training in that?
Again, not formal training, but it obeys the laws of physics, and I've tested it myself.
It's just
And I've
physics.
studied impacts. It's a big part of what I do.
Have you done a test where you shot shotguns through glass, through wood, and through human body, and then measured where they ended up? Have you done those tests?
No, you don't need to test it because you can just look and see what happened to it.
So is the answer no?
It's just physics
I
again.
didn't do any testing with the shotgun here, but why would you need
You can
to
just
test?
look and see what
Because
happened. Why would you need to test
I think
it?
we got the same slide up
Insane.
there. Would you agree with me? Well, I can't ask you a question.
Oh my God.
But that pellet right there went through that window and it lodged in a tree or damaged the tree. I don't need to test that because that's just what happened.
All right, is it your opinion that it can only be that pellet? There's no other possibility? No other possibility? Is that your opinion?
Well, I'm not saying that there might be some highly lower probability, but if you stand in that room and we have holes, and just like you've shown, they're scattered all over that window, and you look in the direction of the damage to the tree where Paul was injured, that is the only one. And it's just I don't think it really matters one way or the other. All I can say is that I think the shot went through Paul in the manner that I presented it today.
Okay.
It really doesn't matter to me all that much which pellet went through which hole.
And I just want to be clear, you have no formal training in this, no
Is he saying that it doesn't matter which thing went through which hole, and also that's what she said?
pathological training, correct?
I am not a pathologist.
But you opine that you believe it went through Paul and then exited the window
I agree.
and struck that tree, but you have no formal training in any of that, correct? No pathology, no firearms, no shotgun specific training other than anecdotal shooting a shotgun? None of that, no formal trainings. Is that correct?
I would disagree with all of that because, again, it doesn't take a pathologist. There's a small entry wound into Paul's chest. So all 9 pellets enter. 1 remains in his body. 8 leave his body.
You are sitting here opining
And
about
so-
pathology.
Here we are.
Is that correct?
I don't see how that's pathology. That's simple math.
Okay.
It's
Oh, there it is. Daddy
9
short
minus
nuts.
1
He
is
literally
8.
quoted you.
Did you take this picture?
It's just simple
No.
math. Okay.
How many inches is-
Hold on. Okay. A couple things have to happen here real quick. I have to update it's just physics mini count. And then also wanted to pause it here anyway, because this is insane. You guys, with this picture of Alex, how he can't tell you how tall he is. But also so this picture of Alex was taken this very morning of this day in trial. Like before they went into court, or I guess that's probably in the prison actually, right? But it's like literally that very morning that they took this picture of him with this measuring, whatever you call it, measuring stuff, measuring tape. Is that what it's called? Oh my God. I feel like Poot when he says birdcage. But look at how he's smiling in the picture. Isn't that so bizarre? I don't think they told him to smile. It's just, he knew they were going to take his picture and put it up in front of the jury. And it's so bizarre because no one in their right mind would think you have any reason to be smiling. And the other thing I noticed is that was fascinating was they must have not been allowed to do this in the court because he's still wearing his prison garb. He's not in his suit yet, which I thought was fascinating because usually you don't want the jury to see you like that, right? Because it, gives them this impression that you're a jailboy, as I will say. He's showing up to court every day. The jury's not supposed to really know if you're in custody or not, right? You're supposed to look like you're innocent. So I also thought it was fascinating for this reason. There's a lot of fascinating things about this picture. But beyond the fact that the questions coming up here are really, and the answers are really bizarre.
That look like he is tall.
Well, you can't tell how tall he is because of the way this picture's taken.
Well, what does it look like?
What?
This shows his shoulder 64 inches.
What about his head?
You can't tell.
You can't see a number at the top of there?
No, because you'd have to be above the top of his head or right in line with the top of his head. The only thing you can glean from this picture is that his shoulder is 64 inches above the floor.
So I find it very weird that they measured him. How clearly, that answer is insane. You can measure how tall, when your whole theory that you're positing is on the height of the shooter, and yet you measure him and there's a picture of it, and all you're offering is how tall he is to his knee and then how tall he is to his shoulder and not his height. That is, I don't even know. Why? If I were on the jury, I would be offended. Yeah, wifey says, honestly, my dudes, I absolutely can't stand people that talk like this to other people. It's simple math. Yeah. It's him. He's just trying to not answer the question. I mean, that's why I have this, it's just physics mini counter, because that started from the last episode when he was on, he did the same thing on direct. It was his explanation. It's just physics, or it's just math, or it's just trigonometry. It's compare that to the other experts who actually explain everything and explain it in a way where you can understand it, but without making you feel like they're being patronizing, right? Like, again, we're going to see this with these upcoming experts who are a huge contrast to this dude, but we've seen it with other experts for the prosecution's case in chief, like Dr. Ellen Reamer and the other experts, where they don't make you feel like you're stupid, but they explain complex things, and they do it in a way that is really, again, it's simple to understand, but it's not acting like you're stupid. So.
Did you do the addition? I know that we're going to get to it, but there's some individuals you put in the
here we go, guys.
In the Pharaoh report. Were you the one who actually added that 3D render, or was someone else do it?
No, I had several engineers help me on this project.
And here's where you inserted a 3D person as a.
Are you guys ready?
A 5'2" person. Is that who you
ready?
inserted there?
You all ready?
Okay. And you chose to insert a 5'2" individual shooting from the hip in that manner that aligns with that green line. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Green line.
And nowhere on here is any other individual on that green line. Is that correct? You didn't put any other images here. You only chose to put a 5'2" individual slinging a gun on his hip.
Well, that's what matches. If the person was any taller, then they would have to be towards the quail pen. If they were any shorter, then they would be behind the shooter. Or the shooter would be in a different posture.
Okay.
And do you have any idea if a bullet can ricochet?
Of course.
They can, right?
Yes.
If they hit something.
Yes.
But the shooter, according to your lines here, the shooter could have been anywhere on that line. Is that correct?
Anywhere on
that line.
Yes.
So as long as that's gun, and we'll not worry about the 5'2", 11-year-old, but if anyone's on that line, it could have been accurate, right? If that gun is anywhere on that line, according to you, it could have been accurate. Is that right? It could have been that shot.
Yes.
Anywhere.
That's what I explained is that the line, by definition, establishes where the weapon is. Then the next step would be to figure out where the person is, or where the shooter is.
I just want to be clear. Anywhere from this point all the way, I guess, until it hits it would eventually hit the ground, right?
Correct.
Anywhere until it hits the ground, somewhere back behind where the bodies are located. It's your testimony that that is consistent with what you're seeing.
Yes.
As long as that gun is on that line.
Yes.
So we can just remove the 11-year-olds from the equation. As long as that gun's on that line, it fits with what you're saying, your mathematics is saying, lines up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You didn't provide any renders of any other adult-sized human beings, perhaps kneeling, did you?
Repeat that?
You didn't do any other renders along these lines of an adult-sized human being kneeling on the ground while shooting, did you?
No. What I did do is consider that because, obviously from your question, you kind of can see that in your mind. Okay.
I'm just asking for a yes or no.
Well, I did. Let me explain.
He's attempting to.
So he's like, I did consider that because I knew you were going to ask me that because, well, of course you're going to ask me because what I've just offered you is complete and utter bullshit. This dude's like, yeah, I can see why you would wonder if I put any adult-sized humans in here because instead of one, person who's taller than 5'2", this dude's like positing that it was two shooters and they had to be 5'2" instead of one, maybe Alex size person. And so he's like, yeah, so I figured you were going to ask me. I was like, no shit. Like, and I had no idea that Joe Rogan was 5'2". I really actually know nothing about Joe Rogan, but I know Joel of STS loves him. That's all I know.
Again.
Okay. So what I did for that question,
here we go.
because I figured that you would ask me it.
See?
But what I did was at 1 foot increments from the quail pen, all the way out to 60 feet. And at 60 feet, you're getting pretty close to where that line goes underground. It actually goes underground about 73 feet, okay? So what I did was I looked at the height of the shooter's hand, just like we did this morning in front of the jury. And the other thing I looked at was where the center of the shell casings, the empty casings were, okay? And I looked in a 12-foot circle around the shell casings, like the center of those shell casings. Figuring that everything that I've seen, typically these rifles are going to be 8, 10, 12 feet, big variable. And it's just, just a rough number. This is what I did though. First thing you look at is that Alex is 76 inches tall. I measured to his knee is 25 inches.
He said he didn't know how tall he was.
That means that if he
Oh
went
my
down
God.
on one knee, his shoulder is still 51 inches above the ground.
He just said Alex is 70, hold on, let me back it up. 71 inches or 70, but he just said how tall Alex was, but yeah, he didn't measure him or he said he couldn't tell from the picture. I'm so confused.
Just a rough number. This is what I did though. First thing you look at is that Alex is 76 inches tall.
How do we know that? You can't just say that because you had the opportunity. This dude had the opportunity to show us that he measured how tall Alex is. And when he had that opportunity, he said, you can't tell how tall he is from the picture where they measured him. So
I measured to his knee is 25 inches.
Oh
So
my
that
God.
means that if he went down on one knee, his shoulder is still 51 inches above the ground. And if he shouldered the rifle in a kneeling position, he still can't make the quail shot because the muzzle would be above where the hole is. So that's number one. So the more you back him up, then it just gets more and more improbable. So then what I said was this. So I looked at this, and the height of the shooter's hand, whoever the shooter was and whatever posture they were in, was between, assuming a 12-foot, big 12-foot radius circle, so however big that is, 24 feet circle around the shell casings. The shooter's hand is 16.2 to 27.6 inches above the ground. So that's basically 2 feet above the ground. So that's why it only fits. You said 11-year-old kid, but it only fits with a short person. Or
It's just physics, guys.
with some bizarre shooting posture that doesn't match an aiming position or a normal shooting position or just an abnormal shooting position. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah. Okay. So also we talked about this last time on when he was on direct. This dude's also basing a lot of his opinion, his main opinion regarding the height of the shooter. He's basing a lot of that also on what he calls a quote unquote normal shooting position or average shooting position. He is not an expert with anything regarding firearms. So how the hell he's talking about a shooting stance? He talks like on direct. I remember he calls it a shooting stance, and he's demonstrating it, and Poot's demonstrating it, and he's talking about a normal shooting. He has no basis for any of that. Also, Wifey is saying, is asking about perjury. So these dudes can lie on the stand and not get charged with perjury. It is very rare that people get charged with perjury, in my understanding. I know we hear about it all the time, like, whether it's someone like Kayla Montgomery, for example, in the Adam Montgomery trial, or many other cases, right? Where anyone that takes a stand makes an oath, right? And they say they know they can get charged, but it just never, like Alex Murdaugh himself, right? Takes the stand. I was thinking about that because I've been working on that next video. Like I said, it's where he takes a stand, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, so many things that he's saying are factually beyond anyone getting a gut feeling that he's lying. Much of what he's saying is completely factually false. And it literally you can demonstrate that he's perjuring, he's lying on the stand, but it's just so rare. And I don't know why that's the case. I've literally never heard of anyone actually getting charged with perjury. I just hear people asking why people are not getting charged with perjury. And the answers that I seem to always hear are that it just never happens. So I don't really know. It's almost like an empty threat. So I kind of don't know what the deal is with that. But yeah, same with, yes. Also, Daddy Shortnuts, I assume Alex was on the four-wheeler. So I've talked, I know I think this is your first time joining us, but I've talked a lot about my thoughts on where the shot was coming from. And I have a whole theory on that we kind of came up with it like as reviewing the evidence during the live stream. It was the one where what's his name? Roger Gale Davis Jr. takes a stand, the dude who was the caretaker for the dogs and put up the hose and stuff. I kind of had some ideas going into that one, but then I realized some other things as we were talking about it, and I've been developing my theory on it since. And we're actually gonna during the intermission, my plan is to go over part of that, which has to do with the dog collars. But all of that has to do with my theory of how all that went down. So yeah. Y'all who are in the chat were not here, I don't think, when we talked about this, but I'll give a little brief, I'm going to try to do a very brief rundown. Again, if you go back and watch it, we talk about it with the pictures, with the evidence, with the testimony that backs all this up, so that this is not just me just like making shit up, right? Again, like I said, I try to bring stuff up as it's happening in the trial, but because this already happened and I'm kind of going to do just like a quick little rundown, that's why I'm doing this. And it's after the fact, right? In terms of what we covered. But so we know the water, we know the hose was on. We know they were using the hose at the kennels because in the kennel video with Paul and Cash, you can see that you can see the hose, you can see the water, all that, right? And we know that there was a lot of water, like a ton of water, because they bring it up a lot, and you can see it in the pictures. And we go over all this. Like I said, that in these pictures, you can see there's tons of water. Even when the crime scene pictures were taken, which would have been several hours after the murders actually happened, there's still tons of water. And Kitsmits is here. Yay. Happy that you're here, Kitsmits. So I'm just in the process of kind of doing a little synopsis of what we've talked about on prior episodes regarding the angles of the shooting and stuff. So yeah, we know that there was like tons of water still, like long after the fact. So it dawned on me as I was putting the video together that, like, you know, I think that what happened was, because we know, and again, we've already covered the testimony that deals with all this, and we've already looked at the evidence that deals with all this, but we know that when the first shot, when Alex took that first shot at Paul was inside the feed room, about 10 feet back, and the shooter, Alex, would have been part of the gun. Like, the gun itself was crossing the threshold into that feed room, but the shooter maybe was not quite in the feed room, or maybe just kind of at the threshold. In my mind, it was sort of like in the doorway, right? And we know that because of where the shell casings also fall behind that door. So, and Kitsmits has been here when we've talked about this as well, that without going into the whole other reason behind it, it's my opinion, and we've talked about it prior episodes, that that hose was left running this whole time, right? So in other words, the hose was running in the video, the Snapchat video. The hose was still running when the murders were committed, and that's important, because I think all that water is fucking important. So I think what happened is, because we know, and they talk about this on those other parts with other witnesses, how the water would collect at that feed room. They all talk about it. There was water would collect there, blah, blah, blah. And the concrete was sloped, okay? So the hose was still running, water was collecting, it was wet, it was slippery. So my thought is that he does that first shot, the first shot's not the one at the weird angle. It's the second shot to Paul. The first shot is like normal, right? So the first shot happens, he's standing up, he's holding the gun normally, right? Like from the hip or whatever. And then what I think happened is that he was at that threshold where the door is. I think there was water. I think he fucking slipped between the water and being at the threshold where there's you back out of the doorway and there's like a lip there. And then also the blowback, right? Or recoil of firing the shotgun. He fucking fell. And that's how he ended up on that knee and then shot from that weird angle. Where was the gun propped up? I'm not sure what you mean by the gun being propped up. I don't think the gun was propped up. I think he was holding it and then he fucking fell. And then the gun, the butt of the gun could have even landed and hit the floor. And in fact, this dude even talks about the green lines going through the floor. Kitsmits will remember this from the direct. Kitsmits actually talks. Okay. Yeah. Now you got it. All right. Yeah. Yep. The gun went off. Yep. So again, if you picture, right, he's got the gun, he's on that, again, there's like a step and there's a pool of water, okay? And he's in that doorway because we know when the second shot happened, we know Paul was in that door frame because Alex fell back out of the door frame and onto the fucking concrete, right? Where there was all this water. And I don't remember that part about the two guns. Maybe maybe we haven't gotten that part yet. Yeah, I haven't seen that. So maybe that hasn't happened yet, or maybe that was somebody not in the trial. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, so that's, and again, we talk about it in more detail, but yeah, the water, and he's in that door frame, he does the first shot, and then he falls, and there's all the fucking water, and then you imagine, he's a bumbling ape, whatever, he's your Daddy Schwartz is dead in a good way. I hope so, if it's a good way. Yeah, and when we broke it down with the pictures and stuff too, you can really picture it. The pictures really give you a very good idea of everything, because then you have that visual. So that's in the episode. If you guys ever want to go back and check it out, the episode is called something really funny. It's like garden hoses, roosters, and some other stuff. But it's where Roger Dale Davis, it's the dude who's awesome, right? And talks about the roosters and the chickens, and he has a very strong accent. And we pull up all the stuff during that testimony and go over it. Oh, okay. Wifey is saying it was someone's video. Okay, I see what you're saying. Literally not fact. Yeah, because again, that's why I was like, I don't remember seeing that in evidence. So that makes sense. It wasn't in evidence. Yeah. And that's one thing you guys will never hear me doing. Yeah, the dog caretaker, correct. You guys will never hear me like making up stuff that's not in evidence. That's why, again, I keep saying this, but anytime I give you anything that's like my opinion or whatever, it's with the evidence, it's with the testimony, it's as we're understanding it. I'm not just gonna but the theories that I have too about the dog, it's making a lot more sense with more testimony, and we're gonna hear some more testimony in this video that actually makes it seem like that's a really good, there's a high probability, and no one else I haven't heard anyone else say that, but my theory is that when he shot Paul and Maggie, he had already put the rooster up. The dogs were still out. Okay. Just for y'all who weren't here for this, real quick. The dogs were still out. The hose was still running. Because, and we're going to cover this in the intermission with the dog collars. Kit Smits, I know you and I talked about this last time, but I think I found them. Get excited. The very same collars that we looked at. The dogs had these collars that we've heard about. At this point, we've heard several different people. We heard the dog caretaker mention it, and we heard Buster mention it, that the dogs had shock collars and GPS collars, and that there was an electric fence. So my thought is that the dogs, at least Bubba, maybe the other dogs, had either a GPS or maybe a shock collar on. He's got a bird in his mouth. That was a pretty good impression of Maggie. It's a chicken. What do you guys think? Should I be a voice actor? No, I'm just kidding. So my thought is that the murders happen. My thought is he doesn't take the time to put up the hose or deal with the dogs because he wants to get the hell out of there so he can put himself with his phone as far away from there as soon as possible. So he leaves the hose running, right? Because we know the hose was put up wrong. Everyone knows that. But my thought is that this explains why there was so much water, because I think he uses the hose to wash off, but then he leaves it running because he doesn't want to take the time to fucking put up. And then the other thing about the dogs, it was the 911 call. And again, I've broken all this down. I'm just giving a little thing just because we're talking about it for y'all who weren't there. That during the 911 call, we hear him say, "Here." And the only explanation is that he's talking to a dog, probably Bubba. And they actually confront him with that during the third interview. David Owen asks him who he's talking to, and he's like, answers that in a really evasive way, blah, blah. But Alex even suggests it. He goes like, I was talking to a dog. And then David Owen is like, well, yeah, are you talking to somebody? Like, it's like David Owen didn't even have that idea, but then Alex says it. And then he's like, no, I don't know, blah, 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 blah. But my thought is he leaves the dogs out because they have these collars on. He leaves the hose running. And then his thought is, when I get back home, he wants to get out of there as fucking fast as possible. And then when he gets back home, calls 911. While he's on the phone with 911, he's fucking collecting Bubba, and if there's any other dogs out, putting them up. We hear him say here, and then putting up the hose incorrectly. And that also explains why there was so much water. So yeah, those are some thoughts. We're going to cover, like I said, the callers, the intermission. Wifey saying, I feel like at that moment in time when the Snapchat video was put out in trial, Alex turned a new shade of translucent pink, extra shrimp boy, as it were, for the rest of the trial. Yes. So, okay, let's keep going. So, yes, indeed.
I mean, with the blackout here, if you want to, try to put this gun 27.6 to 16.2 inches and tell me that that's not somebody that's very low to the ground.
Answer me this. How far off the ground is that gun right there in the 12-year-old's hand?
Which one?
He's never said 12-year-old.
Objection is overruled.
Overruled.
Which shooter?
Doesn't matter.
There's nothing in the record about a 12-year-old shooting this gun.
Guys.
Objection is overruled.
Let's go with the back guy. I'll call him the far shooter.
How high?
The rear 12-year-old.
So he is 33 feet from the quarter pin. And if you look at that, which is the 1.5 at 33, the bottom of his hand is going to be like right there at that 28-inch mark.
Where's the line located? Right there. The line where the barrel, according to you, is.
At 33 feet, the muzzle.
The muzzle.
33 feet for the rear shooter. 39.6.
39 inches?
39.6.
39 inches.
Yep.
Do you have a tape measure? Oh, here we go.
Tape measure. That was the word I forgot earlier. Oh, is this the epic moment?
39
From
inches right there.
the thumbnail? Yeah.
If we back it up 10 feet, back it up 10 feet, what's the distance?
Back it
What's
up,
the
back
green
it
line
up.
at? 10 feet back, so 40 feet.
It would be 36.5.
36.5. That's 3 feet. 3 feet 5.5 inches. Is that right?
That is correct.
My finger, that look about right?
Yes.
Watch, guys.
Right there?
Yes.
There it is.
Right there.
Yes.
Bam. Mic drop. I'm going to show that again real quick, but also where he does that like shooting motion, that's from the thumbnail. I have the thumbnail as him doing that. And then if you guys look closely, you can see I have with him the two children shooters right next to him as he's doing that. If you look closely, hopefully you guys think it's funny, but let's watch that again because that's pretty fucking epic. Uses his own science against him. He does.
36.5.
36.5.
It's science.
That's 3 feet. 3 feet 5.5 inches. Is that right?
That is correct.
My finger, that look about
Oh
right?
no, I'm gonna
Yes.
cry. Oh no.
Right there?
Yes.
Oh.
Right there.
Yes.
Oh fuck. Mic drop.
But we got this. We got your renders that you went with are these two, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the angle of this doghouse that you calculated?
That's 14 degrees.
All right, and the shooter, the little youth there, the youth is how far away from that?
Oh god. Oh god. When he starts using the
8.4
word
feet.
youth, I die.
And how high off the ground is that green line where he's standing?
Yeah. Green line.
Little guy.
The muzzle is 29 inches above the ground.
29 inches.
Maybe 30.
I agree, Kit
30
Smith.
inches.
Speaks louder than words, right?
So
Yeah.
30 inches when you're up close, right next to that doghouse. So what happens then when you back? I see the line. It's going upwards. So
Fucking
what
green
happens
line,
when
man.
you back up?
That green line.
Soon it's going to be over the little guy's head, right?
Yes.
Guys.
But what happens if you're not such a little guy? If you back
Oh
up,
my god, I can't. Dude, this is how the gallery is holding it together is beyond me. If you were there in that trial, you deserve every award that exists. Let me rewind that again. I'm going to mute myself because that way we can hear this. Oh my god, I just
8.4 feet.
and how high off the ground is that green line where he's standing. Little guy.
The muzzle is 29 inches above the ground,
29 inches.
maybe 30.
30 inches. So 30 inches when you're up close right next to that dog house. So what happens then when you back? I see the line, it's going upwards. So what happens when you back up? I mean, soon it's going to be over the little guy's head, right?
Yes.
Okay. But what happens if you're not such a little guy? If you back up, I don't know, let's back us up 5 feet. What happens?
Oh my God.
Let's see. So that would be about
I know.
47.4.
47.4. Let's see. Is that about right?
Yes.
I can bring it
Oh my
closer.
God.
Yes.
You see it?
Yes.
Finger? Okay. 47.4. It's right there.
Yes.
I'm glad we could demonstrate those heights to the jury. Thank you.
Well done, sir. Well played.
And you talked about, I know you spent some time talking about the ejection of cartridge casings from a rifle or an AR style rifle. But you have no training or experience in that other than the studies you've personally conducted. Is that right?
That's correct. In
Okay.
literature, which again, for this rifle, it's supposed to be 3 o'clock to 4:30, which is 45 degrees behind, but it can be forward.
And
It can be straight out to the side.
Kip Smits and Abby, you guys will have to go back and watch, but you guys missed the beginning of his cross, where, just so you guys can have some exploding heads for a second here, where they ask about, this prosecutor who's cross-examining him, asks him, did you ever, when did the defense hire you, blah, blah. And then he's like, we learned that he was hired for the boat case. He was the expert. If you guys remember the boat case, the expert that tries to explain how Paul couldn't have been driving the boat. It's the same dude. Yes. But that's not it. The dude talks about how his civil lawsuits that he works on, and primarily he does a lot of railroad cases. And it's like, say what? Railroad? And I think I was talking over it, but I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch it and I'll put a timestamp. But he does say at some point that he does a lot of work for CSX. And do you guys remember, who just now joined us, what CSX is? And if you're thinking that it's the same railroad company that bought the railroad company that killed Alex's great-grandpappy, you would be correct in that. Yes, the very same railroad lines that we explored with maps and with all kinds of documents, and we looked at it and we did all that. Yes, same rail, same thing, same, CSX, same. That's what he does a lot of work for. And honestly, hearing it in testimony is way more powerful. You guys will have to go back and listen. But yeah, because everything has to be connected in every way when it comes to the Murdaugh trial. Literally.
Just tapping into common sense here, but you weren't at the scene.
Right?
Of the murder,
I know.
right?
There are no
I was
coincidences
not
in
there.
this. And maybe in
And so
anything.
is
really.
it possible that cartridge casings were moved?
Involved in the boat
Yes.
case, involved with
Is
the
it possible
railroads.
that
involved with
cartridge
CSX.
casings were ejected in an unorthodox manner?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ricocheted off of something, hit something and ricocheted?
100%
Yes.
wifey.
Okay. So where they laid, and this is just, again, tapping into common sense, not your engineering background, but where they laid,
So remember, from what we talked about at the beginning, tapping into common sense, right? That's that second strategy that they use, the voice of reason strategy.
may not necessarily be where they fell that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes. You're looking for just the area. For instance, if you're thinking about a shooting position 60 feet away, it makes no sense. But anywhere in that 24 feet that I'm talking about, yes, because there's casings there.
Remind me again what this, and I think there's one either before,
Children.
there's one before.
We're back to
too,
the children.
an exhibit before. What are we seeing here with the intersection of the three lines? What are you
Oh,
saying?
Kit Smith,
I'm saying
remember
that
when we
the
were
two
trying
shots made in two different directions can be made.
3 lines? So when this happened, when we heard about this on direct, just so you guys know, the last stream went for almost 9 hours, and Kit Smith is in a different time zone, but she was here to the end actually, like, I think there were other people, you know, in and out, but she was in chat, and the two of us were like getting a bit loopy and dying laughing. And anyway, it became, there was like, that's what she says times a million. And then, you know, we were joking about a drinking game. And anyway, but there was a time where the 3 lines, I don't remember what exactly was happening, but the thing with the 3 lines was really fucking funny for some reason. Kitsmas, if you remember, let me know in the chat. But here we're back with the 3 green lines. It all comes back to the green lines, right?
From approximately the same
Can't get
spot.
away from the green lines.
Does that
Yeah.
assume, though,
It was
that
great.
someone's
Yes.
shooting
It
from
was
approximately
great.
the same spot? Does that assume that right there? This is assuming someo's in the general same area when they shoot.
I can't.
Well, I used a constant height shooter.
They've trained in their short 11 years. They've trained their entire life for this moment where they can shoot mags and pawpaw with the green lasers. Oh my God. I hurt laughing. Oh,
Put them on the trajectories and they end up in the same spot.
Is
They've
it
trained their
possible
whole
that someone
short life.
shoots from one position and then moves to another position before they shoot again? Is that possible?
Sure.
And along your lines, it's still it's
Along your
very
lines.
possible that someone could have shot over here, and again, they were maybe a bigger person than the 12-year-old, and someone could have then moved before they shot again. Is that a possibility? Is that possible?
Of course. Well, I mean, that's what this slide depicts is the shooter moving.
No. You just
But is
said
it possible that they were back here and moved maybe just a little bit more than the 2 feet you put on your drawing?
No, they would
Is he
have
trying to change his theory from 2 children to 1 child that moves?
to change their shooting posture. And that's kind of the whole point is, it's like, for instance, you know, if you want to, like your line of questioning, let's say that the shooter is laying down or on one knee, then stands up and shoots from the hip. I don't know if that's really consistent with a moving shooter, but it's my understanding from what people have determined and what I've heard in expert reports from the
Objection
state
here,
is that they think the shooter was moving. So I was thinking that it doesn't have to be, but what's most likely is somebody is walking around shooting a gun.
Okay. You weren't there. You have no firearms training. Is that right? Or certifications? Or crime scene training or certifications. Is that right?
I was not there.
So this is your best
What
guess.
he can do, as we've seen, he can do 9 minus 1 is 8, or 8 plus 1 is 9. I think he can do both of those, actually. That's what he's got going for him.
Is that what it is?
No, that is not a guess.
So it couldn't
that
be-
is based, let me finish. That is based on all of the engineering principles,
Here we
the
go.
physical
It's
evidence that
just
was
a
collected
minute.
by both myself and Special Agent Worley. That is the physical
Like-
evidence. Now, as you've done today, you can think about alternatives, and there very well can be
Thank you for that, Likey. It doesn't have to be 2 child assassins, but I was not there.
alternatives. But you have to look at how likely the
face hurts.
alternatives are.
Right.
And you're here to say,
So-
to testify.
I'm sorry. How likely the alternatives are. If you're looking at the he's saying that whatever the alternative is, it's extremely unlikely compared to what is most likely, which is that it was 2 5'2" shooters. Right? I mean, let me rewind that a smidgen and hear it from the mouth of the expert.
Let me finish. That is based on all of the engineering principles, the physical evidence that was collected by both myself and Special Agent Worley. That is the physical evidence. Now, as you've done today, you can think about alternatives, and there very well can be alternatives, but you have to look at how likely the alternatives are.
And you're here to say, to
But
testify.
you
to
have to
these
look at
jurors.
how likely the alternatives are. But are you doing that with your own opinion? Kitsmits, I love Kitsmits because she's awesome and she's always very she always presents things. She like loves to play devil's advocate and I encourage it. So here she is being fair to Mr. Physics. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. She says, so to be a tad fair to Mr. Physics here, he did the assignment. He found alternatives using the data provided, create reasonable doubt. But I 100% agree with you. Yes. And I know you just joined us, but one thing I was saying too is we started out the whole thing today with we had a whole thing about coroner versus medical examiner versus forensic pathologist. But the second thing was strategies for cross-examining expert witnesses. And what I was saying too is that since this is the defense's first expert witness, their other two experts are later on in the video today. We haven't watched them yet. And you guys will see a huge difference in the quality of the expert. Like once we get to them, it's going to be, you're going to see a huge difference really, in them versus this dude. Y'all, Alec did this. Can we be done now? I know, right? Yes. And Kit Smith is saying, he's saying that the likely alternative is that two short people. I think what the alternative he's speaking to is something that's not this. I'm pretty sure he's saying you have to look at all their alternatives as in other alternatives to what he's proposing. I'm pretty sure. And that's actually an important distinction. Let me rewind it one more time so we can be sure. Because I think he's saying an alternative to his theory. Let's be sure so we can assess this accurately because we're all about accuracy. And
expert reports
science.
from the state is that they think the shooter was moving. So I was thinking that it doesn't have to be, but what's most likely is somebody is walking around shooting a gun.
Okay. You weren't there. You have no firearms training. Is that right? Or certifications? Or crime scene training or certifications. Is that right?
I was not there.
So this is your best guess. Is that what it is?
No, that is not a guess.
So it could
that
be-
is based, let me finish. That is based on all of the engineering principles, the physical evidence that was collected by both myself and Special Agent Worley. That is the physical evidence. Now, as you've done today, you can think about alternatives, and there very well can be alternatives, but you have to look at how likely the alternatives are.
Okay. Yeah. He's saying that what he's saying is that the way he presented it is essentially correct. And that what this prosecution is suggesting is an alternative. I'm fairly certain that that's what he's saying.
You're here to testify to these jurors that your most likely answer is that it was two 12-year-olds at 5'2".
Your Honor, there's been no testimony that two 12-year-olds are involved in this anyway, misstating the facts.
Trying again.
Sustain the objection.
You're saying, though, that 5'2", which we can all guess approximates what size individual or age of individuals, that's your best guess of what went on that night?
It's not a guess. And again,
It's not a guess.
it's not two individuals. It could be one person moving slightly there. But that is not a guess. That is my opinion. And I've tried to explain it.
Also, he's about to assert that even more. He's about to go one step further. Actually, maybe it's on redirect here in a second, but he goes one step further with it. Like literally, he really doubles down on this as if what he's saying is fact of what happened. He really does.
To the court as best as I possibly can.
So variables in doing all these calculations are, would you agree, it's where the gun was held? That's a variable.
Not for the trajectories.
So you won't admit,
All
you
that
won't
matters is
concede
green
that
lines, guys.
where the gun was held is a
just
variable in a calculation, such as yours.
Which calculation?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about
Any
either
of
the
them.
shotgun calculation or your rifle one, was where the gun held a variable that you have to account for in making this determination, where the gun was held physically.
Not for the shot trajectories.
All right, will you concede then that it was a variable in the AR-300 blackout
I know,
scenario?
right?
No, the shot trajectories, it doesn't matter where the gun is being
Oh,
held.
he gets
So
evil,
where
man.
the gun's held in your mind makes no difference.
No, the gun is on the shot trajectory. I think
All
I've
right,
explained that.
is it a variable
Gun
of
is on the
how the
green
gun
line.
was held?
No.
Not a variable. Is it a variable if the party shooting was moving?
Again, no, the barrel of the gun was on that shot line, in my opinion.
Is it a variable if the party that the bullet would have potentially passed through was moving? Is that a variable?
No.
Is it a variable to you if the party was jumping or ducking? Is that a variable to you?
No.
Is it a variable if the party was maybe turning side to side? Is that even a variable?
Not for what I've done.
Okay, so you're saying no to everything I just asked, and all of those, you would agree, all of those variables that I listed
I don't know, but the idea of two children assassins is just amazing.
include motion. Is that right?
Yes, those would all
They've
be
trained all their
trying to
life.
figure out the orientation of the person that was shot, which is something that I did
All
not
their
do,
11
and that's
years.
something I don't do. It's not my field of expertise.
All 11 of
Anything
years.
further?
Thank you, wifey. Oh, beg the court's
Stand while we're
indulgence.
indulging.
You're, y'all. Sorry, Judge Newman just said, let's all stand while they're indulging. Judge Newman, you're the best.
Okay.
I know, right? Oh no, not trains. No trains. Oh no. If we combine green lines with trains, it's over for me. Because, oh no, yeah. What if CS? Oh no, I bet. Sorry, my brain's just realizing that. What if CSX has a line of freight trains and they have a green line? I'll die. I will die. I'll die. That's it.
All right, and further to the variables.
No,
like you just said, is it not a variable to you? I'm trying to ask this as quick
I'm
as
gonna have to
possible.
look it
so
up.
strike-
Not during the
strike
live.
that.
I'll do that. That'll be later.
Is it a variable
That'll
if
be
the
my next
person
thing.
that is being shot is moving? Is that a variable to you?
That is not a variable to me.
And is it a variable to you if the person who's doing the shooting is moving?
That is not a variable to me.
Would you agree, though, in general, people do move?
Yes, in my experience, people move.
That's it. No further questions.
What if I bet he did. Like you said, what if he named his first born son Green Line? Guaranteed.
So much to
Here.
straighten out.
Oh my God, guys.
But let's deal with his last questions.
No. So much
Um,
too.
About the variables. You're an expert, I'm going to give you a hypothetical real quick. Bullet hole, 10 feet up, bullet hole, 5 feet up.
Arms
What is
pointing
that?
wherever.
What does that tell you?
And the bullet's descending.
Right? And if you put a dowel through that, would you see where it possibly came from and where it possibly went?
Yes.
Okay, basically, it's a line.
If you
correct?
put a rod through a hole,
So, what does knowing where the gun was being held have to do with any of that?
It has no bearing on the physics of the flight of the bullet. It may have something to do with maybe where the shooter was positioned relative to the weapon, right? Or, if some other variable, but I'm not testifying about those subject matters.
Right. So, you're basically just saying this is the line based on the SWED, Agent Worley putting a dowel through and then figuring out the angles, correct?
Yes.
The two people you put here are based
two
on
folks.
the angle from the quail pen going down. It was an upward shot, correct?
You cannot lead the witness, though I've heard no objections to it.
This is funny.
Objections either, Your Honor.
Well, the court is objecting. You cannot.
Judge
lead the
Newman's
witness.
objecting. Wow.
Cut to the chase, I apologize. And let me get this straight. He kept talking about children 5'2". Young lady, stand up. That's a clerk in my office. She's 5'3". So,
Objection is sustained.
You guys, look at group who gets.
she's not a child. That's all I'm trying to point out. She's 22.
Objections and commentary.
Objection is sustained.
Y'all.
Court, Your Honor.
Oh my God, so insane.
Based on your calculations and based on the assumption that somebody would be holding a rifle,
Kitsmits is bringing us some good news. This means I don't have to die. She says she looked it up and CSX does not have colored lines from the looks of it. Well, I guess I will live to see another day then.
either at their hip or at their shoulder, in a in a way in which you could operate that weapon, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether that person could be Alex Murdaugh shooting into that
This,
question?
this.
It can't be.
There it is. It can't be, you guys.
I know you just answered that question, but it could be anyone on those green lines. Is that right? Your green lines that you drew could be anyone along that green line.
That is correct.
Could be anyone who could fit along that green line. Is that true?
The weapon is on the green line. And then so, as I've tried to explain before, the next thought process is that, okay, for people of different sizes, what do they have to do to put their hands on the weapon to fire it?
Thank you.
While it's sitting on that green line.
So to be clear, is that a yes, anyone on that green line? As long as this gun travels on that green line, it would fit anyone on that green line.
That is correct.
Thank you. And if you were down at the kennels when a shotgun was shot and a 300 blackout was shot, if you were down at the kennels, would you have heard it?
Yes.
No further questions.
We step
That's the
down.
last question.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's be it for this day.
Please be seated.
Good morning. Ready for the jury?
Mr. Griffin has a matter he wishes to address with the court.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. We are discussing with Mr. Murdaugh his right to testify or not testify. And one of the issues that has come up is the scope of cross-examination that the state would be permitted to go into should he testify. And the rule, the basic rule is when the defendant takes a stand, he waives his Fifth Amendment privilege as to matters to which he testifies on direct and relevant matters.
Yeah, I agree, wifey. I agree, 100%.
Subject to cross-examination. Your Honor has let in, over our objection, evidence under 404B of financial misconduct, and what we're asking is for an order.
They did say that apparently the I have no experience on guns. Apparently the shotguns aren't that loud, but apparently the 300 blackout or any like AR type like style rifle, apparently those are really, really loud from what everybody has said. So
Excluding the state from being able to question Mr. Murdaugh on cross-examination matters related to the financial crimes that's been put before the court under Rule 404B, if we don't testify about those on direct examination. And we need a ruling from the court at some point in time today before tomorrow. We're not putting them up today, but we're asking that we be able to advise him of what the state will be permitted to go into on cross-examination should he choose to testify. In order for us to adequately advise him and for him to adequately waive his right and his Fifth Amendment privilege and testify or not. And that's what we're
Would
asking.
you like for me to review with him at this time his right
yeah,
to testify or
silly,
not testify?
silly request.
Not at this point in time, Your Honor. We have to, we're trying to get a understanding from the court as to the parameters of the waiver of the privilege. Is he waiving, if he testifies about the murders, is he then subject to cross-examination about the financial crimes? That's what we're asking.
Shout out to wifey's husband.
All right. Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. First of all, obviously the general rule is that cross is generally wide open, and that goes for a defendant who testifies. Your Honor, Rule 611B on the scope of cross-examination expressly says that a witness may be cross-examined on any matter relevant to any issue in the case. And of course, Your Honor has ruled through 404 and 403 the financial matters independently relevant. But the rule goes on to further say, including...
The only thing though, Daddy, I agree with you, except for the fact that they did open the door themselves, as I always do with my shout out to Radiohead at the time when it happens. They did it to themselves, just like the song. So all these doors that have been open, they did. But other than that, yes, they did all they could. And honestly, from what everything we can tell, we know they would have obviously they would have advised him not to take a stand. And he actually says to Poot at one point, Pook gets kind of offended. He's like, I don't need to hear from you anymore. Like, he made that decision to get on that stand. And that was, that just, well, we all know. Well, we're going to find out next video, right? So there's that.
Credibility. So even if that had not happened, these matters, which go right to the heart of the credibility and frankly the extensive dishonesty of this defendant, would be relevant if he took the stand anyway, regardless of the 404. So independently, under that rule, the credibility aspect, it would be admissible under Rule 611B. But again, Your Honor has ruled these matters as relevant in the case, and so they're clearly within the scope of cross. Your Honor, citing State v. Gilbert and Gleaton, 273 SC 690, they said right.
And we're going to talk about, I mentioned it a little bit, I think, on the last video, but I have a lot of thoughts on Creighton, why I love Creighton. And a lot of that we will talk about during his cross of Alex, because I feel like he really was underappreciated by people, or I don't know if that's the right word. It's just, I feel like maybe perhaps where a lot of his brilliance lies, maybe wasn't quite as, I just didn't hear it really talked about that much. And I don't really know what, I don't know. I don't know why, but yeah, I will point, there's a lot of things that during the cross, when he does Alex's cross, it's like a day and a half where it's just, really, what's the right word? When you really think about it, and when we talk about the things that I notice, it's actually kind of astonishing what he's able to do with that cross-examination. So
there, as I think the defense recognized, when the accused takes the stand on his own behalf, he waives his privilege against compulsory self-incrimination and must answer all proper questions. Your Honor, Taylor v. State, which I believe may have been overruled on other grounds, but 258 SC 3.
And he's willing to crawl around on the ground, which is one of my favorite things on the ticker there. I hate that we only have 4 of those, but not afraid to lay face first flat on the courtroom floor to demonstrate so the jury can fully understand something.
6-9, when the appellate elected to testify, he waived his right against self-incrimination and became subject to cross-examination like any other witness. And then finally, citing the U.S. Supreme Court, Brown v. U.S. 356 U.S. 148, it says, it's talking about a defendant in a...
Wifey has a question here. I didn't hear them say bad fact. I was probably talking over it. A bad fact. So the way I usually think of bad fact, like maybe it has more than one connotation. I'll rewind it and see, because you're probably referring to something in the rule. Because usually I think a bad fact is like a fact that's bad for the case. But let me rewind it so I can hear what context they're saying. Let's see here. Hopefully I went back.
Credibility and frankly the extensive dishonesty of this defendant would be relevant if he took the stand anyway, regardless of the 404. So independently, under that rule of the credibility aspect, it would be admissible under Rule 611B. But again, Your Honor has ruled these matters as relevant in the case, and so they're clearly within the scope of cross. Your Honor, citing State v. Gilbert and Gleaton, 273 SC 690, they said right there, as I think the defense recognized, when the accused takes the stand on his own behalf, he waives his privilege against compulsory self-incrimination and must answer all proper questions. Your Honor, Taylor v. State, which I believe may have been overruled on other grounds, but 258 SC 369, when the appellate elected to testify, he waived his right against self-incrimination and became subject to cross-examination like any other witness. And then finally, citing the U.S. Supreme Court, Brown v. U.S. 356 U.S. 148, it says, it's talking about a defendant in a criminal case. It says if he takes the stand and testifies in his own defense, his credibility may be...
Oh, okay. Sorry, T-Pain. I'm reading what... So you're saying... Right. Okay. Yes. So then I did under bad facts. Correct. Yes. Okay. Bad facts. So the way that I think Daddy Shortnuts means this is the way that I understand it. So I can't answer that question. So bad facts... So going back to your initial question here, so she said, wait, so bad fact is something in a case that is a negative fact that can be proven against the defendant. Yeah, it's a fact that is not in their favor, right? So the bad facts in this trial were like, they all say like, actually, I think it was Kitsnitz and I were talking about this last time. If the law is not on your side, argue the facts, and if the facts aren't on your side, argue the law. That saying. So like, bad facts would be like, they can place you at the scene of the crime, right? They have you on video. They have your DNA, right? Like for example, here's a good example. Let's take Brian Koberger. So part of the challenge for his defense team is that they have really bad facts. They have bad facts, and we don't even know all the facts, but the things that we know of are the DNA, right? Are like, that's a bad fact. Like anytime you have DNA, like that's a bad fact. They have, you know, the car on video and all that, right? I mean, I think those two things alone is you know, game over in my opinion first, but I just dropped my pen. But anyway, yes. So bad facts, you know, would be all the things that are going to be difficult to get around for, let me put it that way. Yeah. Things that will be difficult for the defense attorneys to get around. You know, whenever we hear about even discussing in whatever cases, and it's like, what are the defense attorneys going to do? How are they going to, you know, you could even take the Adelsons, for example, right? Like how did, okay, here we go. How did Rashbaum handle all the bad facts for Charlie? The new extortion theory, right? That was what he did with bad facts, you know, so hopefully that makes sense. Yes. And she's just referring, when he's just referring to the alibi. Yeah. That he was driving around. Yeah, exactly. Because what else are you going to do? Like you have like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, they're handed bad facts. Like if they didn't have the car on video and all that, right, it would be completely different. So yeah, puzzle pieces. Exactly. Yeah, totally.
Impeached and his testimony assailed like any other witness, and the breadth of his waiver is determined by the scope of relevant cross-examination. He has no right to set forth to the jury all the facts which tend in his favor without lying himself open to a cross-examination on those facts. Those are the general and well-established rules, Your Honor, and they're particularly relevant in this case, and so we believe that those financial matters would be well within the scope of this particular matter and authorized by the rules in the case law.
Mr. Griffin?
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor, with regard to credibility, I mean, the rules are pretty strict as to what evidence of criminal conduct can be used to impeach a witness's credibility, and they are limited to convictions, and that's Rule 609. Your Honor has let the financial evidence in under theory of motive, and you've done a 403 weighing test. And Your Honor, I think when you get to cross-examination of a defendant, I think Your Honor has discretion under Rule 403 to prohibit the state from further inquiry in this case on the financial evidence, which they contend is a motivating factor for the crimes. And that's and so the Brown v. U.S. and all the, I don't disagree that that's the black letter law, but the question is, you know, what's the scope of cross-examination?
In case anyone's ever curious about black letter law, because we hear that from time to time. Black letter law is funny because it's one of those things that's become like a saying among attorneys, but it's actually referring, I think where it came from, where it originated from, is there's a law book called Black's Law. Like it's black, the author is black, and the book is, I think itself is black as well. This is like Black's Law. So that became a saying, and it was like one of the oldest or earliest books of, I would say it's kind of like common law, right? You know, so it's very basic stuff, but that's why it's like, to say it's like black letter law is like saying it's just like, you know, established law. Kind of like, oh, I know an example about the grand jury's standard of burden of proof, that it doesn't need to be beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Like that, that's black letter law, I would say.
Here he's charged with murder. He's not charged with financial crimes. He's charged with murder. And we're asking the court to limit the waiver of his Fifth Amendment privilege.
I've never heard of that, wifey, of that being a bad name to call somebody. But I will say, I always thought his name was spelled, like from hearing it, I always thought it was Crayton. But it's a very Southern name, especially with the spelling that it is.
The murder charges.
Yes, sir.
You know, again, moving back to 607, of course, the credibility of the witness may be attacked by any party. 608B allows examination.
No one's weighed in yet on my
concerning their.
No one's weighed in yet on my icon up top. Let me change it to see if I can get you guys to weigh in on it. So again, right now I've got option 1 up in the top right. I'm going to put up option 2, and we'll let that chill for a second. and see what you guys think.
Aspects of truthfulness and untruthfulness, which this clearly goes to, as well as 608C, which talks about bias, prejudice, and any motive to misrepresent. And again, we're not just talking about purely dishonesty and credibility, which I think is alone more than enough. We're also
I
talking
could do a
about
DJ
examination
Nightbot.
of issues
That would be
are
fun,
specifically
wouldn't it?
relevant to this
I haven't
particular
made one, but I
case,
could make one.
based on the 404 ruling.
That'd be fun. That'd be really fun, wouldn't it?
Rule 607, Rule 608, particularly the portion of 608, see evidence of bias, prejudice, or any motive to misrepresent may be shown to impeach the witness.
See you later,
by examination
Kismet.
of the witness or by evidence otherwise adduced. Rule 611 and
Thank
609
you, Kismet, for your opinion on
also
that.
addresses the issue.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I'm not going to issue an order.
I agree with you, Daddy Short. He really did have no choice, but it was like, yeah. I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? I guess maybe that was part of it too. It's like, well, you're going to lose. You're definitely going to lose it. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm like going back and forth in my mind, like, well, because the jury can't hold it against him if he doesn't. I don't know. In my mind, he was damned no matter what. So I don't know. I guess, yeah.
In advance, limiting the scope of cross-examination. Any objectionable matter must be addressed as the evidence is presented and not based on any advance ruling by the court.
Your Honor, the request for the ruling is not an evidentiary ruling. It's the scope of his privilege. And so would he be permitted to assert the fifth, for example, if they're permitted to ask questions such as they intend to on cross? And that's...
I can't give you any advisory opinions about the evidence and the scope of cross-examination, the scope of his privilege.
Mikey, let us know if you find anything about Creighton being a mean name.
I'm willing to review with him the scope of his privilege against self-incrimination, if that's what you're referring to.
We will certainly need to have that colloquy at some point at the end of the day, perhaps. But
for the court to issue some blanket order limiting the scope.
You know what's really funny about the financial crimes is that I know that like during the time that seemed like such a big deal. When I went back and as I've been going through like and putting all this together, it blew my mind because I mean I've gone through every minute of this trial to kind of distill it down into the videos, you know, so that again I've cut out things like you know, like initially the first couple witnesses, if they were just like laying foundation and just, you know, there were times where the defense made them go through hours and hours and hours of just saying exhibit numbers, and that was literally it, or like long periods of silence, or maybe things that were super repetitive or redundant, you know, stuff like that. But I've still watched every minute of it in order to make those decisions because I didn't want to cut anything that could be considered even a small amount of important. And as I've gone through this entire thing, I'm like, in hindsight, I'm like, I don't know what the financial stuff actually, I know it seemed like forever. It actually wasn't that much. It was like a couple witnesses from PMPED, but really the one that they spent the most time with was Jeannie Seconder, but that was just one witness. And the amount of time where she's actually, they're just reading off the list of the witnesses with that, where it might have seemed tedious, it was maybe 20 minutes. And I'm not exaggerating. It was actually, when you're actually looking at it and you're having to cut down time stuff, you actually see all that on the video editor. And that's why things like that surprise me, right? Same as the amount of silence during that coroner when he's looking for that answer about flood. You can actually see when no one's talking. You can see when people are talking, and you can actually see. So I was actually really surprised because as I'm looking at it, and I'm not watching it in real, well, I'm watching it, but in other words, I'm actually watching it with a different perspective because I'm looking at how long things are and where there's things that stop and start. And you look at it objectively like that. And I was like, holy shit, it's actually not that much. But I know it felt like that at the time. But I just wanted to point that out. So here's T-Pain with the answer about this. I've never heard of that word Creighton. I don't know if is that how is that pronounced? They are affected with hypothyroid. Why? What? Okay, well, so some people had hypothyroidism. Um, um, oh, okay. And again, I haven't gotten to the cross yet of Alex in terms of this video, this series, right? So I'm still working on direct. Okay. But still, even if you put it that way, you know, and from my memory, people like I feel like at the time it seemed like, or maybe people said it, in my mind, it was like weeks or something, right? Like I don't know if it's just like it felt like that because people were saying it was taking so long. So, but for me, like in other words, how can I say this? For me, even just one day seems like way less than what it maybe seemed like or felt like or was described like at the time, if that makes any type of sense. Like I feel like it was like one day of trial doesn't seem like that much to me in hindsight. But anyway, yeah. Cretan. Oh, Cretan. What about if it's somebody from Crete, like Greece, you know, Crete? I mean,
cross-examination.
there's any number of names that people call people, you know, people make shit up all the time. So who knows? There could be something, maybe somebody does say that. It does just because it's not in Merriam-Webster doesn't mean it's not a real name, right? Or a bad name or mean
That's
name.
unheard of to me.
Again, Your Honor, I'm not, the question is the scope of the waiver of his privilege when he gets on that witness stand. That's what we're asking for, not an evidentiary ruling.
Well, Mr. Waters has some cases there that I assume he'd like for me to look at, and if you do, I'd be happy to look at what you have as well.
Thank you, Your
Honor. Anything else?
From the state, Your Honor.
Nothing in the defense, Your Honor.
Let's bring the jury.
Bring
Call
the
your
jury.
next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Calls Mark Ball.
Look at Becky Hill, guys. There she is. Now I have to say she looks lovely in this color suit she's wearing. It's like a kind of like a lilac-y color. It kind of changes when they move the camera angle, but we see her a couple times swearing people in today, and she does look lovely on this day. And Nightbot says, "Bring the jury." Thank you, Nightbot. You're so cute. I love you. And also, you guys, this is a great part. This Mark Ball. Yeah. There's a lot of impactful testimony here, and this is really an interesting part of the trial. I'll be curious on y'all's thoughts on what the defense thought they were benefiting from by calling him.
Mark Ball, B-A-L-L.
Mr. Ball, will you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? Where are you from? What do you do?
I'm a lawyer in Hampton. I practice with the Parker Law Group now. I've lived in Hampton for 20 plus years. I now live in Rum Gully here in Colleton County. Have for about 9 years. I practice mostly civil law.
How long have you been a lawyer?
33 years.
Okay. And where were you born and raised?
In Ballantyne, South Carolina, up above Columbia, about 20 miles.
And when did you move down to this part of the state?
I started with the law firm 34 years ago. I moved down. I was a law clerk at first and have never left since 1988.
Do you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
How long have you known him?
34 years.
And did you practice law together?
We did, about 20-something.
Did you become personal friends of his?
Yes. I mean.
And were your family friends with his family?
Yes. Our children.
I feel my heart.
Everybody in the firm.
And your wife,
You know,
Lisa.
one thing that is really interesting watching the PMPED witnesses, like Ronnie Crosby is so, like Ronnie Crosby and Mark Ball, compare the amount of grief and sadness that you see from them, even when they talk about Maggie and Paul, even when they talk about the fond memories of Maggie and Paul, let alone when they talk about the night of June 7th. You can look at them, or you can look at Blanca, or you can look at any of the other witnesses that knew them. Literally, I mean, except for Buster, maybe he might be an exception, but from everybody we've watched so far, and you look at, the grief, the sadness. Never, like, the betrayal from Alex is one thing, but what I'm referring to, the love that they had for Maggie and Paul, and the sadness and the grief that they feel because they were like family. And then you compare that to Alex, when Alex is asked the same types of questions, or just asked anything about Maggie and Paul. It's really interesting because you can see when there's genuine grief and genuine sadness, you can tell, right? Daddy short nuts, dude. Yes. I don't know what you heard about me. Don't get a dollar out of me. Something can't see. I'm a motherfucking PMPED. Oh my God. Well, next, sorry, my brain's already squirreling. I'm going to have to find all the lyrics, and I'm going to have to make a version and change all the lyrics to things related to the Murdaugh trial and PMPED, and then wrap it and do that like on the next episode. Like, that's going to have to happen now. So I appreciate you for that, because also I freaking love like rap and R&B and hip hop from the 2000s and 90s. And yes. Who was that? 50 Cent? Was that 50 Cent? I think it was 50 Cent, right? Love that. Thank you for that. Yes.
So would she
Marty,
become good friends
getting
with
ideas.
Maggie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the, you remember the evening of June the 7th,
I do very well.
2021?
Yeah, it was impressive, wasn't it?
How did you learn about the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul?
It was about 10:30, and one of my partners, Ronnie Crosby, tried to call my phone, and before I could get to it, he called my wife's phone.
Same.
And the only thing that she handed, he said, "Give me, hand mark the phone," and he said Maggie and Paul had been shot and get over there. And so I scrambled and got over there. I live about 8 or 10 miles from there. I live over in Rum Gully, and that's Moselle.
Oh, yes. Excelente. So, little bit of nappy time. Not to be confused with nap time, like Alex didn't take. All right. So, look at that squirrel, squanguin rather. That's cute. Here, let me change it to the other one and see. So this would be a situation where perhaps the other logo, even though it's harder to see, maybe sometimes that's better. I don't know. This is where I'm asking for y'all's input, because you don't want to block shit. But okay, so Rum Gully. All right, so to the left there, you can see there's a chess marker icon. It says the kennels. I looked this up. This is Google Maps, obviously, of like all the Google icons. I cannot find what that symbol means. I don't know why the kennels has that symbol. It looks like a chess piece. I tried. If you guys find out, let me know, because that was really annoying that like I couldn't find the answer to that, like on Google with Google's own thing. And then anyhow, but you look and you see there's Rum Gully over there, like where the squirrely icon is, and there's a red thing. So, what does Mark Ball say? He says, yeah, it's like, he says like 8 to 10 miles away, I think is how he describes it. And you've got 3 options there, and they're all in that range. I mean, I'm not saying he would be lying. It's just, it looks really far from the map, right? Like when you look at it, you're like, God, it looks like it's really fucking far, but it's actually not that far. It's just that there's nothing out there. So you don't have context, right? Like literally, and actually I think I zoom in on the next one. Let me see here. There's just nothing fucking out there at all. It's insane. Let me see if I zoom. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, literally, I mean, there is, that's why you can't tell. There's no perspective because there's no buildings. It's insane.
And why did you go over there?
to find out what was going on, to, see what was, I mean, we're out in the middle of, nowhere, and, somebody calls you and says your law partner's, wife and child have been shot, you go. I mean.
And who did you go with?
I went with my wife, Lisa.
And when you got there, who was on the scene, do you recall?
Yeah, I came in by the cabin, what's referred to as the cabin side of it, and there was a ambulance was pulled up next to what I would call the hangar building. It was pulled up there, and then Barry McRoy's vehicle, he drives a SUV of some type, and then there was a police car pulled off to the right-hand side, probably 50 yards before you get to them, and I pulled in right behind them on the left-hand, or the right-hand side of the driveway coming in, and then walked over.
Will you remind the jury who Barry McCoy is?
Barry McRoy is the chief of the fire and rescue here in Colleton County.
So when you arrived, I think so Barry McCoy was present?
He was there. He was standing there speaking with a deputy, and there were two EMT paramedics standing over near their ambulance.
And when you pulled into the I guess the lower driveway by the cabin, had any roadblocks or barriers been put up to stop cars from coming in there?
None. I got there about 10:50.
And Wifey brings up a good point, because in terms of a jury visit, it's whenever, I'm not going to go into all the reasons that was horrifying that they took down the house in Idaho. You guys already know that, I'm sure. But one thing that is really interesting, well, I guess, and this is one of the things that was in support of not taking it down, right? Because I remember when they went to do the jury view that day, like, for me, I was surprised, but I remember all of LawTube being surprised. Like, no one kind of thought they would want to go. And I don't know why people thought that. It just seemed like that's what, I don't know if it was just like, they've already seen everything they need to see, or like, it was going to be kind of like a hassle, like, to haul out, get everyone coordinated, and it was quite a drive. And like, it was kind of a decision they made last minute. If you guys remember, like, it was like kind of last minute, like the jury, if I remember correctly, we'll cover it, but if I remember correctly, they weren't really offered it, but they requested it or something. And it was kind of a big deal. Like, they had to arrange all the shit for that. But what was so interesting was that, like, a lot of them, the ones at least that spoke up afterwards, they said that was one of the most impactful things of the entire thing for them. And that just goes to show you, and we hear this all the time, but you never know, like with juries, what's going to be impactful. But in this case, the jury view, at the scene was really important, because despite all the evidence and all of the pictures and everything, I remember them saying, you still couldn't get an idea of the size of that fucking feed room until you were there. And that's what makes it really hard about not being able to do a jury view when you have that option. So yeah. And the acoustics, right? That's another thing. And that's true with Moselle. That's true with inside a house. It's true anywhere you go. Because that's important as well. Acoustics. There's again, I'm not going to go off on a tangent, because it would be a whole other thing. But having said that, as some of you may or may not know, prior to this, I was working on my presentation I've been talking about for quite a while on regarding the Idaho night. And I have a PowerPoint presentation that I've put a lot of work into that is incredibly thorough. And I will complete that, and we will do that. We will do that after I finish this series. And that will be a better point to talk about in more detail anything. And by then, who knows what else will have happened. By then we'll maybe have a more definitive trial date, who knows, but, okay.
1052, something like that.
Did you have a conversation with any law enforcement officers about the need to block the entrance?
I did eventually. I was talking to Barry about, I had found out just before I got there, somebody had called me, and they work with sort of the maintenance side of fire and rescue, and they had come across the radio that there were 2 dead. So I suspected that Paul and Maggie had passed away. So when I got there, I was talking to Barry and asking him some questions. I could see Randy kind of through the alleyway between the dog kennel and the sort of wing shed that comes off of the hangar. And then Buddy Hill, the sheriff, came over, and then I spoke with him.
And did you talk about the need to block the...
Went down a squirrel hole for that one. So Buddy Hill, the sheriff, he's married to Becky, but it's not that Becky. Believe me, I almost died. He's married to a wife, Becky, and they've been married for 36 years, and they go to whatever the church is, and I was like, the fuck? Because as soon as I heard Sheriff, I was like, what? But it's a different Becky, not the same Becky. Becky Hill's husband is Tommy, not Buddy. But don't worry, I looked into it.
entrance into the Moselle property off Moselle Road?
We did just briefly. He said, I need to get this blocked off. And I think he took a phone call or something. And I walked back to tell my wife what was going on. And I saw another deputy coming in. So I walked out to the head of the road there, and I said, I think the sheriff wants this blocked off. And then I walked back to where Barry McRoy was. And then...
Did that entrance get blocked off?
No.
What happened?
People just kept piling in. I mean, it was just more and more people kept showing up.
Roughly how many cars you think piled in?
I don't know, because shortly thereafter I walked around to the other side, but there were a good many. When I walked back over there an hour and a half later, there were a good many cars over there.
And when you say you walked around the other side, I don't think we need a diagram, but just tell the jury what you're talking about.
Well, there's a dog pen. From where I was standing, the dog pen would be to the left. The aircraft hangar with 2 wing sheds coming off of it would be directly in front of me. There's a skinning shed that would be to the far right, and then directly across from the hangar shed, probably 50 or 60, 75 yards, would be another storage shed, equipment shed. And so I walked down almost to where the skinning shed was, and then back around in front of the far shed, the equipment shed.
So you did not walk directly between the shed and the kennels?
No, sir.
You walked around the shed?
Correct.
Before you walked around the shed, did you stand and observe what was happening within the taped off area?
I did. I mean, people were walking between the dog pen and the...
Are you asking about Mark Wall?
Responders had walked between the 2 areas, the wing shed and the dog kennel.
I think you might be right.
I could see where Paul was, but he was covered up. Barry had covered him up.
And what was the weather?
It was misty. It wasn't really raining, but it was one of those kind of foggy days or nights that it's more than just a fog. You get wet. And eventually it got where...
I'm wondering, see, now I'm trying to remember. See, I'm not going ahead of myself. Like, I'm only watching the trial as I'm going through and editing. I'm not like jumping ahead or like cheating. Not that it's cheating, right? But in other words, because it's enough to digest without getting ahead of yourself, right? And you're dealing with just one day at a time. But I do, now that you mentioned that, I do have a vague recollection that maybe he gets recalled. If he's recalled, it would have to be by the state in their rebuttal case. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, because we're going to see why that would happen based off of this direct examination from the defense and then the cross-examination. It would make sense that they would recall him. So that might be what you're thinking of. And I think you might be right.
It would drizzle off and on, and later on it didn't rain hard, but it was intermittently sprinkle in that kind of floating heavy fog.
Wifey's asking if this is the first time. No, I've rewatched it. I've rewatched it a bunch of times, but I haven't rewatched it in a while because there's been so many other trials on, and there might have been some things I've seen more than others as well. Like, I don't know that I've rewatched the prosecution's rebuttal quite as much. So, I couldn't actually estimate how many times because because I've watched as I've rewatched it. Sometimes I've rewatched things sort of out of order. Like if I wanted to go back and see a certain testimony, I would say in terms of like gavel to gavel in order prior to doing this series. Well, okay, let me put it this way. Every day of the trial, as the trial was happening, I listened to each day like okay, so each day of trial I was always caught up because I would listen, and then but like on the weekends and stuff, like, or if they had a break, I would go back and so like by the time a new day of trial started, like after a weekend or a break, I would have already heard the previous days more than once. So there's that. Like, because each day was like once wasn't enough, right? So I was trying to do that in real time as the trial happened. So I don't really know how to answer the question because there's that, and then there's like after the trial, I would watch maybe certain days in a row, but then another trial would start, and so then I would come back to it. So I'm not because it's hard to rewatch the entire thing without taking a pause to go watch a different trial when there's other trials going on. In fact, that's what's been so hard for me recently doing the series because there's been so many trials going on, but right now it's actually great because there's like not anything happening. And we're kind of in a lull until Chad Daybell's trial starts. So anyway, I don't know if that answers your question. I just would have a hard time estimating that because I'd have to like add it up together kind of thing. But what I will say is that like in terms of watching uninterrupted, like when the trial was happening, I didn't watch anything else. So in terms of like uninterrupted, like no breaks in between, like it's as it was happening. But again, I was watching each day more than once. And then I would say, and then again, if you're looking at not pausing and like every day watching it back to back, like now would be the other time. But the rest of the times would be kind of like in chunks. Abby's saying, I'm rewatching this trial on EDB and it's nice having the two viewpoints. Well, good. I'm glad. And yeah, initially I was doing EDB's footage, as you guys know, and the chat had spoken, and I like the idea too, like I did at the beginning of this episode too, where like if there's something that's especially funny of like EDB or whatever, like bringing that in. But I do think it makes it easier for everybody without having all the people talking. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying. We're watching EDB, and I will say,
coming off.
Just talking. Yeah, and the other thing is too, like as I was watching the trial live, of course, I was watching EDB, and when I've rewatched it, I rewatched it with EDB. But another thing too, I can't really answer your question, Wifey. I'm literally not answering it. But the other thing too is like, of course, with everyone else that covered it, like she was who was doing it gavel to gavel, but of course, then you had like Lawyer, and other people that were doing commentary. What you call it? Like, oh my God, wrap ups. Why am I forgetting all the words? Not wrap. What is the word? Recaps. Oh my God, recaps. I watched all that too, right? So all the recap people I watched too, but I guess okay, I can answer this. I can answer it this way. This is the first time I'm watching it gavel to gavel without hearing anyone else's comments. That's a good way to put it, because I think that is a big distinction, at least for me. And what I found is it's actually really nice. And I'm really enjoying it because I can hear everything and catch stuff that was maybe missed before. Because again, when it's happening live, people don't know what's important and what's not. And I can't blame them for talking. But watching it gavel to gavel without hearing anyone else talking has been amazing, because instead of hearing someone else's voice, I'm hearing my own voice, and I'm making actually more connections that I missed. Like all these connections that I've been making, I missed, and everyone else missed, to my knowledge. So I don't think I would have made those were it not for the fact that, I started actually using just regular footage without commentary and allowing myself to kind of listen and listen the way that I listen. And I listen differently as a musician. Kit Smits, who I think isn't here right now, but was here earlier, knows active listening. You know, I think that the active listening is a big thing. And I have that's something that I'm really trained at. And so, you know, I probably pick up on things that maybe other people don't. I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, okay, good, Ivy. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, again, like in my mind, I'm like too many times to count, but like not everything equally to try to look at that, answering that question about the trial, because again, like I definitely have seen less of the rebuttal than other things, but other things I've seen like a fuck ton. So, you know, there's that.
The roof of the kennel.
I did later on when I got around to that side.
Okay, and what observations did you make?
Eventually, the water was running off, and water was dripping off of the front of the shed where Paul was.
Was water landing on Paul?
It was.
And could you see where the water would then accumulate after it landed on Paul?
It would drain off. There's a cement apron right there in the
This
front
is what
of
we
that
were
feed
talking
room.
about.
And it was.
You guys remember we were talking about the water and the freaking, this is another witness talking about that, how the water would run off. Now he's talking about it in the context of the fact that Paul was getting wet, but it's the same thing. He's talking about where the water would collect. And this is exactly where I was saying where Alex slipped.
There was water there. There was water in the gravel.
Where the shed
to some degree.
room was.
The grass was wet. I mean, you could. It wasn't raining so hard that you couldn't just stand there without an umbrella, but it was drizzling enough that you were getting wet.
And the fact that you observed water dripping off the roof onto Paul's body, did that concern you?
It did. It did.
Why?
Well, one, I didn't think that, it's a crime scene. You don't want just water dripping all over the place, but more importantly, I thought it was pretty disrespectful. I mean, Paul was a good young man, and I, quite frankly, it just pissed me off.
His love for Paul really comes
Did
through.
you have a conversation with anyone about trying to prevent that?
I don't think I did about that aspect of it, but it was, I just thought that they should have put a tarp or something. I mean, just out of respect.
Right.
They eventually did with Maggie put up what I would call a tailgating tent, very similar to the media tents that are out front, those little lightweight, and they put that over Maggie.
Right.
To my knowledge, they never did over Paul, at least while I was there.
And I have to say that I really appreciate this about him and Ronnie Crosby both. They answer questions really carefully, or what's the right way to say it? I love the way they answer this because as attorneys, I guess they understand the importance of you can only testify to what you saw and what you are aware of. Like, you know what I mean? So the way he answers that question is he never saw them put a cover over Paul, while he was that he saw or like while he was there, right? So I just really appreciate that because he's not saying that it would never happen. He's saying it just wasn't while he was there. I just think it's a very fair answer, right?
When you walked around the shed to get on the other side, who was on the other side?
Well, I could see through the alleyway between the dog kennels and that wing shed coming off of. If you were standing in front of the aircraft hangar, it'd be the right-hand side where Maggie was. I could see Randy over there and Alec. Alec much more infrequently, but Randy was on the phone walking, and I could see him. And I think he and I got there about the same time. He had come through the main gate.
When you got up, what did you get up to greet Alec?
I did. When I walked around, Alec met me about halfway where that equipment shed is. Alec came, as soon as he saw me coming up through there, he met me about halfway in front of that shed and just went to pieces. Alec's 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", whatever he is, and I'm 5'9". He pretty
Again,
much smothers you.
there's a lot of questions about his height, and it should not be that hard, right? He was freaking measured after all, that very morning, he was measured with a freaking measuring tape thing.
When he hugs you. And he was,
What was his demeanor?
he was
It's knowable.
devastated. I mean, he was crying. He was, I mean, just.
And actually, so he says 6'4", 6'5". There was somebody else earlier, I believe it's Poot. Somebody says Alex is between 6'2" and 6'4". I mean, really? Like, can't we just figure out his height?
Just beside himself. And I told him we'd get through it. And he, go ahead.
Yeah, eventually did SLED arrived on the scene?
He did, but while Alec was.
And just to clarify, I don't mean that anything against Mark Ball. I don't expect Mark Ball to know his height. It was just reminding me of how crazy it was that his defense attorneys, when bringing up an expert, and one of the main important pieces of information was the height of the shooter, that they were being all evasive about Alex's height. That's what I'm referring to, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Kind of, I'm trying to console him and patting him on the back. And, he said, look at what they did to them. I mean, just right off the bat.
So during that initial encounter with Alec, he referred to they, look what they did, is that correct?
Yeah, they, which I didn't really think about at the time until I was taking my wife home. I just thought it was an odd comment.
And
Well,
by the time SLED arrived, were there other members from your
I mean,
law
that is
firm
consistent
and
with
family
Alex.
members out on the property where you were standing?
There were, by that.
Yes, everybody
By the
was
time
there.
SLED got there.
Everybody and their
pretty
mama was
much
there.
All the lawyers in the firm, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3.
Yep.
One of them had
Literally
small
everybody.
children, and one got forgotten, and pretty much everybody that was a lawyer was there. And family members, all of Alex's family was there.
Which is exactly, it makes sense, right? 'Cause, like,
to
the
leave.
first thing you'd want to do if you find your family killed and you don't know why they were killed, and you don't know where the 2 children assassins are, for one thing, and the first thing you'd want to do is call fucking everyone you know and have them come over there, right?
The area when SLED started processing the crime scene.
Eventually we were. The coroner came over, Rich Harvey came over.
I was being sarcastic, Daddy Shortnuts. I was being very sarcastic. I was being sarcastic because, of course, it makes no sense that Alex, if he actually thought there was a shooter or 2 shooters or any shooters on the loose or any vigilantes because of the boat case, if he thought anyone actually did that besides him, I was being sarcastic that the first thing you'd want to do is call everyone you know, all your loved ones, all your friends, family, coworkers, including your son, your sole surviving son, and bring them to the scene of the crime when you don't know where the killers are, right?
Said SLED was there. They were ready to start processing the scene. He said, y'all need to, go over to the house, and I said, are you sure about that? And he said, yeah. And I said, are you sure
I know.
it's okay for us to go to the house? And he walked back over and asked somebody and came back and said, yeah. And I said,
did you have any concerns going to the house?
I did.
What were your concerns?
Well, it's twofold. One,
And this is why I'm like, why the fuck? Because the defense called him, right? He's a witness for the defense, but he's just answering everything honestly, right? So given the facts of the case, right? Bad facts again, a lot of what he say is not going to be good for Alex. So here's one of them.
this is a pretty big farm, and I don't know who's over there. 2 people have been
This is exactly what I was saying.
gunned down, and
He's afraid.
Is
He
it
doesn't
safe?
know where the shooter
So
is.
safety's one concern, and the other
Safety.
is that part of what went on here?
I mean, that's a normal reaction is like, yeah, what about our safety? It's not, let's get other people over here and make them also unsafe.
And so is it where's the crime scene start and stop?
And when you got to the house, did it appear that the house had been searched and cleared in any form or fashion?
I didn't see any signs of that, but I'm not a criminologist. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a defense lawyer, but I mean, it looked like just a regular house.
And I appreciate also that's exactly how Ronnie Crosby answered that question. What they both said was similar things. You know, the house didn't look like it had been searched, but I don't know that I would know if what it looks like if it had been searched, right? That's essentially, again, it's very fair answers, just like before with Paul being covered. You know, they're like, well, didn't look like it had been searched, but like, I don't know. How would I, you know, essentially it's like, it's kind of not my expertise, you know.
Okay. But before you go to the house, did you have any conversations with law enforcement about, you know, your knowledge of Paul receiving threats?
Yeah, I had asked, when I was standing where I had driven up, Buddy Hill had come over there, and he asked me if I knew, because I know.
Again, no relation to
Sheriff
Becky,
Hill.
not the Becky that we
And
know.
he asked if I had any idea of who might want to do this, and I said, not really. And he said, do you know of any threats? And I said, you know, I know Paul had gotten, since the boat wreck, that he had gotten several, you know, threats and just
Boat wreck.
people cranking off from all over the place, not necessarily local, but from everywhere. And I would hear it from, you know, Alec from time to time, and different stuff. And so I told him that.
Did, when you had that conversation with Sheriff Hill, had you spoken to Alec?
I had not at that point. I hadn't gotten over to him.
When you had that conversation with Sheriff Hill, had you listened to the 911 call?
No, sir.
That thought of threats, was that an independent thought of yours?
Well, it was response to a question.
Right.
From Sheriff Hill.
And your thought process was about the boating accident?
Well, that was the only threat that I knew of that Paul had ever encountered.
Right. When, do you remember who went to the house when you went into the Moselle residence?
Yeah.
Who was with you?
Well, I mean, I probably can't name them all. I'll probably leave somebody off, but it was myself, Ronnie Crosby, Lee Cope, Austin Crosby, Neil, Alger, Randy Murdaugh, Alec.
Had Buster gotten there yet?
Buster had gotten there, I believe, but I'm not sure. He and Brooklyn, I remember when they came up, but I can't tell you whether it was over before we left over there. It seems to me that they drove up at the house, but I can't tell you for certain. And then there was Corey Fleming and Chris Wilson showed up.
Corey Fleming.
Lynn, John Marvin, just a host of people. Greg Alexander, chief of police in the embassy, who's a friend of theirs, showed up. There were
a lot of people in the house.
A lot of people.
Yeah, everyone and their
When did
mama.
you observe the condition of the house?
When we came in the door, we obviously went to the den, and we're standing around. The den and the kitchen in that house are connected, and there were pots on the stove, so Lee Cope and myself and I think Austin got the pots. I think I set something in the sink, and they stuck some in
that
the refrigerator.
makes sense, and it closes the loop on the dishes.
When you entered the house, it looked like there was food out that had been prepared for dinner?
There was food on the stove, yeah. Okay. I don't recall seeing any plates, but somebody else could have picked them up. I wouldn't.
But were folks cleaning up?
Sure.
Went down.
I've kind of ended up in the position where I'm like, I don't know that it really matters so much about the plates. Like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Like to me, even thinking back on it, like, even if it was like, who put away the pots and the plates? Like, well, even if Alex did that, it doesn't mean anything one way or the other, right? Like, he could have, like, if we're still like, oh yeah, I mean, who did it? Was it Alex? Was it not Alex? Like, if he was innocent, he could have put the dishes up. If he was guilty, he could have put the dishes up. And either way, his friends could have put the dishes up. It doesn't actually, in my mind, point to anything. Like in other words, him, if it's like, oh, did he put the dishes up? It's like, well, that's a completely different thing than like hosing yourself off at the kennels. Am I right? Do y'all see what I mean? Like, I don't know. To me, it doesn't really, it's not a big deal, you know? I mean, I'm glad that we know what happened just because I don't like open loops, as y'all know. Like, I'm like, I don't know the answer, but in terms of like any impact on the case, I just don't know that it really, for me, is a huge issue of anything. I mean, we know they ate dinner. We know it was a quick dinner, and we know that Blanca had the stuff on the stove. Anyway.
Were on the morning of June the 8th, after you got out of your deposition, did you go to the property?
I did.
And you went down to the kennels?
I did. I drove over there.
Had the crime scene been released?
It had been released, and because I asked Randy that morning, he said, yeah, they've released it when John was down there.
And what'd you do?
Well, I just wandered around. There was a sled agent there. I think at some point Duffy Stone and Sean, his deputy,
Duffy Stone
Thornton, was there, and I think one of their investigators, they were over inside the hangar, and there was a sled agent. At least I'm presuming he was a sled agent, and I don't know who he was. It wasn't any of the ones that were
counters for sled
working the case that I came to find out that were working the case later on that I can remember.
sled.
I looked around at different things.
Did you look in the feed room?
I did.
What did you see in the feed room?
Well, by that time, I think Ronnie had either come up or was over there.
Ronnie.
Abby, did you get to see all the doggies today? And if so, how are they doing?
Was there as well, but I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure. And I was looking in the feed room, and you could see, obviously there was still a pretty raw scene, and there were.
Were there still remains of Paul in the feed room that had not been collected?
At first, I didn't see it. I saw shot, on the floor, steel shot on the floor, number 2. Steel shot.
You mean pellets from a?
Yeah, like.
We know very
bird
well
shot,
what
except
this
it was
is by
number
now,
2,
Jim.
Steel.
Okay, and you saw that in the feed room?
It was all over everything. It was on the floor. It was on the shelves. It was various places.
Okay.
And then
The way that I
I got to
understand
looking around.
buckshot and bird shot
there was
now.
you could see where a piece of buckshot had gone through, and you could see where it had knocked out, or shot through twice where the window was or is. 2 had gone through that. There was some plastic crates or something, and you could see where one of the shot had gone through and had embedded in the window frame right there, the molding. And then there was a piece of buckshot laying on the ledge of the windowsill.
What did you do when you observed the shots?
I walked back out and asked what I thought was the agent, and
what was the agent?
He said, "We've got all we need." And so I walked back over there and looked around, and then looking around around the floor and all that, there was a piece of Paul's skull about the size of a baseball laying there.
Did that upset you?
It did, very much. I mean,
So-
it just really infuriated me.
I think that this was the trial where, at least for me, I learned something that, is important to know for those of us who follow trials, which is that it seems kind of hard to imagine, but it's true. So when you have these murder scenes or, whatever, crime scenes that happen on a property, somebody's property, the government does not clean up. Like the law enforcement, you guys may already know this, but just in case you don't know it, or for anyone who's watching, they don't, when they clear a crime scene, they say, okay, it's cleared. It means they've collected the evidence. It doesn't mean that they've done anything other than that, right? So they haven't made it go back. Well, maybe it can't go back to normal, but they haven't made it, what's the right word? Safe for people to come through in terms of what they might be seeing. They haven't cleaned it up, right? There could be any number of things still there. So that could be, again, they've collected the evidence, but anyway, as we hear, he just said something about part of Paul's skull or whatever, pawpaw. So, I know that the defense is hopefully, I guess their point is trying to make it seem bad to the jury, like Sled didn't do. But that's not law enforcement's job. There are companies that do it, and I think he actually mentions this here in a second, but this to me is still crazy, right? That you have to hire them. And I just imagine, like, a family like this, they could afford it ostensibly, right? I mean, somebody in the family could afford it, maybe not Alex, but But think about for families, like just a little side tangent briefly, like families that don't have all the money in the world, or, you know, like most people, right? And you imagine like they find a loved one brutally murdered, or then there's people who have a stranger murdered on their property, or maybe a stranger's body is found on their property. That also happens, right? They don't even know the person. Either way, how many people, I mean, I don't know how much it costs, but I can't imagine it's cheap to hire a crew that comes out to totally, because they have to also make it safe in terms of all the chemicals that have been used, right? So those cleanup crews that are coming in, they're making it safe for you to go in and be there again in that space. And I would imagine they come in with hazmat suits, right? Because again, there's biological material likely, but then there's also all the chemical agents that the law enforcement has used. And that's why, you know, you have to have people come and deal with it and make sure that it's been cleared. But I don't know how much it costs, but I can't imagine it's cheap. And I don't know. I certainly feel like it's a service that should be provided. That's just how it seems like it should be. It's not. It's definitively not. You have to hire them. You have to pay for it. But in my opinion, it seems like something that should be provided. I don't feel like it should be on the people, you know, because at that point, you don't know who's a victim and who's not, but you should, in that sense, in my opinion, it would be safer to assume they're victims and not force them to clean up after their own loved ones' remains that are there and what have you, or, you know, find the money. It's just, you know, God, I mean, the expenses that they're already going to incur with maybe an unplanned funeral, and then just the grief and everything else. And then on top of that, I don't know. Hopefully you guys see what I'm saying. I just feel like it should be provided. That's all. You know, when we talk about services that could be helpful, I think that's a big one.
And I don't know who I was supposed to be mad at, but it just infuriated me that this young man had been murdered and there were still his remains there. And there was a large blood spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Out right off of the apron of that area right outside
awful.
The feed room.
It's awful.
That was there, and it's kind of like walking across a grave. It's one of those things you just don't do.
Right. After you spent time down at the
Unfortunate, but it's not anybody's fault in terms of law enforcement.
kennel
Again,
area, what'd you do next?
seems like
I ended up going
in a
back to the
perfect
house.
world, the government or whatever would help out with that, but they don't.
I remember Terry Brandstetter, Maggie's daddy, was there, and several other people. And I spoke to them and went in the house, and eventually went towards where the gun room was that afternoon.
Did SLED agents come up to search the house while you were present?
They did.
And I think the jury's seen a video of it. We don't need to play it, but were you present in the gun room?
I was. I think they probably 2:30 or 3 o'clock, something like that. They showed up, and I had a discussion with that same agent, and I'm assuming it's a SLED agent. It could have been a sheriff's deputy, but I made the assumption that it was a SLED agent over at the kennels and the hangar. About I asked if they figured out what kind of gun it was.
73 now.
And at that time, I didn't know. I assumed it was a 223 based on the night before. Barry McRoy had said that he thought it was some type of assault rifle, and I just immediately kind of went there, and that agent had said that it was a three something, and I said a 300 blackout, and he said yeah, and I said, well, there's one over there in the gun rack, and he said no, there's not, and apparently SLED had been there sometime that morning or whatever. He said they already checked, there's not one over there, and I said yes there is, and so later on when they got there, there was one there.
So you located it for SLED?
Yeah.
That must have been
on the
Buster's
property
gun?
on the, I guess the morning on the 8th at some point in time. Did you observe an employee that had been working on the property for Alex, individual by the name of C.B. Rowe?
I did.
This part's odd.
And Did you take pictures of his vehicle?
I don't know what the deal is with
I
this
took
part. You
pictures
guys
of
let
a
me know
vehicle.
your
I didn't
thoughts
know
on
whose
it.
vehicle it was. There was a vehicle that had pulled up underneath of the, again, if you were standing in front of the hangar where the big door is, it would have been to the right. And there was a truck that had pulled up in there and it didn't have a license tag on it. And when I walked by it, there was a jug of Clorox and I can't remember what else was in there, but it was a jug of Clorox, and I just thought that was odd.
Where was the Clorox?
It was in the bed of the truck.
Okay.
And I took a couple of pictures
I
of it
mean-
and turned them over to SLED.
And why?
It's got to be just one of those things that, like, you know, the defense was like, oh, you know, because I mean, CB Rose, but like, I guess what I'm thinking is this: CB Rose has been cleared to the jury, like 100% cleared. That they've not even actually tried to suggest him really as a suspect, right? The best they've done is the 2 children, in terms of an alternate suspect. And according to that expert, that was the only possibility. So it couldn't have been CB Rowe. Like, let's just start there. That defense expert is like, it had to be 5'2", either 2 children or 2 5'2" people, or one who was moving, but they had to be that tall. So, like, in all likelihood, CB Rowe is not that height, in all likelihood, right? So let's just start there. But again, they've not even tried to make it seem like they think he was the culprit. So this is just bizarre, right? That like, if you're going to try to put doubt in the jury's minds of who did it or try to implicate someone else, like, this is like a really, it's not even half-assed. It's like 10% ass job.
Why did you take pictures?
It just looked odd.
Yeah.
You know, 2 people had gotten killed, and you know, there's
Like, again, I'm not saying that this is any fault to Mark Ball. I'm saying the fact that Jim's asking this question, it's like, it's just 10% asked question of, like, not even doing a shitty job at implicating CB Rowe, right? Like, it's just stupid.
Knowing Alex for
Hey,
30 years,
girl,
do you
here. Happy you are here.
develop an assessment of his relationship with his family, Maggie, Paul, and Buster?
Well, I'll tell you this. The person I thought I knew
Again,
loved his family, or appeared to love his family very much.
you're
He'd take
doing
their
it
calls,
to
he'd
yourself,
do
Jim. You're doing it to yourself.
all of those things. After, you know, September the 3rd, I'm not
what
sure I
were
know
you
that
thinking?
person. I never saw anything that indicated to me that there was anything out of the way with any of the relationships, including the drug stuff. I had no.
Yeah, let me ask you, were you aware that he had
Y'all, I'm glad you're here in the nick of time for that, because I've talked a lot about my theories on the drug stuff, and that goes right in line with it, right? Yeah, I think, is it a good time? I feel like there's more of these, but maybe now is a good time of Jim doing it to himself. So let's see. You do it to yourself. You do. That's what really hurts. You do it to yourself. Just you and no one else. You do it to yourself. And I need my little banner here. Elf, do it to yourself. Shout out to Radiohead if you ever see this stream. Shout out to Jim for doing it to himself, and shout out to Radiohead for writing the song. Yes, indeed.
opioid addiction?
None.
And were any of the partners aware that he had opioid?
None to my knowledge. I mean, that was not a subject matter that ever came up. I mean, it was, and you know, Paul, I think, has been sort of demonized by this whole affair, and it's just not fair. I mean, Paul
loves Paul. He
like
loves
a lot
Paul.
of young people I know.
He really
you know,
loves Paul.
Kind of are trying to find where the fence is.
His
Sometimes
love,
they
again,
get,
it's night and day. His love for Paul is so much more palpable hearing him talk about Paul than hearing Alex talk about Paul. Same thing with Ronnie Crosby. Both of them. Again, Paul and Maggie, the grief that they feel, the love, you can feel that. It is so much more real than anything we ever see from Alex.
you know, going a little fast.
Again, it's like a regular human, you know, when it's real, you can tell, right? I think it's harder. I think it's probably harder to assess, like, let's say that someone's just looking at Alex, because we know people act different in different circumstances. All that's true, right? But what I can say, I think that for the vast majority of people, they will feel safe to say when they can tell for sure. Like, especially if you have them side by side in contrast. Like, maybe for some people, if they see a snippet of Alex on, one of the interviews or on the stand, right, with his stupid sniffling that he does, and they see a snippet of that by itself, and maybe when he's talking about Paul and Maggie, maybe it's passable. But then if you see anybody else, any regular human that knew them talk about, and then it reminds you, oh yeah, right? It's like, that's what it looks like. I don't know. At least to me, I feel like it's a gut feel. It's like, gut feeling is not even the right word. It's like, as humans, we have developed and evolved to understand when emotions are genuine to a certain extent. And I think it's easier to tell that, especially like when it's genuine grief. I think we can better assess with more accuracy when something's genuine, maybe, than when something is fake. And if we aren't sure, we would say we're not sure. Like again, then that's why I think that you could maybe say, well, maybe he's faking it, maybe he's not. But then I think if you put it in besides a really good example, like genuine, I think it's more obvious. I don't know if that's making any sense.
Blow through some things.
Yes,
Paul was
exactly.
a good kid. He was always polite to me. I never had one single solitary issue with him at all. And I knew he had done some things, that most kids, are mischievous do. And on at least one occasion, I went to Alec and told him that I thought.
And I think too, another thing too that would actually kind of support what I was trying to say, and I didn't articulate it very well, but maybe this will help, is like, that's why I think there's so much emphasis and work done trying to detect deception, right? Because it's a lot easier when somebody's being honest and genuine to tell for sure. But then if it's deception, sometimes it might be like, well, we can't tell for sure. I don't know if that makes any sense. I wonder from like a human, like an evolution level type thing, like, I don't know, that's an interesting thing. I mean, well, I guess one could say, has this like such a tangent. I'm not going down this tangent. I'm just going to ask the question. Have humans, like as a species, have they by nature become more deceptive over time? Like as we go along, however long, how many years humans have been here? Not long. Not obviously a grain of sand compared to every other species. But in terms of humans and our evolution, have we as a species become more deceptive and more likely or more inclined to be dishonest over time? I wonder, what do you guys think? I would, that if scientists, hopefully not that other guy, not Mr. Physics, but other scientists, if they did a study and proved that and found that was true, that would not surprise me. I will say that much. That would not surprise me if they were able to say definitively. I don't know how it would be done. Again, this is just hypothetical, but if they were able to come out and say, yeah, humans have become more deceptive over time, by their nature, or more likely to lie or more likely to be dishonest, that would not surprise me. But that would also be kind of maybe an explanation as to why it seems like there's an ever more increasing desire for, focus on trying to detect deception. Because I don't know, I wonder how long that's been going on, right? Like, I feel like that 100 years ago, 20 years ago. I mean, of course, has been happening, sure. But in terms of just thinking about, again, like, a regular person's exposure to even hearing about people trying to detect this, I don't know. It's just me talking. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure, behavior panel guys could answer some of these questions, but I would imagine it's fairly new by comparison to other things in terms of, skill sets or areas of law enforcement or whatever you want to call it. Sewer Planner Girl says she has an amazing lie detector. Well, that's awesome. Oh yeah, T-Pain. Yeah, I know it's annoying being on the phone. for sure, because of the tagging.
Be throttled back a little bit. And I saw some videos of him driving fast. And I don't know what Alec did, but that was, our firm was very much of a family. I mean, if you were a member of our firm, and it didn't matter whether you were a lawyer or one of our folks. I mean, our staff is family as well, and if they have a problem, we all have a problem. And so,
And we have heard this from every single PMPED.
we look out for each other,
person.
and we did. Unfortunately, Alec betrayed that.
It's so
when he stole
fucked
the
up.
money.
I
And
keep fucking pausing it, but how many, let me say this. In this day and age, how many workplaces have this type of, because they don't exist anymore, had this type of workplace? It's not even camaraderie. They were literally family. I mean, the close knitness that they had was, I've never heard of anything like it. I don't know of anything like it. It's like something I can't even picture, you know, especially because these days there's like more of maybe an emphasis on like, you know, not getting, it's like the opposite, right? It's like, don't mix business with pleasure or whatever the sayings are, or like, you know what I mean? Like keep your business and personal life separate, whatever. Workplace stays at the work. I don't know. They're sayings, but anyway, they were the opposite. I mean, they were family. They did everything together, including all their vacations. And so it's so interesting because I don't know of any other workplace that I've heard of that had that type of environment. And so it just makes it even more horrifying the way that they were fucking betrayed in such a fucked up, brutal manner by who they were considered a member of their family. It's just so fucked up.
But, you know, the outward things that I saw of Alec with his kids and his wife were just that. I mean, they were what I observed. Nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors, but they seemed to enjoy each other's company.
All right.
I believe they did. That just makes it more fucked up. No one thinks this was like a domestic violence situation or anything, right? Like, I mean, you know, yeah, they appeared happy and normal.
Mr. Waters, could I steal one of your waters there?
Absolutely.
Here we go.
He was pretty good at hiding who he really was, wasn't he?
Fuck yeah.
Obviously.
Well done, Creighton. Right out the gate. You do it.
34 years?
Dude. Okay, I forgot. When I was talking about how much I fucking appreciate Creighton and why I love him, and I was saying his cross with Alex, I should have mentioned also this cross. There's a lot of examples in this, and I'll point them out, of why I think he's fucking amazing and maybe really underestimated or underappreciated. There's a lot of skill, and I'll point it out again. But yeah, there's a lot of great moments in this cross.
Or I have known him for 34 years.
Also, I would bet money, or I would bet my violin on the fact that so far in this trial for Creighton, this is Creighton's favorite day. And then then I would say the day that topped that is when Alex took the stand and he got across.
Pretty good friends.
But up till now, this was his favorite day.
Interacted many times a week.
We had his son Buster and my daughter were in school all the way from kindergarten on, and I would see him at work early on. He didn't work for us immediately when he came out of law school. He worked for Jim Moss and Coon. And then he came to us about 5 or 6 years after that.
But you shared a business with him for how long?
Probably 20 some odd years.
He was your partner?
He was a partner.
You trusted him?
You have to. And I did.
And outwardly, to your appearance, he was a good lawyer. He was a partner to you. He was someone you could trust and rely on, wasn't he?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
Outwardly, from what you observed.
He's excited.
He was a good partner. He was a
excited.
good lawyer. He was someone in part of your business, somebody that you could trust and rely on. Is that true?
Yes, he was.
And outwardly, you thought that he had a good relationship with his family. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you have just testified that you didn't really know this man, did you?
Obviously, I did not. I mean,
Oh, boy.
had we known the things he was doing, we wouldn't have been law partners.
You were asked about the kennel video,
Yes, sir.
and you've had a chance to review that kennel video,
A couple of times.
and you and I have talked quite a few times, is that correct?
We have. I didn't see the kennel video until probably a month or two ago.
But you've reviewed it here recently, is that correct?
I have several times.
All right, and any doubt in your mind that Alex Murdaugh, Maggie, and Paul were on that kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, 2021?
None.
No doubt in your mind.
No doubt.
Do I need to play it for you again, or no doubt in your mind?
I played it all. I want to hear it.
Well, let's talk about that just a little bit. And we'll talk more
I
in
think
some
you said you
detail,
didn't
but I
wanna hear
want
it,
to go ahead
right?
and cover this. You saw Alex the night of the murders,
I did.
and you knew Maggie very well, you knew Paul very well.
I did.
And
So Creighton, okay. Creighton has a thing that he does, and I do the same thing. And I think he probably doesn't realize he's doing it. And I know it drove Emily crazy, the stepping away from the mic thing. You had some of the attorneys like Koo who would get up in people's faces, and then also like Metters would just get up there but to touch people on the stand and be like touchy-feely, like not in a threatening way, but in like a huggy way. Then you have Creighton who doesn't go up to the stand, he just paces. So his brain, I feel like his brain kind of works a similar way to mine. Like mine is the same. Like when I'm really thinking, if I'm like wormholing / rabbit holing / squirrel holing, I'm always pacing. And if I'm on the phone, I pace. The only time I'm not pacing is like if I'm teaching or if I'm live streaming, because then I'm stationary in front of my computer. But any other time I'm like, oh, like I would be doing that, like walking back and forth. And he's looking, he's his brain, like, and notice he doesn't have any notes. Like what looks like might be notes is actually behind him, taped to the computer. No notes. In fact, he's holding his glasses because he doesn't need to read anything. And he is just pacing, and he's just, and this is going to be the first bit of just me talking about it. But what we'll see more, even more so with Alex on the stand, is the way this attorney, the way Creighton knows the facts of this case by heart, not just by memory, but by heart. And he knows them better than anybody in that room, including Alex. And we'll talk about it more with Alex on the stand, because I don't want to get too far into it. But I just wanted to point out the fact that I can see how his brain is working, the way he's pacing. I can see that. That to me is actually a good sign. I know it makes it annoying if you're trying to hear people or whatever. I don't care. I would rather him be in the zone than maybe not be as easy to hear at all times. He's in the zone. He's in his happy place. And I think Super Planner Girl actually said too that she thought this was one of his best examinations. I 100% agree. And again, no notes, right? So.
you went to the scene where Alex was, is that right?
I did.
And did you even ride with Alex or take Alex back over to the house?
I'm pretty sure he rode back over to the house. I think he and Randy, because their vehicles were.
Wait, you pace all you want, however you want. You can talk about.
And did you eventually, as things started to move forward, sit down on the couch?
It's not
with
as
him
easy
back
for
in
me
the
to
house?
respond.
Take yourself a liquor drink.
Okay, yeah. So it's not as easy for me to respond to everything, especially like there's a lot I want to talk. Like I'm really paying attention. I'm actually going to rewind it here a second, but I just wanted to say, like, I'm reading everything, even if I don't respond to it. So let me rewind that a second, because this was something I wanted to point out.
And we'll talk more in some detail, but I want to go ahead and cover this. You saw Alex the night of the murders.
I did.
And you knew Maggie very well, you knew Paul very well.
I did.
And you went to the scene where Alex was, is that right?
I did.
And did you even ride with Alex or take Alex back over to the house?
I'm pretty sure he rode back over to the house. I think he and Randy, because their vehicles were impounded over.
Off a liquor drink, probably a heavy one. Let me back it up just one more time to that actual spot. Hold on.
And we'll talk more in some detail, but I want to go ahead and cover this. You saw Alex the night of the murders.
I did.
And you knew Maggie very well, you knew Paul very well.
I did.
And You went to the scene where Alec was, is that right?
I did.
And did you even ride with Alec or take Alec back over to the
I'm
house?
pretty sure he rode back over to the house. I think he and Randy, because their vehicles were impounded over there.
And did you eventually, as things started to move forward, sit down on the couch with him back at the house?
I did.
Fix yourself a liquor drink?
Probably a heavy one.
All right, that part. Let's remind ourselves of something real quick. So when you got a witness like Mark Ball, right? The defense called him. So of course the defense is going to do prep. I don't know how much. I mean, they would have done some prep. They're going to spend more time probably with their experts or whatever, or with like Alex maybe. Although who fucking knows? It's hard to say. That was such a mess. But in other words, my point is that it sometimes we forget that both sides don't get to prep. Let me explain. So if it's an expert witness, the prep that the other side would get, they would get like their expert witness disclosure. And if there's a report, they get the report. But with all the lay witnesses, right, we have to remember something, which is that whoever calls them on direct, whether it's defense or prosecution, whoever calls the witness on direct has had a chance to prep that witness, to go over the questions, to figure out what they're going to say, and to be prepared. And they don't have to provide that to the other side. I think the exceptions, again, it would be like an expert witness would be an exception. Maybe law enforcement would be an exception if they're going to be like, like chain of custody, like submitting evidence. But with someone like Mark Ball, in other words, if you compare it to like in civil trials, there's depositions, right? Both sides get a crack at that's a good example. Both sides get a crack at anyone who they want. They can do a deposition and they both get a practice run, right? To ask questions and find out the answers. That's a great example. Like we've all seen depositions done, right? So both sides get a chance to kind of see how it's going to go with that witness. It's not so in criminal trials. So what my point is this, it's that Creighton has not had a chance to talk to Mark Ball. I mean, maybe because of the situation here, they probably know each other. Maybe they've seen each other in passing or whatever. And plus people are in court every day, but he's not had a chance to talk to him about his testimony, right? He's not had a chance to ask him questions or to find out what he knows. And here's my point to all of this. This is a testament to Creighton right here. And so I'm bringing it up because Creighton asking him, did you fix yourself a liquor drink? Now we heard Ronnie Crosby say that, but that was at a different time. We heard Ronnie Crosby say that he fixed himself a drink. I think he was saying scotch, but that was right when he found out about the financial crimes and right before he was about to fire Alex. That was in September. This is the night of the murders, right? He's referring to here. So different night. Creighton, here's the thing. I want you guys to appreciate this. I was thinking about this a lot actually this morning. I was driving to the grocery store and I was thinking about this and I was like, thinking about this question. Did you fix yourself a liquor drink? That's a question that doesn't mean anything. Like it doesn't actually benefit anything. It's not, if he said, did you fix yourself a liquor drink? And he says, yes, it doesn't actually have any bearing on anything. If he says, did you fix yourself a liquor drink? And he says, no, it still doesn't have any bearing on anything, but it would be a little bit awkward, right? It's a type of question that you would think someone would ask if they already know the answer. And if the question matters. And in this case, Creighton doesn't know the answer. And the question doesn't matter anyway. T-Pain says he's a secret alcoholic. That's a good one. I think Creighton's in the zone. And he's not even analyzing, is it a good question or not? Or is there a strategy? And this is part of what I was saying. This is part of what I will talk about why I love Creighton. He's not like other attorneys. And I'm not saying it's a good thing or bad thing. I'm saying it's different because his brain doesn't work like, in my opinion, it doesn't quite work like other attorneys because he is really more in tune with the person. And he's more, in my opinion, and more in tune with again, the facts of the case, but also this is the example. The example is that he has no information about whether he fixed a liquor drink. It doesn't even matter whether he did or didn't. But he asked that question because he can picture the situation so well that he is correct about it. it wouldn't have had any bearing had he said no. It would have just been really awkward. But Creighton didn't even pause to think about, should I ask this or not? It was just flow. It's like stream of consciousness. That's the way to say it. It's like stream of consciousness. He's picturing, he's walking, he's probably got his eyes closed. Exactly. T-Pain is asking a human question, 100%. Exactly. He's probably got his eyes closed. He's picturing being Mark Ball in that situation. He's picturing that den, that room. He's picturing it. And there's not even a doubt that that's what happened next. And he's right about it. And again, it doesn't have any bearing on anything, but it just gave me goosebumps because to me, it just shows you Creighton's ability as an attorney. Again, it's a completely different thing than other attorneys where we see them maybe outmaneuver or outsmart using legal loopholes or, this is a different thing. He's really on a human level. And I think that's really one of the things I love so much about Creighton. And the amount of it takes a different type of commitment to commit to understanding each person on an empathetic level the way he does. There's the time for the facts to learn the facts of the case. There's the time for all the legal stuff, but there's a whole different level of commitment when you are putting yourself there with the witness. And that's what Creighton's doing. Yeah. Like he says, like, hey, my dude, did you pour yourself a drink too? Hell yeah, man. It was freaking good. Like, thank you, Judge Arspace. I mean, like, not only was he correct about the drink, but he's like, yeah, a strong one. I mean, he just could sense it, right? And I think that it's really easy for attorneys, and I can't say it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's probably a common thing for them to kind of shut down maybe to a certain extent, the empathetic side, because sometimes they have to do things they don't want to do, right? We all know this in this community, like that they have to kind of go with staying objective and looking at the fact. I mean, and of course, and I'm not saying Creighton doesn't do that. I think it's more rare to see someone who is still so empathetic because as we know, that makes it really hard. And I don't mean it makes it hard in terms of makes you suck at your job. I don't think that at all. I think it takes a toll on people emotionally. And that's why they try to get away from the empathy. We hear that from everybody. That's on law tube. You know what I mean? It's like they have to stay somewhat removed because they can't get too invested in it. And Creighton goes there. He goes there from lying on the floor face down to putting himself in the victim's position, to putting himself in Mark Ball's position, to putting himself eventually in Alex's position. And he goes there. And I think that is really, to me, I love that so much.
I get it. And did you talk to Alec about what he did there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I totally agree, T-Pain. Yes.
I know on the couch we talked,
yeah.
but I talked to him several times, including before the masses got there, as to trying to figure out, do you know anything? Do you have any idea who did this?
Because you were very concerned. You want to get to the bottom of this, right?
Well, for a lot of reasons.
Creighton goes there, and it takes so much more of a person
for
to
what
go
happened
there.
to Maggie Hall, for the law firm, for all the
more
people involved.
of giving of yourself to go there
Safety
like
of,
that, the way he does.
if it was something to do with
Genuinely
him
go
and
there.
the law practice, we didn't want somebody to show back up at the front door and harm our folks. We didn't want them to harm any of the other lawyers' families. If it was some person that was deranged, we just didn't know.
Creighton wanted to understand this thing from literally everyone's point of view. He went there with Jeannie Seckinger. He went there with all the crimes of the financial crimes, all the victims of the financial crimes. He went there with everyone who knew this family, everyone that knew Alex, everyone infected. He went there with everyone and really put himself in their shoes in a factual level, but also like from a seeing it from their eyes. And he went there fully committed to. I think that's how he was able to gain such an understanding, to be honest with you, because there's so much like complexity to this case, right? And I think that the way he was able to get this bigger picture, fuller picture, and see the big picture was by going through all the details, the way each person saw it, and by going there, right? And I agree with you, T-Pain. And actually, because the Daddy Shortness was actually asking earlier, between Georgia and Creighton, you're 100%. I've never seen any attorney do this. It's like method acting, but for lawyers. Yes. I've never seen anyone do this like Creighton. And that's why he's my favorite for that. Like, in terms of like, of people who are prosecuting trials. I mean, I can't even think of like an actual attorney who's like, I can't think of anyone I like better in terms of just who I love, but yes, it's really something to see. And he, and with so many people, right? But he really went there. And I think that's why, in my opinion, he was very successful. I know that there's leading questions and whatnot, but you know what? In my opinion, I mean, first of all, it's the defense's job to object. If they don't object, both in this trial, there's really no rules, right? Everybody leads. There's all kinds of things. There's no exclusion rule for the witnesses. So I think to get caught up on what did Creighton do or what did everyone else do that isn't typical? Well, it was typical for this courtroom. And if we want to think about, like, again, like a baseline, right? Like if a courtroom has a baseline, it's very clear that the baseline for this courtroom is not like other courtrooms, and everyone operates under the assumption that all the witnesses are going to watch the entire trial, for example, in the courtroom. Like there's a number of things, right, that they just do differently. Everybody automatically says, I beg the court's indulgence. We never hear that anywhere. I beg the court's indulgence. There's a lot of things, right? There's all these Southern expressions and they all say it and they all know what it means. Anyway, so I'm not going to, in my opinion, like I'm not going to rate Creighton's ability as an attorney based on he's asking leading questions, because again, among other things, they're not objecting. If they object, fine, right? But what differentiates him and where his skill set is again, like it's in going there with understanding 100%, not just the facts of the case and not just what happened, but everyone's role in it. And yeah, like I said, so, but I just wanted to point that out again too, like, because I know it's, I think there's a context to getting too caught up in the analyzing how much he follows your typical rules or decorum, because again, I think you have to look at the entire situation and that it's just done differently there. And I think it's kind of not giving him enough credit if that is, if in some people's minds, maybe that means he's not as good an attorney. I just don't agree with that, but that's my personal stupid opinion. So, and yeah, I totally agree with this as well. He would have been crushed if he lost it. Yeah. And I agree as well with this too. Yeah. It was like a David and Goliath situation. He got his mind into the scene. Yeah. I 100% agree. And you know what? His mind is still there. He's still, and I don't want to get too off topic, but like of the many things that I felt with when all this news about Miss Becky came out, but then especially when that juror, Zercie, said, that it impacted her verdict initially, and it looked like he was going to get a new trial. The biggest thing that I felt was Creighton. I felt for Creighton. I thought, I don't know how he's going to, I felt devastated. In a way, how, luckily it was pretty short-lived because Justice Toll, handled that. But in a way, I was like grieving for Creighton, because I was like, anyway. But yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons, again, we'll talk more about when he does crosses Alex, but there's a lot of reasons why I can relate to him, and there's a lot of similarities being a musician, and again, we'll talk about it, but that really, I think also is why I can appreciate his perspective and his approach to this. And I really think he's great, so.
Occurrence in your practice of law.
Thought you were his buddy, been partners for 34 years, y'all are sitting on the couch, is that right?
Like family.
And you start talking to him, is he responding to your questions appropriately?
He was.
Answering the correct subject matter?
He was. He was very upset, obviously.
Sure, but he was answering your questions. He wasn't unable to make sentences. And
he was, yeah.
And did you talk to him about what he did that night?
Yeah.
And did he deny ever going down to those kennels to his buddy and law partner of 34 years?
And I think also
that he ate dinner.
In terms of this trial and the way, and just even in terms of the way the courtroom is done, and this is my favorite trial. And I will say that there's a lot of reasons why, but I think one of them that sets it apart from my other trials, and maybe this is kind of just now dawning on me, but it's the amount of heart. And you can see it with things like I keep fucking up his name, Roger Gale Davis Jr., talking about the stories, and it's like a soap opera between the chicken and the dogs and the rooster. And then like, even when they go on with about like how they all knew each other from sports ball games, and then like, all the little details of just like the mundane stuff in life, but then just like, I don't know, there's a lot of heart. And, I appreciate that about this trial. That's one of the reasons this is my favorite trial. I think, there's a sense of like this sentimentality, and there's a lot of heart, and there's a lot of I don't know. And even, there's the love for the dogs, and even just the heart between the coworkers at PMPED. Again, like I was saying, that to me is really moving. How often do you see that? And then like between like Blanca and the family, like there's a lot of love and a lot of heart. There's like one evil person sitting in that courtroom, right? But apart from him, there's a lot of love and a lot of heart, and that's what I pick up on in this trial. In various ways, and it's Creighton's a big part of that. But yeah, this entire thing's such a great example. Because between Creighton and the way he's doing his job right now, and then Mark Ball testifying, right? So you can see it from both sides.
Down on the couch, took a nap, and then left to check on him.
And now that's not true from seeing the kennel video, right?
I do.
And that wasn't the only time he told you that, is it?
No,
they're both trying to sort this out,
So this will be over the subsequent days?
Yes, sir.
Subsequent conversations that you had with him?
Yes, sir.
And he was always clear that he never went down to those kennels?
That's what we're also doing.
After they ate dinner?
It was the same version of it, but it wasn't always just me.
Okay, and we'll talk about that. Who else was present at some of those conversations?
Well, I mean, there were other law partners, and I can't tell you exactly who all was there, but I mean, I know on that Thursday following this, I heard him say it then.
Okay, and there were other law partners there?
Yes.
Were their family there?
I don't know whether they were in the room at the time or not. I just know there were law partners there.
Was Jim Griffin there?
I can't speak as to what, he was present on the property, but I don't know whether he was there.
And did Alec tell the same version of events, that he never went down to those kennels?
Yeah, he did, but I don't know whether Mr. Griffin was there. We were there before Mr. Griffin was there.
In his conversations with you, did he ever
Of course,
change
Mr.
his
Griffin's like a witness and all
story
that.
about who he checked first at the scene, supposedly?
I've heard it both ways, and I don't know whether it's just I don't know whether it's just because of the trauma of the situation, but one time it was, the first time I remember, he checked Maggie first and then went to Paul, and then I heard him say at one point that it was Paul and then it was Maggie. It didn't really matter to me. It wasn't something I really was picking up on because it was horrendous either way. I mean, I can't imagine seeing my wife dead and my son dead in such a brutal manner. So I never put any real stock in that. But it did, it oscillated.
It did oscillate from what he was saying?
From the first time I heard it. But
the story changed?
Well, yeah, as to which was which.
Mark Ball is very
days
clear in how
following
he
this
describes
event,
this.
this law firm, as you said, was like a family, right?
Yeah, here we go again.
You thought you were very close to this man, just like you feel close to your other law partners and their families and the staff and everybody else.
It wasn't just the lawyers that felt that way.
See?
It was, I mean,
Y'all,
the paralegals.
The paralegals were there.
I mean, it's like in my mind, the modern workplace, the way that I feel like it's now, and again, I'm not in it because I teach private violin lessons, but from my understanding, it's like they suggest the opposite of what he's describing, right? It's like stay detached, don't be friendly. I'm sure they all hugged each other all the time. I feel like these days people will be maybe worried about being sued for that, right? Unwanted touching. I mean, God only knows, right? They all the way that they were so close knit is so in my mind just so rare and uncommon and incredible, right? That they had that, and it's so sad that they don't anymore.
Law firm shut down. They were also we had to go on a heightened alert. I contacted SLED about what we should be doing, because there was a statement that came out about they didn't know of any danger to the public, and we're left with trying to make sure that the 60 or 75 people that work with us are all safe and they go home to their families. And SLED responded. I called the lieutenant over here, and he called me back that evening, and was very helpful as far as trying to tell us. He said, I don't know of any specific threats, but here's some precautions, and I think what y'all are doing is the right thing, and they were helpful. But there was still that undertow of who did this, and are they going to? And it just, people were just on edge all the time.
And you're not.
And that's how Jeannie Seconder described it. She used that exact
Still a
same
lawyer, and
phrase.
so you and your
on it.
partners, including his brother Randy, were very focused on trying to figure out what happened here. What is wrong here, correct? What happened on June 7th, 2021,
Sure.
right? Very focused on that, were you not?
We were. I mean, it was taking a lot of time off.
But he was not, was he? You've said that before, have you not?
I have said that, but I don't know, Mr. Waters, how I would respond if I'd lost, and I've told
It's
him the
fair.
same thing. I don't know how you're supposed to react when you lose your wife and your child in
Fair.
such a brutal manner. But no, to answer your question, I didn't see him on the phone like I was trying to call clients and did you hear anything? Did you see anything? Those kinds of things. So, I mean, the answer is no, I didn't see him doing that. I wasn't around him all the time, but no, I did not.
And you've already testified that you and other law partners and family and staff were very concerned about potential threats because of what happened on June 7th. Is that right?
Very concerned.
And you thought it odd, though, that he was not concerned about any threats, even to Buster, correct?
There
I
we
wouldn't
go.
put it that way. The night that this happened, I asked Alec where Buster was, and he said, we've gotten a hold of him, Brooklyn's bringing him. And I said, are you sure he's all right? And he said, yeah, he's riding with Brooklyn. And I said, you think he needs any protection or something along those lines? I don't know that it was exactly
So-
those words. And he said, they'll be here in a little while. He'll be fine.
So, in other words, it didn't even register to Alex that he should have been like, yeah, like in other words, he kind of forgot his own lie, I think, temporarily there. Because if he's like, yeah, is he going to be okay? Like, does he need protection? And he's like, oh, he's with Brooklyn, he's fine. Like, he missed the point of that question and like thought, oh, is Buster okay, like emotionally, when he meant physically? Like, do y'all know what I mean? Oh, Abby, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Well, yeah. From what you said earlier, it almost makes sense. Unfortunately, that's awful. I'm so sorry about that. And I agree
But
about
he was
this.
so addled.
Super planner girl.
I didn't hang anything on anything Alec was saying.
But after that, in the days that followed, you continued to interact with him. He never asked for any protection or expressed any concern about protection for Buster, did he? And
Not
you
to me, he did not.
to you.
And the only thing I can tell you is the 4th of July, he came to Ronnie Crosby's house, and he had a pistol in his bag, which was, to me, was unusual. And of course, in classic Alec, Buster, and Paul style, he ended up leaving the bag there when they left.
This law firm's been in existence how long?
1910
1910.
was.
And-
We're no longer.
I'm sorry?
We're no longer.
Yeah.
We're now
It
the Parker
was.
Law Group.
It was until he came along, right?
There you go, Creighton. Yep. He wants to make that point. Mark Paul
September.
wants to make that point. He wanted to make it with Jim as well.
September 2021.
Yeah, let me rewind that again real quick. He wanted to make that point with Jim as well.
A relative of Alex, his great-grandfather.
And that's the
He'll-
thing.
he'll
That's
be-
again where
he'll be-
Creighton gives him something Jim didn't. He wanted to make the point. It really matters to Mark Ball, as he really wants to talk. It really matters to him about the devastation of the legacy of the law firm. In his mind, Alex tore apart this family, the family being all him and all the lawyers and the lawyers' families, right? again, it's such a huge family when you think about it, because it wasn't just all the attorneys, but the attorneys and entire families. They all knew each other. They all, and so it's like a family of like, I don't know, 100 people. I don't know. But anyway, that was really important to him. And he kind of tried to make that point with Jim, and Jim didn't kind of let him, but like now Creighton's giving him that opportunity, so, Jim, you do it to yourself.
Crosby's house.
Okay.
And he had a pistol in his bag, which was, to me, was unusual. And of course, in classic Alec, Buster, and Paul style, he ended up leaving the bag there when they left.
This law firm's been in existence how long?
1910
1910.
was.
And-
We're no longer.
I'm sorry?
We're no longer. We're now
It
the Parker
was.
Law Group.
It was until he came along, right? Until all this happened, right?
There you go.
Until September of 2021.
September of 2021. And was a relative of Alex, his great-grandfather was part of that initial law firm, is that right?
His great-grandfather was the beginning of that law firm.
And was he also the solicitor for the 14th Circuit for this area of the state?
He was from, I believe, 1920 until 1940 when he was killed in a train accident.
And then did the
We know all about
defendant's
that.
grandfather become solicitor?
Buster
The
started.
chief prosecutor for this area?
Buster took over in 1940 and was the solicitor until 1946. And then Randolph was appointed by the governor and then was until he was 72.
And his father became solicitor, is what you just said, is that right?
Randolph.
Until about when?
2006.
Randolph
2006.
was 82
2006.
when he passed away, so
2006.
10 years ago maybe, around there. And Buster left the solicitor's office in 86 when he became 72. At the end of 86, beginning of 87, I think Randolph took over, and Buster became the assistant solicitor
All right.
And then
how long
Duffy
was
Stone
he
took
also-
over in 2006.
until about 10 years ago, and was still an assistant when he passed, I believe.
Do what?
I believe he was still an assistant solicitor.
Mr. Randolph was?
He was.
And so was the defendant, too, wasn't he?
He was in some form or fashion.
He had a badge. Did you
Yeah.
ever see a badge that he had?
No.
I did.
Where did he keep that badge? That you
No.
saw?
Dude.
Usually it was on the corner of his dashboard.
Okay, I just have Jim. This would never have happened had the defense not called this witness. This is insane. We didn't know about this on the dashboard. I think we kind of heard. I think we heard a small snippet of it, but I remember thinking this was way more. Whatever the situation was, this was way more impactful, because I feel like maybe who was it that said something about it before? I can't recall. Maybe it was in a proffer. Anyway, I remember thinking that this was the first time this really mattered, hearing a testimony about it. So,
Driving around with it in front of his dashboard?
A lot of times, yeah.
This family is very, very powerful, were they not? Very influential in this community?
I mean, they had a very good name. They had, they were.
oh, you know what? I think it
know,
was a
help you
proffer
with your
now.
problems.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think it was a proffer when they were proffering for the side of the road, and it wasn't allowed. It wasn't not right. That's right. So this was kind of an open the door situation. If I recall, it was during a proffer regarding, I think it was regarding side of the road, and it was ruled, it was not allowed in, the shit about the badge. But this is how it got in, and it's because the defense called Mark Ball. I'm fairly certain, if I recall. Y'all let me know if that's not correct.
How important was that family legacy to the defendant?
It seemed to be very important.
I think you've said that it was more important to him than anybody else that you observed.
It seemed that way. I mean, whenever there would be discussions of name changes or anything, he would be very involved in that, much more involved in that than he would be in other business matters.
And he even talked to you about wanting, that being the defendant, wanting to be solicitor as well.
At one time,
You talked a little bit about the scene, and there were, when you arrived, there were other law partners there as well, is that right?
Not when I arrived. Randy was there.
Randy was there, other law partners showed up?
They showed up over the next hour and a half or so.
Okay.
From Jasper County, from Beaufort, from all over.
And there were a lot of powerful attorneys at that scene as it was being processed, including the defendant, is that right?
Well, obviously Alec was there and the rest of us, and then I don't know of any other lawyers at the scene other than us being our firm members.
And was law enforcement always polite and respectful during this entire process?
Absolutely.
And when they came to the house that day, the video where the Jeff Croft came in and searched for those guns, were they polite and respectful?
They were very polite.
Did they have a long conversation? Because they knew family was in the house about trying to do this as delicately as they can without upsetting everybody and doing some big search and running everybody out of the house and all that stuff.
Katie, and I apologize, I can't remember her last name. She offered to take off all of her identification, her gun and all of that, and we told her that wasn't necessary. Yeah, Katie offered to really, be very behind the scenes, so to speak, and everybody, I've not had, the vast majority of them have been extremely polite and very, very responsive to anything that we ask.
Because of all the family there and the tragedy that happened, they were very delicate and respectful of that when they came to the house that day. Is that correct?
In looking back, they probably were too much.
Oh wait,
They were very.
Yeah, that's, again, great testimony for the prosecution, because that's hearing it from a witness, right? I wonder what the jury's thinking, right? About the way that Alex was treated with so much respect and, all the deference he was given, right? And then of course you have the defense who started out with their opening statement saying, that they targeted him, blah, blah. And then you have them trying to say it was a botched investigation. We're going to hear more about that actually with their next expert witness. And again, they're trying to what's the right way to say it? They're trying to say it's one thing and then also an opposite thing, right? It's like the defense is he was targeted and blah, blah. And but it was a botched investigation and blah, blah. And anyway, but what the testimony is showing is if anything, it was Alex's fault, right? Because Sled was being kind and respectful, but on top of that, he called fucking everybody over there, right? And attorneys, probably trying to intimidate them, and so anyway, I guess I appreciate Mark Ball saying that, because it kind of points that well, if maybe they were given a little bit too much leeway. It wasn't that law enforcement did a shitty or botched investigation. It was that, Alex knew that was what would happen when he fucking, he's Alex Murdaugh, but then called fucking everybody over there, right? So, isn't that convenient for him? And then he can try to be like, oh yeah, it was botched, or oh yeah, I was targeted. So anyway.
What was Alec like with the cell phone? He was on it all the time, wasn't he?
He was on the cell phone all the time.
He would constantly be using it, constantly responding to calls in the middle of conversations, always had it with him, to your observation, being his law partner for 30 some odd years. Is that correct?
He was an obnoxious user of the cell phone.
Obnoxious. That's great.
And would it have been unusual for him to go down to those kennels without his cell phone with him? You've said that, haven't you?
I don't know whether I've said it or not said it, but I would think it would be unusual for Alec to go anywhere without his phone.
Okay.
What was he like as a lawyer? Was he a very academic or type lawyer, or were his skills elsewhere?
Alec was a very good lawyer. He got good results for his clients. He got, he could look at a set of facts and really do well with them, figuring out where to go with the issues, where to push and where to not push and pull. And he was very good tactically. I wouldn't say that I'm a great academic lawyer. I think I'm pretty good at figuring out where the seams are to figure out the solution. And I think Alec was much more like I am in that respect, as far as looking at facts and talking with people. Alec never met anybody that he couldn't talk to. He could talk to a fence post.
Talk to a fence post. I think you've said that people were his trade,
They were.
and he understood the emotion of the cases very well, did he not?
He did.
And he could be very convincing with people, as you've come to find out from what all that you've uncovered. Is that correct?
Absolutely. He convinced us since 2006.
Effortlessly and easily lied to you for years, and you didn't know it.
Didn't
Is that
know it.
correct?
Didn't know it and didn't catch it.
Awful.
In fact, it just, the way he was doing it was very, very cunning.
Who is
Great.
remind the jury who Jeannie's second juror is? It's been a long
Great.
trial. Remind them.
This is Creighton's favorite day
She is
until
our
Alex.
in-house accountant, CFO. She's the money person, but she goes beyond that. She did management stuff. She would be the person that at one time she was kind of.
And remember, this is what I was saying. Remember, it's important to keep in mind that, again, because this is not a prosecution's witness, Creighton, just like with Mark Ball, just like with Alex, he doesn't get a chance to talk to them beforehand. So here's what part of why I think is what I was going to say is so impressive is that you kind of have to react to things as you get an answer, right? You don't know what they're going to say. Now, of course, ideally you don't ask a question you don't know the answer to, but this is a little bit different, right? Because this is the witness who is giving great testimony for the prosecution. And even though you may not know exactly what he's going to say, it still benefits you to just keep letting him talk, right? Like 100%, like the risk versus reward there. So, everything that Mark Ball says, Creighton's listening, and then he's improvising. I mean that in a good way, right? And I think that would be so hard for a lot of people to do. But again, because Creighton puts himself in their shoes and he knows the facts of the case, but he went there and with the empathy, he's able to know where to go next without it being risky. And that's why it may not be like, oh, it's like, it's just not a typical, nothing about this trial, of course, is typical, but it gives him the ability to not follow maybe a standard script of what you would normally do in a cross-examination, and it allows him to go where the witness wants it to go. He can follow them there where they want to go, if that makes sense.
Non-lawyer staff, but she could still rein in the lawyers as well.
And in the wake of all this financial stuff that came up on September 4th, she was one of the ones tasked with going through and figuring out the extent of what he had done. Is that correct?
She and I worked a lot.
And you worked on that as well. Is that correct?
Correct. One of the things that has come up, and there was this issue that happened back in 2017 where we had, at the beginning of the year, the law firm depletes all the money, and then you have to start off the year. Well, money's coming in, and you may not have enough to cover your bills in January and February. So we do a loan, and generally the partners, ones that wanted to participate, would put money in, and then they'd get paid back as soon as we got on a cash positive in the new year. And there was an issue in 2017 where Alec was paid. He didn't put the money in, but the check was written to him by mistake. And I've gone back and looked at it and made sure, but his name and Randy's name appeared one over the other, and it was just a fat finger or just a missed thing with the mouse. And the check was generated to Alec. And then there was a second check generated, one in March, one in April. The one check was negotiated in May, I think. The other check stayed on his desk and was negotiated the next October. Well, what that did was that threw out and this is in our operating account, it wasn't client money. So it threw our operating account out of balance. And when we started looking at it, then we realized that he wasn't the one that was supposed to have gotten paid. We had basically a powwow. Our president, Danny Henderson, went to him, talked to him about it, and Alec swore that it was just a mistake, and he paid back the money with interest because Randy had been out of his money.
Paid it back with stolen money, correct?
Well, I didn't know that, but I mean, he paid it back, and I think there had been testimony that somehow that got swept under the rug. It did not get swept under the rug at all. It was investigated, but everything
I think
seemed
that's
to make
important
sense
because we do hear a lot of people kind of, well, I don't know. We heard witnesses say swept under the rug, maybe kind of, but I feel like that was maybe more commentators. But I think it's interesting. You can tell it was important for him. It was important to him to mention this, that it wasn't swept under the rug, that they looked into it and they didn't see a problem, right?
The check was written to him. He cashed a check that was written to him. And well, I might know whether or not I had an extra $123,000 or whatever it was, or 21. Alec always seemed just sort of disheveled with his own funds, so it made enough sense, and there wasn't enough there to get in a brouhaha and terminate somebody or create more of a fuss than it was, but it wasn't swept under the rug. Everything seemed to fall into place.
I think that's important to hear.
Now, obviously, had we known any of the other stuff at the time that we found out,
and I think that's also why, some people during the trial, I remember were thinking like, what's going to happen to the law firm? Like, were they all complicit or were they all negligent? And, even with Chris Wilson, and I think it's correct. I think it was correct. They didn't get charged or to my knowledge, sued. I mean, if anything, they should have been able to sue and they couldn't get any money from Alex. But I mean, in other words, they were all victims, right? In my mind, and they weren't part of facilitating any of this criminal behavior. And, I think some people were maybe not unsure at the time, but I think it's, if you really, well, all the information that has come out and just from looking at everything, and I know it was investigated, but, anyway, I think that I don't see any wrongdoing on their part, but I think it's important that he says this. And even, another thing too, is it just goes to show Alex's abilities, right? That they literally had no idea. Like, he fooled and tricked so many people.
Then it would have been a different story.
And and the importance of this, of course, is that, well, he did the same thing with the murders, right? That he, fooled and tricked everybody that he wasn't at the kennels until that video came out. Fooled and tricked everybody, that he didn't do it and what have you. And he thought he could. And also it would support the idea that he would think he could get away with it, that he would think he was good enough at lying, that he could lie about it and get away with it. It would also support that.
But bottom line is, he got discovered. Oops, it was a big mistake, he says. He pays it back, and people move on, right?
And that was in 2018.
That was in 2018. And we're talking about the check written that was supposed to go to his brother that went to him instead.
Right.
And he was never one to loan money for those operating expenses generally, is that right?
I think he loaned once or twice, but
twice.
It wasn't regular.
Right, and not around this time period, correct?
I didn't go back and look at that part of it.
It was $125,000 roughly, something like that?
121, 125.
All right.
I was more concerned about how it happened to begin with. Randy's initials are RM, and Alex's initials in our system are RAM. So that was.
And what he did was he gets that check, and instead of saying, this isn't $120,000 for me, he actually goes to staff a couple days later and says, I lost that check. Cut me another one, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he cashes that one, right?
He eventually cashes.
He cashes the second one in pretty short order, correct?
He cashes the first one in October the next year.
And then sits on the other one for an extended period of time and then cashes that one, right?
He did.
Steals the same money twice, right?
Yes, sir.
What was the word you used before, cunning?
Very cunning.
Creighton, that was brilliant. He heard that and he waited. He didn't respond to that immediately, but he remembered him saying it. He paid attention. He remembered him saying it, and he waited. He wanted to go over those examples and then bring that back up. That's brilliant, in my opinion.
It wasn't swept under the rug, but he said, "Oh, it was a big mistake," and he pays the money back, and then people move on, even though because okay, it's just Alec, that sort of thing. Correct.
Correct.
But there are other instances like that too over the years. For example, using private planes for personal use and billing that to the firm. Is that right?
Well,
or explain
some of that, but The biggest thing was the credit cards using, he just wasn't a very good rule follower at all. But he,
With other people's money, right?
well, yeah, I mean, anytime you're in a law firm or you're working for somebody and you've got a card or a check that's got their name on it, then you owe them a responsibility to spend it properly. And
It's other people's money, right?
it's other people's money.
And he would spend personal use on the credit cards, and y'all have to talk to him about that, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was going on repeatedly, correct?
It, up until the end,
Put tuition on a firm credit card for one of his children, correct?
he did.
That's
Had to
insane.
talk to him about that, right?
Yes, sir.
And he'd pay it
That's
back,
insane.
and then people would move on, right? And that had been going on for years, had it not?
It had, but there were other people that would
But not like him, right?
not to that
Not
degree.
like him.
Not to that degree.
Now, you talked a little bit about the boat case, but back in May of 2021, Jeannie came to you and told you about what Annette had discovered about them receiving the expense check in the Ferris case, but not the fee check, right?
Sometime in that time frame, yes.
And your initial concern was, and you were concerned that he was going to try to hide assets because of the boat case. That was part of your concern, and the firm was not going to participate in that if that was what was going on.
That's correct, that he was either going to structure them or leave them in somebody else's trust account until it had passed. I mean, we weren't going to fudge our books for that benefit.
And you were aware that in the boat case, they were seeking a personal recovery against Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that caused you concern because
Boat
this firm was
case,
not going to
sticker.
participate in helping him hide assets because of this boat case, correct? That was your concern.
He or anybody else.
Or anybody else. And you had continued conversations with Jeannie over the next few weeks about this because she couldn't get a straight answer as to what he had done with those fees, correct?
Myself and Jeannie and at least two other partners. Lee Cope and,
Another partner?
and Ronnie.
Yeah, I don't
Ronnie
think we ever hear
Cross.
from Lee Cope, which is interesting. I don't know why we don't ever
Couldn't
hear
get a
from
straight
Lee Cope.
answer, could you?
Well, we weren't
Not
getting a
that
straight
they
answer,
needed him,
so
it just seems weird because it seems like he was a
we
huge
continued, but we didn't want to make it
person in laws.
a big deal if it wasn't a big deal, but because we didn't have the information, we couldn't make a decision.
And then on June 7th, 2021, Jeannie went in there to demand that straight answer, correct?
Yes, sir. I didn't know that until June the 8th.
But you knew it was coming to a head, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, Jeannie's tenacious. I mean, she's going to get
We're
to the
about to
answer.
get to
She's
this
not
part
going to
of
let
the
go
testimony
until
that is maybe one of the best things. Well, there's a lot of great stuff for the prosecution that comes out from Mark Ball's testimony, but in terms of their theory of the motive, he's about to say something here coming up in a second that is maybe one of the best things they've gotten in terms of witness testimony. And it came from a defense witness. Jim, you did it to yourself.
And it wouldn't just be this, it would be anything.
But unlike the other times, Alec didn't have the money to pay it back and make it all go away, did he? This time.
I didn't know that.
But you know that now, don't you?
Well, yeah, obviously, the whole world does.
The whole world does.
Maggie was your friend?
Who?
Maggie was your friend?
She was all of our friends, yes.
Oh,
Paul
Paul
was,
was your friend?
sure. He was dear friends
Loved-
with my,
loved Paul.
particularly my youngest daughter.
He was a good kid?
He was a good kid. I mean, he had his issues like everybody else. I mean, I don't know anybody that's raised children. If they say they're perfect, then they need to write a book. But I mean,
I don't think any of us want to be judged about what we did when we were 18 or 19, do we?
I don't want to be judged with what I did, or I really don't want to be judged with how I raised my children. But those are individual decisions. But Paul was a good kid. He was always polite. I could have picked up the phone and called Paul and said, "Hey, I need some help over here on my farm." That kid would have come in a heartbeat. He was just a good kid. Now,
It's a really good way to describe
did he
him.
do some devilish things? Absolutely. I hear about him, and occasionally, if I saw him, I'd say something to him about it. But he was a good kid. I mean, he was a great outdoorsman. He grew a garden. I mean, Randolph.
I feel like that was really interesting learning that he grew a garden, right? Because I mean, what an interesting thing. Like, to me, that's a bit different than someone who's a hunter. You know, I mean, I guess it would make sense, right? Someone who lives off the land or whatever. But for some reason, to me, the motivation is different, because when you're growing garden, you're cultivating something. You're cultivating life instead of killing life. Like hunting is like killing life, and growing a garden is like creating life. It's also just like a more of like a vegetarian type thing. But I don't know. But also, I don't know, that when he says that, like, that showed me a different side of Paul that I hadn't gotten from other testimony. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree. Super planner girl with this. Yes, 100%.
Anything in the world, and
absolutely.
After the boat wreck, the two of them
intricate care. Yep.
were almost glued together.
It's more.
And
it's really it takes a certain person to tend to a garden like that, right? And that's such a different picture of Paul. I just appreciate hearing that from him.
I mean, it's just a total waste of a kid that had never found his potential yet, but would have, I'm quite confident.
So sad. It's tender.
Tragedy happened.
Exactly.
To the family that was this law firm.
Indeed. Yeah.
Everybody was focused solely on that, coming to support one another and coming to support Alex Murdaugh. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And the last thing on anyone's mind at that time was those dadgum Ferris fees when this happened.
Yes.
Isn't that right? And you've said that.
We actually,
Here.
myself and one or two others said, well, we'll have to put that on hold. I mean, it was a conscious, it wasn't just we're not going to, subconsciously, but we consciously said we're going to, a man just lost his wife and child. There's no way.
Let me pause this real quick to say something. This is the first time we've heard this from anybody. Everyone else said that it was like a given, you know, they're just gonna, I mean, this is different. He is saying this again. This is what I was saying. I said it was coming up, you know. Here you go, Creighton. He could not have expected this. Again, this is why I keep saying you have to say props to Creighton, because he did not get to talk, like, it's not direct, right? He did not know. He did not know Mark Ball was going to say this. He had no idea. This was Mark Ball's choice. Mark Ball is choosing to say this. He didn't have to say, like, wow. And he's literally saying they decided to put it on hold. A few of them talked and decided to put it on hold. This just is to me, this is just huge. And this is the first time we've heard it like that in so many words, right? It's before it was just sort of like inferred or implied. This is a different.
And the last thing on anyone's mind at that time was those dadgum Ferris fees when this happened. Isn't that right? And you've said that.
We actually, at least myself and one or two others said, well, we'll have to put that on hold. I mean, it was a conscious, it wasn't just we're not going to, subconsciously, but we consciously said we're going to. A man just lost his wife.
This is literally.
There's no way we're going to be.
Creighton couldn't be getting anything better.
We'll get back to it later.
From any witness. Like, this is.
And we did.
Got back to it later.
Wow.
A couple months later, right? Or a month later.
A month later.
You're advised that, oh, wait a minute. Chris Wilson says he has those fees all along, right?
It's what I was told.
Because in the wake of those murders, he had managed to borrow some money from Johnny Parker, right?
I found that out later.
And he had managed to have Palmetto State Bank through Russell Fee give him $350,000 in undocumented funds, correct?
I found that out later as well.
This is back.
Yay,
just like
I'm happy you're here.
You get an email saying, yeah.
How could you forget to come back?
Chris Wilson, I got the fees. And that kind of put the matter to bed at that point in time, right?
That was in July, yes.
I totally agree.
Or at least you think.
We just heard Mark Ball say something for the very first time that no one said in such a way, saying that after the murders, him and a couple others at the firm made an actual decision to put the financial stuff at the law firm on hold. It wasn't just a subconscious thing, but they actually talked about it and made a decision to put it on hold. Huge, 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 huge for the prosecution. Huge. Jim, you did it to yourself.
People move on because you're still dealing with the tragedy of this terrible
You know, and I've said this before, but like I was saying this with Ronnie Crosby, but the fact that Alex knew how close they all were to Paul and Maggie, but especially Paul, it sounds like, and that they all were so close, like family members, he knew that they would not only, again, you know, not only would they be concerned for him, and that's why they would be putting stuff on hold, he knew they would be grieving. You have to think about that, right? How he preyed on them. He preyed on their kindness. He preyed on their love and how close-knit they were, because he knew they would also be grieving for Paul and for Maggie because they were family also. Sick.
The murders, correct?
By July, we were dealing with that and still this idea of the boat wreck, you know, and what he was going through. I mean, you rally around your family and your friends.
You rally around him, right?
Yeah. And that's not to any way throw cold water on any of the claims of the people in the boat wreck.
Of course not. No one.
Everybody
Yeah.
deserves a defense, and you know, you defend your friends and your family.
Yep.
But you do it morally and honestly.
It's what people who think their friends
Yeah,
do.
his mouth shit is real
They
weird.
do.
I know you mentioned that a while ago, Super Planner Girl, but Alex with his mouth, it's very weird. And just completely different
Aware
mouth
in
stuff on his
conversations with the defendant that back around the time of the recession that he had gotten into some land deals that had
Like his mannerisms on
gotten
the
into
stand are
some
completely
financial
different.
issues.
I think it was squeezing him. Yes.
Okay, I know I DM'd you or Discorded you about this Super Planner Girl, but this is one of the things I was talking about. These land deals. I keep wondering, was this Redbeard and Zero United Drive? I'm so curious.
And then
These
not
little
long
bad
after
lane
that,
deals.
he had some big cases such as the Arthur Badger case and the Pinckney UPS case and the Plyler case, in which he got a large amount of fees from very large recoveries, correct?
Badger was the UPS, Pinckney was the tire case.
Okay.
But yeah, he got very big fees.
All right. And you thought that with all those fees that you knew who you got because he's your partner and you get to see the books, you're the treasurer of the firm or
Right.
have been for an
So
extended
he
period,
knows.
is that correct?
He knows.
The old firm, yes.
And you thought that
The old
money
firm,
that
again.
you legitimately got from those cases.
The old firm. Every time someone just says the firm, even though he knows that what they're referring to, every time they say that, both him and with Jim, he corrects them and makes sure the jury hears. This is the witness's choice. This is Mark Paul's choice. Every time someone refers to the firm, even though everyone knows which firm they're talking about, he makes a point to say the old firm or it was or whatever every time. That is incredible, right? That's how he doesn't even. That's like what's the right word? That's how important and how committed he is, even though it would be easier to just not even say anything. It's more important to him to be committed to emphasizing and making sure it's clear that that firm got ruined because of Alex.
Had solved those problems because it was a lot, wasn't it?
I think I, along with everybody else, thought that he was totally out of any debt.
But on
to
top,
speak of.
but you've come to find out on top of the fees
Yep,
that he got, he also
100%.
stole
Shows the depth of the
millions
betrayal.
from those clients, correct?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't enough for him, was it?
Clearly not.
I'm almost done. You didn't see any blood on Alex Murdaugh that night, did you?
No, sir.
And when you went back the next day,
That's a good point, Kit Smits.
you went back
Yeah.
because y'all had attempted to
That's
call,
a good
y'all had
point.
called the coroner to get the names, and he had given you the names of some companies that their job is to come out and help clean up scenes like this.
So
correct?
this is important. Creighton is addressing this, and this was important because the jury doesn't know. Again, like I said earlier, I did not know until this trial that that was not a part of law enforcement's job to clean up the crime scene after it's cleared. I would have assumed, I did assume, like many people, I'm sure, that it was a part of their job. I did not learn until this trial that it is not. So this is really important that Creighton is following up with this so that the jury doesn't think that because that could really impact their view of law. I mean, yeah, understandably so, but they do need to know, because again, most people don't, that it is not law enforcement's job anywhere, and you have to hire an outside company to do it.
That's correct.
And y'all had called them, but nobody called back, and you just felt like you had to do something, so you went to the scene. Is that right?
Well, we were trying to also see what we could find out, if there was anything that we could do lend
Oh.
assistance. I mean, this was
Being a-
something that was, I mean, everything stopped.
Everything stopped.
The whole
Everything
world did.
stopped.
And being a friend like people would be and just trying to do whatever you could, correct?
Friend and, you know, we're lawyers. We, you know, we
You couldn't
gotta
ask
figure
for
out what
better
happened to things.
testimony. I mean,
And you
and he's
went
being
in
so
that feed
honest.
room and observed the things that you saw.
Did.
This
You
is
also-
a dream situation because this is not even, this is what we would call an adverse witness because the other side called it. But this is like maybe some of the most important testimony for the prosecution. It's just incredible.
Ended up getting blood on your sleeves, correct?
I did. I didn't know
Up
it.
high, correct?
On my shoulder areas.
This is also important. Pointing out how easily Mark Ball got blood on him from being anywhere near that scene.
And on my
It's going to the idea that Alex never checked him.
pants.
I asked you a little bit about the defendant's cell phone use. Was it like him to have very short phone calls, or was he one to talk for a while?
I mean, he would cut you off with one phone call coming in on top of another. He'd call you about something and say, "Oh, I'll call you back." And click it off, and you know.
But he'd start talking about something, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he would. It was regular.
It was regular. He would typically talk for more than a minute, though.
I mean,
said that
I would
correct?
assume so. I mean, most people, a minute's not much of a conversation.
Good answer, Mark Ball.
Just for a minute, is it?
No.
The night of the murders, did you see a golf cart up at the Moselle residence
I saw one in front of their house.
in front of the house?
Yeah, if you drove up the driveway, it was over to the left.
It was parked in front of the house?
It was parked off to the left side of the house.
Going back to September, and y'all find out about the Ferris fees, and y'all find out about fake forge, and
Fake
y'all have
forge.
a meeting of partners without Alec there and without Randy there, correct?
Well, first of all, on the 2nd, which was Thursday,
Right.
when the stuff with Forge came up and you started looking down, when I made the phone call to Tommy Moore, and first thing Jeannie did was start grabbing our check. All we could see was our end of it. So if a check was written off of our trust account or our operating account, but these were mostly trust checks, if it was written off a trust account, we could get a copy of our check. We didn't know where it had gone from there, and we could see the disbursement sheets, and we could tell where they were deposited by looking at the back of the check, which you don't normally do. I mean, it's just not. And when you started seeing commonality to it, and then but the Moore thing was concrete. I mean, there was just no way that money couldn't have been written out because it was being held. He had an ongoing workers' comp claim that was a statutory lien. You couldn't give him the money. And
Bottom line is, without rehashing the whole story for the jury again, y'all knew he had been stealing at that point.
that's when we found out, and then I met
Didn't know how much. In fact, you found out a whole lot later,
a
correct?
whole lot. We had about 6 at that time. I met with our president that night and Ronnie Crosby and set up a meeting for the next morning, and we met, and then Randy was tied up and then came, and at that point it was unanimous, and then Randy and Danny went and talked to him.
All right. And then when confronted
He
with
admitted
that, and he was forced to resign, is that correct? Or y'all terminated him?
Well, he could either resign or be terminated, but it was a 30-second decision.
And what day was that when that happened?
That was Friday.
What day? Do you remember?
That would have been September the 3rd.
Third?
And we immediately started into all the things you have to do when you find out that a lawyer's been stealing in your firm.
Oh, so
Which
awful.
has been
It's
absolute
a
teetotal
nightmare.
pure
I know,
nonsense.
it's a nightmare. It's a fucking nightmare.
So everything was coming home to roost. The storm was arriving again for Alec on September
Here we go with
3rd
the
when you confronted
storm.
him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, it was over.
And then on September
Wow.
4th, what happened? What did you hear about?
I
Great. He's great. He's a great witness.
had
He's like, yeah, it was over.
spoken to Mr. Griffin just to let him know that we had terminated him. He already knew, and about 11:30, 12 o'clock, whatever time it was, I was on a tractor. And
I was on
he
a
called me
tractor.
and said, "You're not going to believe
Isn't that
what happened."
incredible?
I thought,
Like here we have these attorneys that like the juxtaposition, right, of like I don't know if you want to call it white collar, I guess technically, right? Because at least for even the crimes are called white collar crimes, but you know, attorneys, law firm, fancy, whatever, but they all live out on farmland, and you know, here he is just giving this anecdote about a phone call and he's on a tractor. It's just, I actually really appreciate that, you know, because like does his own hard work, right? Not too fancy to get on a tractor. I really appreciate that. Actually, I love that.
My first response was, "Don't tell me that jackass killed himself."
Right.
And
you know, it shows. It's like it shows he's, and not that he has the like. I've not gotten the only attorney from the law firm or anyone really for that matter involved with this case that I've gotten an impression that they had an elitist attitude was Alec, maybe Corey Fleming, but not from anybody else. So I just appreciate that, the lack of maybe being elitist or whatever, right? They're just, it's so salt of the earth. I love it.
No, somebody shot him, and I just said, I don't believe that. That's
You don't
bullshit.
believe that. A lot of people thought right away that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back. Correct? The chickens were home to roost again.
This is
for
another
Alec,
good
and
one.
all of a sudden he's a
You
victim
guys,
again.
just this is insane. The testimony. He's about to say something. Another thing. He's about to drop like another bomb, but in a good way.
Correct?
He's objecting. Ah.
Objection's overruled.
You know what? Like I said, the prosecution did not get to question Mark Ball ahead of time, but you know who did? The defense. This is the first objection so far. This is the first objection so far. You know why? I would bet you they asked this question of Mark Ball and they heard his answer and they chose not to ask it in their direct examination, but they know what's coming. And that's why they're objecting.
I went to the scene. I went straight to the scene,
They did not ask him about
but I
side of the road.
didn't believe it.
You didn't believe it because you have training as a lawyer, right?
I don't know whether it was intuition, training, whatever. I just didn't believe it.
And what did you see at the scene that confirmed that this time?
I got out.
It didn't work.
Danny and Ronnie were there and standing there, and I said, I don't buy it. And
You
we
didn't
walked
buy?
up towards
Oh,
the car.
man.
I think
Good.
I said it's got run flat tires, and the tire's not flat.
Yep.
Before we got to it, Ronnie said it doesn't even have a spare. And then when we got up to it, you could see at 9 o'clock where somebody had stabbed the tire. And we hung around there, and then when Sled showed up, I think it was actually David Owens showed up, or Ryan Kelly showed up, one of them. And that's when we told him we had fired him the day before. And what had happened, we were in consultation with a lawyer we had to hire on Friday to figure out what to do
What a mess
and
to
how
put
to
them
do
in.
it.
Stupid.
And when this happened, we thought they needed to know.
And you were told that Alec claimed at the scene that he was shot by some unknown assailant, correct?
That was the story.
But
I
you
just-
knew this scene had been manufactured by Alec, correct, when you were out there?
I didn't know that. I suspected. It just didn't look like, I mean, it was a shiny Mercedes black car with no holes in it, a single shot. There's the back hatch isn't open. There's no nothing. I mean, it just doesn't look right.
Yep.
And just when accountability's arriving again, the defendant
Creighton cracks me up.
manufactures himself being a victim, correct?
That's what it turned out to be.
Thank you, Mr. Ball.
Redirect.
Bravo! Good luck, Jim. Jim, oh, guys,
Your knowledge.
if I remember correctly, Jim just, he makes it work. He should have, in my opinion, probably just not stood up and said no. Because if he doesn't go again, Creighton doesn't get to go again.
Has the law firm, MPED, repaid all the money to the clients that's owed, as well as insurance
This
companies?
part is so
that
gross.
pitched
You
in?
guys, this part is so fucking gross.
To this point, we still we're holding
This is awful.
some money as of 2 weeks ago. And in one of the matters, we're trying to get that money returned. We're having to go
Exactly,
through
super
appeal.
planner girl. I
And
know.
the list of names that you read off, those folks, if if they're entitled to the money now, they've
This part, okay. I'm pretty sure, my opinion is that Mark Ball doesn't even understand quite what the question is because he can't even process the question. And I don't blame him, because if I'm understanding the questions where Jim's going with this correctly, this is so disgusting and despicable. You wouldn't expect him to mean what he means, I think. Let's just see.
received it. Is that right?
The people on that list have, yes, and there's plenty, a bunch more that have as well.
And the law firm is currently out a lot of money. Is that correct?
We are.
As a result of Alex?
Well, the law firm and the partners in the law firm.
Yeah.
We've had to pony it out of our pocket.
Sure. You personally have had to pony out.
See how you tried to
Yes,
cut him off there,
along with
sure.
our partners.
And when Alec was resigned or terminated in September, he had some cash flow coming into the
Yes.
firm that the firm was able to keep and use that to pay some of the claims.
No, sir. All of our
You
funds,
guys-
doesn't matter what I earn.
I think where Jim's trying to go with this is that Alex, oh, it's so creepy. I have a hard time getting the words out, and I think it's for the same reason that Mark Ball's, I think, maybe not quite understanding the question, because it's hard to even fathom what Jim is getting at from what it seems like. It seems like Jim is trying to get at the fact that, the shuddering. I'm shuddering at this. That Alex had money that was coming in for, oh my God. Alex had money coming in from these cases that were settling or whatever after the fact. And oh my God, that almost like the law firm is being, what's the right word? I don't even know how to phrase this because it's so hard to explain, because it's so insane. Like almost like the law firm was greedy. like the law firm, Jim's trying to insinuate that the law firm kept Alex's money. What Mark Ball is going to explain is that it's not Alex's money, it's the firm's money, which it is. Jim is trying to mischaracterize this as if the law firm was doing something shady by keeping Alex's attorney's fees that were coming in instead of paying him. And also, part two, that because they also used that money to then pay back some of the victims, that it's like Alex made them whole. Like the Kitsmith is saying, like the law firm fired AM specifically. Maybe even that. Yeah, maybe even that. Exactly. Yep. So again, the money belongs to the firm. He's about to explain this, but Jim is trying to mischaracterize this in some way that is so, again, it's hard to wrap the brain around it.
Until it's
really
declared
hard.
at the end of the year, it's law firm money.
No, I understand that. So
See,
law firm money
Mark Ball's missing the
earned
question.
off Alex
He can't.
cases that was
Exactly.
earned money when he left.
Well,
Exactly.
We're talking $2 million.
First of all the cases are owned by the law firm.
See, Mark Ball's
They're
not understanding the
Mark's
question.
cases
It's a
are
good
not
thing he's
Elliot's
not.
cases.
You
They're law
probably
firm
do.
cases.
Like,
The
if Mark
cases that
Ball
Elliot
understood what was being insinuated here, he would probably be throwing up on the stand. So it's better that he's not getting it.
was working on generated monies, and we internally
that's a
decided
good
how
point
we
here,
were, a
Fitzmath.
formula
That's
that we were
steps
going to
further.
use.
That's a good
because
one.
people had to complete those cases.
Totally.
And we've allocated
That's a good
much,
thought.
much more than ordinarily our expenses are taken out in a different way, but we allocated a bunch of money to paying those, yes.
I understand. But the income.
See,
from
he's
those
not letting it
cases,
go. See?
North of 2 million, perhaps?
Because he's not getting the answer he wanted. Oh.
And your firm and Jeannie Seconder and others have cooperated with SLED and the Attorney General's office in their investigation.
Like
of
Alex
Alex
oh my God, I can't
misdeeds
even.
in relation to those claim matters.
Like,
have they
it's
not?
like, see, so Alex brought in money. You guys got to keep it. He didn't get his money. You guys got to keep it. It's almost like hinting that Alex is a victim. It's almost like Alex made things right and he's a victim. I can't. That's a low. What's even the word? It's stooping low. Whatever. I can't even think of the saying because I'm just my brain, what's the phrase? It's you guys know what I mean. Hopefully.
And as a result of, I mean, you're aware that Alex has 90+ pending charges against him.
Oh,
for financial.
absolutely,
The
Kitsman.
stuff you just testified about, right?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, maybe he's in a way pissed because of the testimony he just heard, which it's his own fucking fault. Like Mark Ball is not on. I mean, he's just being honest and telling the fucking truth, right? I mean, but I don't know. That's what I'm thinking, that he's the hero because he earned for the firm. 100%. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah. That's again, I can't think of the word. It's like, stooping low even for someone who, what's the phrase? If you guys think of it, put it in the chat.
And you've been subpoenaed here today to testify in the murder case, correct?
I've been subpoenaed since this trial started.
And this is the murder case.
Yes, sir.
Immediately after the murder of Maggie and Paul, and you talked about Alex's demeanor.
Yeah, I totally think that's the hero for the firm. Yeah. Sinking to a new low. Thank you, Kit Smith.
No, sir.
Thank you. That's it. Yes.
He came, he was out for a while.
Yeah.
I think he went to his in-laws and stayed.
A new low. Yeah, that's it.
After the funeral was either Friday or Saturday, I can't remember. And then Randolph died on Thursday after this. And then Randolph's was on Sunday. And Alex he was staying between Randy, John Marvin, and
did that was harmful for sure. I mean, I guess there was the bit about the rain on Paul or whatever. I mean, the rain on Paul, and then was there anything else? I feel like that was I think the main thing was too, the way that the crime scene investigation initially, was open. But it's all stuff that we know is Alex's fault, first of all, because Alex called everybody over there and intimidated law enforcement, whatever, right? / we've already heard, but I think it was mostly because he was one of the first people there. I think it was mostly about trying to suggest that there was problems with the crime scene. That was the only thing I could think of. And I think you could also be right, Super Planner Girl, that maybe he didn't fully realize, you can tell, he's kind of thinking through stuff as it happens. So, I don't think Mark Ball planned on, or anyone could have known exactly where it was going to go. But the other thing is, again, the prosecution, if there's a witness that either side can call, it's a game of chicken, because there's a witness that either side can call. And that happens in other trials too, by the way. But this is Mark Ball as an example, right? The attorneys are looking at their list. I guarantee you he was on the prosecution's witness list. So then it's a matter of, who's going to call him, right? It's like a game of chicken, because and I think that's exactly what happened, and it was smart, because essentially I think the prosecution was smart because they didn't call him because they figured they had enough. They knew they were betting on the fact that the defense would. Now, why does it matter? Because whoever is in the position to cross-examine for a witness that could be favorable to both sides, it gives you an advantage. And here's why. Because it is harder for direct, because you can't, I know the leading is just sort of, they have their own rules in this case, but the standard rules are on direct examination, it's limited in scope. Okay. First of all, it's limited in scope. You can't just ask anything. Second of all, you're not supposed to be leading. However, on cross-examination, as we heard Creighton mention earlier during that housekeeping, when you're on cross-examination, you have wide range of what you can ask. So you can ask questions that are on a broader range of topics from what the direct did. And you can also lead. And you get a chance to hear what they're going to say on direct. So it puts you, if you, in other words, if you're, let's say you're the prosecution here, if you want to go ahead and take that risk and bet that the defense is going to call this witness, you're better off not calling them yourself and letting them get called by the defense, because that puts you in a better position. If that makes sense, it gives you more advantage. And the only downside would be if you bet that they're going to call them and then they don't call them. And that's where you would have to do like risk versus reward. And I think that the prosecution decided that either A, they thought for sure the defense would definitely call them, or B, call him rather, or B, that they didn't need it if the defense didn't call him. So it's, and I agree. This did not work out for them the way they thought it would. The one who helped clean, he was not the one who helped clean up the crime scene. Well, he showed up there while there were still body parts, but it sounded like, well, Ronnie Crosby is the one who talks about how he was supposed to help clean it up. And Mark Ball talks about getting there, and it sounds kind of like the same time, but he doesn't necessarily say he was supposed to help clean it up. He just says he was supposed to help in any way he could. So I think maybe it's possible they both were doing that, but the way they talk about it is different. And I totally agree. It does make watching trials fun. Yeah, then maybe, yeah, because Ronnie Crosby, right. And Ronnie Crosby has like the strawberry blonde hair. But he definitely does say explicitly about cleaning it up. But it does sound like Mark Ball was involved in that, but he just describes it differently. That whole thing. So, yeah, but I think that's what it is. And then the defense, they should have just gone with not calling them. I'm glad they did for, the prosecution and for everyone's sake, for justice, for learning the truth. But yeah, I mean,
whoever else, his mother's house.
It was a good call on Creighton's part.
I think he went to his in-laws. I know he went down to visit with his brother-in-law and sister-in-law.
Sure. And
but no, he was not. There was a period of time he wasn't doing it. He might come by, and he would be in his office, generally looking at sympathy notes.
And from your observation, was he in any frame of mind to do any productive legal work the month of June?
No.
The month of July?
Looking at sympathy notes.
We sat down and talked about it as partners.
Mark Ball is saying Alex came to work
about
and didn't really work, but was looking at sympathy notes.
What we were going to do, because there's
On
deadlines
redirect.
and things that have to be done. And so we were going to try to figure out how we were going to delicately kind of start stepping in on some of his cases and making sure everything was being done according to what needed to be.
And I think you testified about how the firm, partners in the firm, lawyers in the firms were reaching out and using your resources to try to find out perhaps who played a role in killing Maggie and Paul.
We absolutely were.
But were you careful not to go out and do the investigation yourself and just relay the information back to SLED?
Right. I mean, we weren't trying to be privatized.
Right. Well, and also the thing with the sympathy notes, right? That's part of the prosecution's theory, is that he wanted sympathy for various reasons. One thing, to buy him time with all the shit he had going on. But yeah, like he wanted sympathy, and look, he got sympathy. And like that he didn't want to come into work, but he would come in to read sympathy cards. It's so gross.
We were just trying to see, and I relayed numerous things to the various officers, and I would preface it by, I don't know whether this means anything, but you never know. I mean.
And was, to your knowledge, was information being relayed through Alex attorneys to pass on this way?
Well, I know I dealt with you.
Jim, you do it yourself.
The stealing.
Sure.
Oh my
and
God,
to your knowledge, Alex consenting and cooperating with SLED in their investigation?
As far as I knew, yes. I mean, I wasn't
but everything he said was a lie.
with
So
him
was he really
during
though?
those
Was he
interviews
really,
or anything else, but as far as I knew, he was, and I would ask him, where we stand. Have you heard anything?
Right. And were you aware that Alex Buster put up a reward?
I was.
And are you also aware that when Paul was criminally charged in the boating case, Alex came under criticism for interfering in the investigation? You remember that?
I was.
Why are
in
you
fact,
bringing that up,
There's some
Jim?
pretty public allegations about that. About Alex, that surfaced before Maggie and Paul had been murdered.
Absolutely. I mean,
Oh,
they
he's
were
trying to,
criticizing him for
right. Fuck. See, this
advising
is what I'm
people and
saying.
stuff, but
You
I'm
guys,
a lawyer, I'm a
this is what I'm
parent.
saying. This is so insane. It's like, again, it's a 10% asked job of trying to suggest another thing. Like earlier, it was like that little thing about CB Rowe, and it was like the fuck, like it's not even half-assed. Like I said, it was like 10% asked job of when we know it wasn't CB Rowe. And then here again, now he's like going back to suggesting some sort of like boat crash vigilantes, but kind of, and not even doing a good job. But again, this all has to be put into the context of their expert witness said point blank, it could only be either one or two 5'2" assassins, which kind of rules out CB Rowe and likely rules out any boat crash people. So, I mean, unless there's the boat crash people hired. Well, okay, here we go. Boat crash people hired child assassins. There we go.
Daddy, one of my kids has some problem or gets accused of something, or one of my friend's kids, I'm going to put my lawyer hat on and advise them to be quiet until their parents get there and get counsel if I think it's a serious matter.
Sure. You were asked about Alex's cell phone use and about whether he would take the phone down to the kennel. Have you ever been down to the kennels with Alex?
Yep.
Okay. Have you been riding the property with Moselle with Alex?
I have, not a whole lot. I mean, as time went on, you know, our families got older, and you just, when you don't have
One
children.
of the things Jim is doing that is not wise, from everything I've learned from all the law tube, is Jim is getting where Jim is. Again, I know I've already said this, but reminder, Jim got to prep this witness. Jim got to talk to this witness. Jim got to test out his questions and see where the answers would go, right? And what do they all say? Don't ask questions you don't know the answer to. Now, again, on cross, it's different because you can't know the answer. That's why it's harder, but you get more leeway. On direct, you've no excuse. You should, and that's why sometimes it's a big deal when people get surprised by an answer on direct, because usually it means the witness is kind of answering it differently. That's not the case here. Jim is just asking random ass questions he doesn't know the answer to. He doesn't know how the witness is going to answer. And problem, danger, red flags, don't, warning signs, all the things flashing. I mean, come on.
You're doing a lot more things together on the weekends and stuff, and as your children get older and they're in college, and he was going to Walford and different places where Buster was, and sure, you know, your interests are different as well. But yeah, I would occasionally, or if he was building something, he might ask me what I thought about it or show me something. I mean, I saw his duck pond and, you know, rode around the property several times.
Was cell phone coverage spotty down at the shed in the kennels?
It can be, it varies. I mean, it can be. I don't remember specifically where and what, you know, out where I live, if I go in my house with a metal roof, this morning somebody was trying to talk to me and I had to walk out on the porch. Other days I can talk just fine in my house. I live 8 miles, 9 miles from where this place is, and I don't know whether it's a metal roof or whether I'm just at the end of wherever a cell tower is.
I don't know. It's just reception.
Out in my area, like which is Rome Gully. Sure. It can be spotty.
And you mentioned about
poor Mark Ball. He's trying. You can just see the sadness in his face. Here he is trying to give his best answer about why the cell service is spotty. And it's a stupid ass question, Jim. I mean, come on. Everyone's talked about it. He's already talked about it. He can't explain why cell service sucks the way it does. I mean, you're out in the middle of nowhere. That's the answer. And he's trying so hard. Bless his fucking heart, man. He's trying so hard to do a good job. He wants to do a good job. I hate it.
And when the kids were younger, before Alec got Moselle, you had a farm.
I do.
And would Alec bring the boys over to hunt on your property?
Mostly Paul.
Mostly Paul.
Yeah, I mean, Buster would come some, but Buster was older, and then obviously when Buster started college, he wasn't around as much. But Paul was a very avid hunter and was over at either my place or Ronnie's place a lot.
And he and Alec were together a lot doing that?
Paul?
Were he and Alec
he and Paul, Alec and Paul together a lot.
Yeah,
Jim.
yeah. And Paul was with his grandfather a lot.
And I think you mentioned that Paul would leave stuff over there?
All three of them, but, you know, they would just, they'd leave a gun, they'd leave a coat, they'd leave a flashlight, maybe all three. And it was just sort of a running joke that you had to kind of go around and gather up their stuff after they left.
Very genuine, believable
And
testimony.
That was just them.
Yeah.
And did you remember one time
running
Paul
joke,
left
that
a
makes
gun over
sense.
there for a couple of months?
He did, and Alec left one time.
I don't
believe,
think it really
and
helps, but it makes sense. I
cleaned
know
it
they're
and put
trying
it
to go
up,
with the
and
theory of like clothes and
he
guns
started
are everywhere.
asking around
We
where
know
his
that.
gun was,
That's
and
fine.
you know, we just sort of played with him a little bit and then gave it back to him.
Right. I think you testified moving September the 4th. You had gotten word about a shooting involving Alec, and I think your words were that jackass had killed himself.
That was what I thought immediately.
And why did you think that?
Because of all that had gone on. We had terminated him, or he had resigned the day before. This financial stuff was starting to come out, and you know, I thought, you know, he'd lost 2 family members, and now he's got no job, and you know, it seemed feasible. I mean, I had been concerned about his mental health from the time of the murders up until then. In fact, I had suggested that he go see somebody for grief counseling.
I agree.
All grieving.
Super Planner Girl is saying that, yeah. So she said she read somewhere that Paul was like a disappointment to his dad, and that I think I know what you mean, and I don't know if I read that, but that makes sense because Buster was the oldest, and Buster was the one that was going to go to law school, and Paul was not following the family tradition. I think that, you know, he was described sort of as like a black sheep in the family, etc. But yeah, he had people like Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby who really did value him like a son. 100% agree with that. Oh, no! I accidentally moved the thingy on the thingy. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Let's find where we were. I was trying to hit play. Okay, we were on redirect. Let's just see. Sorry, guys. Hang on a sec.
Just let?
Right. I mean, we weren't trying to be private eyes or any of that. We were just trying to see, and I relayed numerous things to the various
We were a little
officers.
bit past this.
Paul?
He and Alec, he and Paul, Alec
We
and
were a
Paul.
little bit past this.
You had gotten word about a shooting involving Alec, and I think your words were that jackass had killed himself.
That was what I thought immediately.
Okay, I
Why
think
did
we
you
were
think that?
right before this. Let's go here.
You had gotten word about a shooting.
Wait,
involving
that's
Alec,
the same
and
place.
I
How
think
is
your
that
words were
possible? Let me go back further.
Paul?
He and Alec, he and Paul.
Okay,
Alec
this is
and
like where we
Paul
were. Pretty
together
sure.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And Paul was with his grandfather a lot.
Yeah.
And I think you mentioned that Paul would leave stuff over there?
All three of them, but
Right. This is where we were.
you know,
Leave stuff everywhere.
they would just, they'd leave a gun, they'd leave a coat, they'd leave a flashlight, maybe all three. And it was just sort of a running joke that you had to kind of go around and gather up their stuff after they left. And that was just them.
And did you remember one time Paul left a gun over there for a couple of months?
He did, and Alec left one time, I believe, and I cleaned it and put it up, and he started asking around where his gun was, and you know, we just sort of played with him a little bit and then gave it back to him.
Right. I think you testified moving September the 4th. You had gotten word about a shooting involving Alec, and I think your words were that jackass had killed himself.
That was what I thought immediately.
And why did you think that?
Because of all that had gone on. We had terminated him, or he had resigned the day before. This financial stuff was starting to come out, and you know, I thought, you know, he'd lost 2 family members, and now he's got no job, and you know, it seemed feasible. I mean, I had been concerned about his mental health from the time of the murders up until then. In fact, I had suggested that he go see somebody for grief counseling. We were all grieving their loss, and you know,
Exactly like I was saying.
one of those
Alex knew everyone
deals
was
that
grieving.
you can tell when somebody's not hitting on all cylinders. And
Now, what a kind way to say that. Even when Alex doesn't deserve it, that he could just tell when someone wasn't hitting on all cylinders. What a kind fucking way to say it. Instead of saying like they were a fucking mess, like so gracious and generous of him to someone who was so horrible and betrayed him in such a horrible way and killed people who were family members to him as well.
he obviously was, I would come by his office and he would be crying. I mean, or I would ask him something. I remember him asking me one time when he was going through he had a stack of sympathy cards, and he said, should I send them all back a note? And I said, Alec, people don't send you sympathy cards to, get a note back from you. There's no way in the world you can do that. And he said
when
he missed
he
them.
was terminated from the firm and you were concerned about perhaps what he might do, did you ever think maybe he'll go kill a family member? Did that ever cross your mind?
No. You talking about when we terminated him?
Yes.
By then, Maggie and Paul.
So this is an important part, but I wanted to just say something real quick here. I think the reason that, so when he's just said, he asked Alex why he was, or Alex said to Mark Ball, oh, so Mark Ball walks in the office. He's just like, Alex is looking at all these sympathy cards. And Alex, it sounds like Alex said unprompted to Mark Ball, do I have to write them all back? And he said, no, you don't have to. I think the purpose of that was Alex was trying to make it seem like the reason he was not working, like he wanted to exaggerate. Okay, let me put it this way. It was a way of exaggerating his false victimhood, right? By here he is looking at sympathy cards and then someone like sees him, right? Almost like catches him, if you will, in a way, right? He wasn't working, he was looking at sympathy cards, but again, he's faking this whole thing anyway, right? So you have to keep that in mind. He's not actually a victim. So when he's looking at sympathy cards, while someone else might think that's normal, Alex is faking it, right? He's not actually a victim in the first place. So then he feels like he got caught maybe, right? So then it's like, then by him going, oh, do I have to write them all back? He can make it seem like he was literally looking at the sympathy cards, trying to decide if he should write them back. I don't know. It's almost like sounded to me like that was the way of him trying to make an excuse for, anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Had been killed.
Well, he had family out there.
He did. I never thought of any of that. Listen, when September the 2nd hit,
This, Jim,
it changed
this is maybe one of the worst moments for Jim.
everything that I knew about Alec. I would have never believed that a guy that, was like family would have ever stolen from me, would have stolen from his family, would have stolen from his clients or any of that. And so immediately you've got this rage, this emotion that you've got. And then on the 3rd, we go through this whole ordeal of the termination. And then the 4th it hits and you're like, did the jackass kill himself because of anything else? And then as time progressed on and you see the scope of it, I mean, I don't know the guy that after September the 3rd and leading out, I don't know who that guy is.
Wow.
I mean, that's not Alec that I knew,
Right.
and Alec that I loved, and Alec that all of us loved.
Jim's like he doesn't know what to do to stop it. He can't stop it because he's just going to keep talking. Like there's no way he can interrupt this without it really being bad. Right. And he did it to himself again, like Radiohead, like he just,
Did he have imperfections? You bet. Did he do things that aggravated the hell out of me? You bet. But you don't kick your brother out the door because, they snore at night or they've done things that aggravate you.
Bless his heart.
You get past it. But when they do things that are criminal and they do things.
And what a fucking, just by the way, what a fucking shame, right? How many people could be so lucky to have so many people who are so loyal and so incredible. Like, what incredible friends and fucking people he had in his life. Good people. People who anyone would want in their lives to call friends or to call family. They would and did do anything for him. I mean, what a fucking, it's just, I would say these people are more compassionate, more generous, more kind than maybe even your average folks. And it's just, and more trusting. And what a, you know, I know, there's nothing else I can really say anymore about, like, everyone knows, but it's just squandering that goodness of people, right? When goodness is so rare these days, and he squandered it, and he betrayed it, and he killed it, and it's just one of the many things that makes it even worse.
It affect not only him, but he's
Yep.
torn down an entire legacy, a law firm. I've spent 34 years,
Here again.
or 33 years, I guess, in this one place. It's the only law firm that I've ever worked at. I put
Jen.
everything in it. It's all my children have known, my
He
family's
deserves to
known,
say this.
and it's gone. We had to change the name. We've had to do all these things because of his acts on this financial stuff. And when it comes to that, I'm mad as hell. I mean, you just don't know how mad I am. But on the other hand, I'm not saying that because he did that, he's done what he's accused of. And so that's, you know, that's
the one that is the one glimmer of hope for Jim in that whole thing, is where he says, well, I'm not saying that it means he's done what he's accused of. But again, it's all relative, because literally what he just said is not a surprise to anyone, because it's literally, we know that, right? Like, that's the whole point. And the jury's told that, and everyone knows, right? Just because he did this doesn't mean he did the other thing. We all know that. But in the context of everything else that he's saying, that sounds like a gleaming beam from heaven, doesn't it? But when you really think about it, that doesn't really mean anything at all. In other words, it's the one few sentences out of the many, many sentences that isn't like an absolute, you know, another, what's the right word? Like another punch or another something, you know, another win for the prosecution. Let's put it that way. That one, that's the one neutral thing I would say.
sort of the bottom
Good night, Super Planner Girl. Thank you for being here. And talk to you soon.
line of it. His actions that, I mean, he was doing that way back, but we never knew it.
Sure.
And when we found out about it, it makes you doubt everything, and it's just human nature. But I don't have one shred of anything. All I can do is just point to what I saw.
And you pointed to the roadside shooting, and what you saw, you thought that jackass tried to kill himself.
Absolutely, and I may not have said jackass, but it's about as
And
non-church
logically,
as
to
I'm
you,
gonna get.
it made sense why he would want to kill himself in that moment.
Sure. I mean, he lost, as far as I was concerned, he'd lost everything. He'd lost his job, and he'd lost, forget the job, forget the money, forget what's going to happen to him. He lost his wife and his child. And
Are you aware that he had $12 million of life insurance?
I didn't know what he had.
No,
I
that
assumed
never
he had
existed.
some life insurance, but no, I mean, I never had that conversation with him, and quite frankly, I'd have to see it to really believe it.
There it fucking is. I forgot he says that. Oh, dang. You guys, let me rewind that a second. Holy shit. I'm telling you, that's music to my ears, because I would bet, again, I bet my violin that there was never a life insurance policy.
And
Non-church
logically,
is I wanna
to
get
you,
at.
it made sense why he would want to kill himself in that moment.
Sure. I mean, he lost, as far as I was concerned, he'd lost everything. He'd lost his job, and he'd lost, forget the job, forget the money, forget what's going to happen to him. He lost his wife and his child. And
Are you aware that he had $12 million of life insurance?
I didn't know what he had. I assumed he had some life insurance, but no, I mean, I never had that conversation with him, and quite frankly, I'd have to see it to really believe it.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the question.
Recross.
I think you just said that what you know now about this man who'd been your partner and friend for 34 years causes you to question everything you thought you knew about him. Isn't that right?
It does.
Creighton's
He
favorite
said that in
day.
the month after the murders, he wasn't really working on cases, but he sure managed to arrange to cover those Ferris fees to pay him back so that everyone would forget about it, didn't he? Or not all of it. He managed to do that, didn't he?
Yeah, well, part of it. I mean, I think there was $192,000 that didn't
That he convinced Chris Wilson to cover for it.
convinced, or Chris had to cover it, one of the two.
You were asked about him cooperating with law enforcement in the murders,
But he never told law enforcement that he was down at the kennels just
that's what I said.
minutes with the victims before they died. He never told law enforcement that, did he?
Yeah.
I think it's responsive to redirect him.
You can testify if you know.
I don't know what he told law enforcement other than what's been out there in the public.
Well, let me ask you this.
That's a fair
He
answer.
denied to you 3 times that he ever went to those
There you
kennels, did he
go.
not?
That's
did.
it.
His buddy, his friend, and his law partner
That
of
was a better
34
question.
years told you 3 times, I was never there.
That's
And-
correct.
And you know now that's a lie.
Well
I saw
done,
the
Creighton.
Video a month or so ago.
Thank you, Mr. Ball.
God, can you imagine though?
Step down.
Imagine if you were Mark Ball or any of these other friends, and you knew all this shit about, like, you didn't see that. Imagine if you didn't see that kennel video until a month ago. Like, maybe you were going along, maybe you were still on the fences to if he killed Maggie and Paul. Maybe you knew everything was kind of pointing that way. He was already, Alex is in custody, blah blah. But imagine if at this point in time, here we are, you're testifying at his trial, and only a month ago is when you saw that kennel video. And imagine if that was when it hit. I think Mark Ball, I think he understood before that, because I think it would have been more raw. He must have figured it out. And that the kennel, in other words, the kennel video must have not been that big of a surprise, I think. But that's just my guess. But I'm just thinking about how just that position, like, imagine if you were still holding out hope, Ugh. Okay, intermission. All right, so here's what I have planned. I don't think it'll be a long intermission. It'll be rather brief. But what we're going to do is we are going to look at the collars, the dog collars. So hold on, let me pause that. Let me get rid of my ticker. Okay, so let me start it back over. All right, let's sort out this collar business. So that's a little nod to Runkle of the Bailey, because I love his new saying with pigeon business. So that's where I got the idea for collar business. All right. So here's this discussion from.
I wonder if what are those things, y'all? See where the black Rubbermaid bin thingy is? And then underneath that, there's red and white things. Look like they have straps. I'm wondering, do you think those are the dog GPS collars, or what do you think those are? I can't really tell. Looks like there's some other collars over there. I'm just wondering if that's what that is. I mean, wow, one could actually look at this picture and try to figure out what everything is, and then that would be like a whole day. Well spent. Just kidding. But I am curious because of the electric fence and all that. That's what I'm saying. I wonder if those are the shock collars. They kind of look like that to me, because it looks like there's regular collars up there on the left, hanging up. Yeah. So, and I guess they actually they talk about the electric fence, and they talk about like the GPS collar. It sounds like they had like GPS collars and shock collars. And actually, there's something, if you look back behind or look where the window is and to the left, I wonder if those are like the GPS collars because they have like a larger thingy. And then I wonder if the red ones are shock collars. But either way, it would mean that Alex would have been able to leave the dogs out, leave Bubba out, and leave, right? Because the shock collar would have meant he couldn't cross the, wherever the electric fence is, right? So the perimeter, wherever they have it, he would be on the property. And then the GPS collar would mean they could find him. He could find him. So yeah, I do think it's two different collars, but I think either way, it still would have essentially served the same purpose in terms of him being able to leave the dog out. Yeah, I think that's probably accurate with the larger. Yeah.
Okay, here is what Buster said about the collar.
Had a gun dog shock collar that we would put on him sometimes, and when he had that on, he was on his P's and Q's.
All right, let's investigate. And in Russian, Davai расследуем. All right, so the first thing I had to do was figure out what the hell is a gun dog shock collar. So, because, we've heard the different terms for the collar. We know GPS, we knew there was an electric fence, but Buster calls it a gun dog shock collar. So that was step one. So here's just this picture, and here we're going to have a definition here in a sec. Here we go. Gun dog shock collars help in training the dog to follow commands and prevent them from chasing after unwanted game. Hunting shock collars are essential tools in the process of how to train hunting dogs. They're not meant to harm the dog, but to act as a deterrent from unwanted behavior. Okay, now, I believe we're going to, there's the picture again. And then I think, okay, there we go. So we've zoomed in. So there at the bottom of this picture, you can see the red strappy things with it looks like a reflective coating and then black chunky thingies on it. So that's what we're going to be looking at. So that was one of the collars I was wanting to figure out what they do. So I did research on this, and I thought if I were them, right, because he's not, if you're a normal person doing an electric fence, you're probably going to go, I don't know where you would go to have that done, but when I imagine the way Buster describes it, I don't think that they're shopping at your average place. I don't know that they're going off of Amazon, because they're hunters and they're buying all their other hunting shit, right? And he says it's a gun dog shock collar. My thought was it's probably some sort of hunting dog related store, right? Type thing. So that was the first thing I thought of. I'm like, if I were them, where would I be shopping, right? So outdoor dog supply. So here is just showing you what I found. So as you can see, and we'll see another picture here in a sec of the collar that looks very much like the one in the picture. But here's what is interesting about this, because we know that there was an electric fence, right? And we know that he also says a gun dog shock collar. So the way that the gun dog shock collars work is there is, if you look at the picture where the red thingy is, and to the left of that, there's a walkie-talkie looking thing. That's the gun dog part. So what that means is that you hold that in your hand and you use that, like it said in the description, so that you use that to teach them not to chase after the unwanted game. Use it as a deterrent. So in other words, the person controls it based on what's happening. Whereas with the electric fence, which is included in this item, that green shit there on the wheels, that's the electric fence materials. So this product gives you all the shit you need where with one, this is the important part, with the same collar, right? With the same collar, you can use it for both the electric fence and the gun dog business with the walkie-talkie looking thing. That makes sense. The reason this is important is because in the picture, we see two different collars. Now, it doesn't mean there's not a third, but that would be a lot, right? 3 different fucking collars. We see 2 collars, it looks like. And we know that there was talk of an electric fence. We know that they were hunting dogs, and Buster says gun dog. And then we also heard of them having a GPS tracker thing, collar. So that's why I'm thinking, okay, this is a 2-for-1, right? This does both the electric fence and the gun dog business. So yeah, so that's what I was looking at. And it says, yeah, basically it's just explaining all that in the description. I'm not going to read all this, but it does all the shit that you would need it to do, basically. In a combo package, here's a better picture. You can see that looks, yeah, you can see that even better there now with all the products it comes with. And I feel like it was a reasonable price too. Not that I have any reference, but whatever. There I'm kind of using my mouse to show you guys. And then there I'm zooming back out. And then now I'm getting you a better picture of the red thing. There we go. Okay. So there's that. I'm going to pause that. So there's that collar. And then I'm going to have it go back in a second here to the picture so we can see it back to back. There we go. I think it's pretty fucking close. What do you guys think? So there's two of them there, right? But again, these would be the collars that would be used for the electric fence and for the gun dog business with the walkie-talkie looking thing, which is again how Buster described it. But that would make sense if it did both functions. So next up, we're going to look at the other type of collar. Again, the collars that don't look like normal collars. So this is, if you look, okay, I know there's a bunch of colorful things hanging up. Look beside that. We're looking at the things that are like black, you know, in the center of the picture there to the left of the window. And then there's another one or two of them actually in front of the window in that basket looking thing. There's more. And actually, I'm just noticing there's like a lanyard or something on one of them, that green thing. I wonder if it looks similarly to the things that come with the outdoor dog supply stuff. So anyway, but there's those things. So now, again, same website, right? Because if you're thinking like them, they probably bought it all from the same website, I would think. You know, I don't know. I can't say for sure. It's just, it would make sense, but also that looks like it. Now, here's what I thought was interesting about this. This is a GPS collar, but specifically, this specific one, it says you add it to your system and expands your unit into a multi-dog setup for up to 5 dogs. So it can track if you've got lots of dogs, up to 5 dogs. It says it's the first truly portable, wireless, GPS-based pet containment system. It has a remote e-collar and short-range tracking capabilities together in one convenient system. So I don't know. I think this is another good possibility for something like this. Again, that you would use for multiple dogs. Again, that would make sense, right? Because they had like a ton of dogs. But yeah, so this is just exploring kind of what we talked about with the collars from before. But I think that these look like good options. You know, I looked at a lot of different ones and I looked at different pictures and, you know, I would say for the most part, like this looks very, very much like the majority of the GPS. I mean, some of them, they all kind of had the same style, but the GPS collars that looked more like the other collar, the red one with the reflective stripe, the GPS collars that looked more like that, they were actually used for very close proximity, like in a yard, right? It didn't seem like you would use it for long range. And that's part of why I kind of thought, well, I think that it still seems more likely than that a GPS collar, whatever, if there's a GPS collar that does better for further distances and for more than one dog, whatever that one looks like, that's kind of what I'm putting my money on. But anyway, if you guys have any further insight to that, please feel free to comment, especially if you have experience with this type of stuff. Frodo's never had any of this. So, and there's the picture again, just again, to put it back to back with the two. You can see what you think. Edifcio, that's Russian for that is all. So that's our little intermission presentation. So we're going to continue with part 10. And like I was saying before, this is where we get to really compare the difference in the expert witnesses, because what we're going to hear from next is the rest of the defense expert witnesses. And they're very different from the previous fellow. So we get double squangling right now. Here we go.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. You'll have a seat right up here on the witness stand.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you would, please state your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. Kenneth, last name is Zercie, Z like zebra, E-R-C-I-E.
Mr. Zercie.
Yes.
Let me real quick say something real quick. So remember Poot and how Poot questioned on direct the other dude, the children shooter dude. I already forgot his name. But remember how he asked about his background? He, I would say, if anything, certainly tried to bolster him perhaps as an expert, but went way into his resume, let him talk, and really try to explain, or maybe whatever, tried to bolster his expertise, his experience, whatever, right? But that aside, look at the difference in the way Poot acts towards that expert witness and this expert witness, because it's pretty crazy.
Please tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where do you live?
That gesture, I don't know. Does that that shit like that really affects me? Because, wow, this is the fellow who's not asked that question very much. That was a very genuine response to that question. This is someone who probably testifies as an expert a lot and is just used to that's what he does. And maybe he's not so used to talking about his life beyond his job. I think we're going to see. Let me rewind that again real quick, because I just really appreciate little things like that. And it makes me feel for this guy, you know?
And if you would please state your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. Kenneth, last name is Zercie, Z like zebra.
He deserves to have an identity outside of being an expert at whatever he's an expert. I mean, I know what he's an expert at, but for any expert, right? They deserve to have an identity outside of that.
RCIE.
Mr. Zercie.
Yes, sir.
Please tell the jury a little bit about yourself.
Wow. I mean, just you guys, like, that's such a genuine response to that question.
Where do you live?
Wow. He needs
In
help.
Madison, Connecticut.
Insane.
Okay. And,
Insane. He
what do
does
you do
not
with-
know how to respond to that question. Again, to me, that says someone who just is so experty that, like, literally they don't even know how to respond to a simple question like that, because it's not asking about their expertise.
Madison, Connecticut.
Currently live with my wife and
He's,
my
like,
son
not
lives
sure
up
how
the
to
street
handle
from
it.
us.
He didn't practice this.
Currently employed by the Henry Seeley Institute of Forensic Science
Like,
at the
you're a
University of
human.
New Haven.
You can be human.
As the director of training. In addition to that, I'm also on staff at the
I'm
university.
sorry, I can't hear you very well. Maybe it's just me, but
Rude. I feel like the way he did that was rude.
I'm also on staff at the university as an adjunct professor in various forensic science disciplines.
okay, let's talk a little bit about your background.
Yeah.
You've been involved in law enforcement in your life?
Yes, sir, I have.
Tell the jury, please, where you began.
In 1974, I became an officer with the New Haven Police Department, also in Connecticut. I was promoted to the rank of detective. Most of my career there, for my 11-year duration prior to retiring, was with the Identifications Unit, responsible for crime scene processing, evidence collection, photography, and preliminary examination of physical evidence that's found at a crime scene. After that, I retired
This dude has
based
said
on
this
a
so many
disability. I was injured
So many times.
and was almost immediately hired
do this in his
by the
sleep,
state
he
of
could do this
Connecticut at
underwater.
the Forensic Science Laboratory located in Meriden.
I'm sorry, and tell me what that was again? What was
You
that
could do
position?
this with a house. You could do this with a mouse.
The second career, if you will, was at the Department of Public Safety,
Shout out to
currently
Midnight
called the
Moon. Fuck.
Division of Scientific Services Forensic Science Laboratory. Originally brought in as a latent fingerprint analyst, also doing footwear and tire tracking examination, as well as becoming the senior person as far as crime scene related activity that the laboratory would respond to assist investigative agencies. Over a 29-year career, I was promoted through the ranks and eventually retired as director of the laboratory.
And that's director of the Division of Scientific Services for the state of Connecticut.
Yes, sir.
So photography is important in processing a crime scene?
Absolutely.
Is that just for fingerprints or footprints or tire tracks or everything?
It involves the entire scene. It's the only way to bring the crime scene before a jury after the incident has occurred. Right? So it can be reviewed
And
or
we're going
seen
to talk
in
about
text.
this a little bit later once I've had you qualified in these different areas. But after, and how long were you at the Division of Scientific Services?
For 29 years.
Right. Now, also, and you ultimately became the supervisor of that department for the state of Connecticut.
The director of the laboratory.
Okay, so you were there
I
from,
hate that because Poot wasn't even really listening to his call. Like, I'll tell you what, one thing that really gets me is this. When attorneys, whether it's for either side, and it doesn't matter if it's an expert witness or a lay witness, when they are not listening to the answers that are being given to their questions, I can't stand that. But you know when I especially can't stand that? In a situation like this, where it's your own witness and they're an expert who deserves the utmost respect, and you're not listening to what they're saying. Oh, God.
July of 84 to October of
Gross.
2012.
Yes, sir.
And what did you do after 2012?
And this dude's so polite, though.
I've been an adjunct professor at 4 different universities, off and on during that period, as well as approximately 20 to 25 years prior to retiring. I maintain that. I also had a private consultant business that I've kind of let go by the wayside a little bit.
You have taught a number of courses, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Everything from footprints to bloodstains to tire tracks to...
Now, again, before we go here, remember what I was saying about like comparing how he was with the other witness, right? Really bolstering him. And now think about how he handles this dude's resume. Again, this is someone who deserves a lot of respect. He is an actual expert. He's done everything. And then look at how Poot here in a second treats this resume.
crime scene supervision to, I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on. Have you ever been...
That is just horrifying. There are plenty of ways, and we've seen it before, where you can express that the resume is extensive and impressive, but not like that. That was gross. That was so offensive to me for this witness. Like, I was offended on this witness's behalf of like the way Poot just did that, as if it was just a bother, a waste of time, so redundant. He just did not phrase that. God, let me just show you all again real quick. Let me know if you disagree, but I don't know. That really rubbed me the wrong way.
Tracks to...
yeah, okay. Not just me then.
Crime scene supervision to... I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on.
Oh, God.
Have you ever been qualified
Just like,
to...
can't even be bothered to... It's just... This dude has spent his entire life building up this experience. And also you're paying for the experience, but he spent all... And he spent all the time printing out this resume for you to have. And you're just like, oh, God. It's
by any court to testify about fingerprint identification. That is...
Yeah, it was the tone. I agree. It was the tone,
Yes,
yeah.
I have.
Like I said,
And,
because you can,
how many-
like, there's ways you can do that, because we see it again in other cases where it's like they're using it as like, wow, look at all the stuff you did. Like, if I had a whole lifetime, I couldn't go through. I don't know. Like, it's a tone thing. I agree. There's a way to say it where it doesn't belittle the witness. It seems respectful and it seems impressive to the jury. And this was like the opposite of that. This was just like, yeah.
times?
Approximately 300.
300 times. And can you remember all the courts or several of the courts?
I can remember the states that they were in, but the specific one.
I don't know if y'all watched, just thinking about this, if y'all watched the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial, and there was that dude, oh my God, I don't remember. I blocked this out of my mind temporarily. I'm just now remembering. The guy who waved the gun at the judge and had a million first names and was like a reenactment dude. And he was supposed to be an expert witness for the defense. That was that was surreal watching that dude. He would fit right into the Murdaugh trial, though, especially when there was like shenanigans that were especially crazy. Like, I don't know. I could just see him like on the day where they were talking about, not that it's related, but like, you know, you had the Bubba Rooster Chicken Day and all that, and like some of the more crazy shenanigans. And I remember it was the same day there was a lot of just talk about sports balls, like him on that day. Picture that. Anyway, but that dude, when the dude was like, the defense attorney was like, you know, tell us about your background. And then he goes, well, do you want the short version or the long version? And the dude's like, the short version. And the dude's, y'all. The dude goes, he starts with his like history of his great grandfather or something from like before World War II, and works his way up to his birth, and then it starts with like Cub Scouts. It's like elementary school. I don't know if you guys saw that, but like that's an example of where, yeah, maybe you still want to be polite though. And the defense attorney, in fact, was still polite, even though literally that was irrelevant. That was way too far back. That was not the short version. This was like it's just not how you answer this question. Stu clearly didn't have any experience doing this before, but you know, it was like, but that's not the case here, right? Big difference. So like I was just imagining if Poot was flipping through and it was like, yeah, my favorite color in first grade was this. That's one thing, but I'm guaranteed that's not what he had in front of him. So.
Probably not.
Connecticut, I
To
suppose.
contrast.
Connecticut, Rhode Island,
Quality of witness.
New York, Massachusetts, Florida.
Oh, this.
That's enough. Okay.
That.
And how many?
Dude, let me rewind it because I was talking over again. This is gross. This is so. I just feel for this witness in this situation. I feel like Poot is just
Consultant business that I've kind of let go by the wayside a little bit.
disgusting.
You have taught a number of courses, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Everything from footprints to bloodstains to tire tracks to
I'm not going to talk.
crime
Right, I'll hear.
scene supervision to, I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on. Have you ever been qualified by any court to testify about fingerprint identification, that is in a federal or state court in this country?
Yes, sir, I have.
And how many times?
Approximately 300.
300 times. And can you remember all the courts or several of the courts?
I can remember the states that they were in, but the specific ones, probably not.
Connecticut, I suppose.
Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, Massachusetts, Florida.
That's enough. Okay.
Disgusting.
And how many times?
Fucking disgusting. I'm sorry. This is your witness. This is your witness. Dude, how long did you let Mr. Physics go on about his nonsense? This is insanity to me. Him doing that also makes it seem like the question didn't really matter anyway, right? And it shouldn't be he's not the one to judge it. Like literally, okay, it's up to the jury to decide how many states they think one should have testified in. And we're like, again, are juries actually doing this? No, but this is what every attorney does with expert witnesses. They ask how many states, as if, I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like maybe they've lost the ball a little bit or lost the forest of the trees in terms of what is important to a jury, because I feel like every attorney does this and it's like, I don't think jurors are counting how many states an expert testifies in, right? But anyway, if you're assuming the question is important to the jury enough to where you're asking the question, then you should let him answer. And if the answer doesn't matter, you shouldn't be asking the question, right? So the fact that he's like asking this question and then he interrupts him when he's answering it, he's like, that's enough. It makes it seem like it was a throwaway question anyway. So it's disrespectful to the expert, but also it makes it just look so bad. It makes Poot look bad to the jury. And it also makes it seem like Poot feels, it's also disrespectful to the jury. I don't know. It's just disrespectful to everybody, the way Poot is doing this, I feel like.
You've been qualified on footprints, or the more technical would be, what would you call that?
Footwear tire track examination or imprint analysis.
Imprint analysis. How many
Probably
times?
about 200.
300 times you've been qualified by state or federal court to
And I agree,
be
this
an expert
witness
on that
is well qualified, but it's
topic.
still rude.
About 200
And
as
the
far as footwear.
jury doesn't know he's well qualified. Yeah, like Poot knows he's well qualified, right? Because he hired him, but the jury doesn't know. And everything that they do in court is for the jury. It's not for us. It's not for the lawyers. It's not for the judge. It's for the jury. And the jury doesn't know who this guy is, right? I mean, so you have to think of that too. But I know this, and this dude is qualified, like literally. He's one of my favorites. You guys will see. I freaking love this witness.
Tire track.
Okay. Now, what about, and maybe I'm getting this term wrong, crime scene management or crime scene analysis. You've taught courses on that, correct?
I've taught and been an active participant at crime scenes, yes.
Okay. How many times have you been qualified, if you have, by federal or state court to testify on that topic?
Qualified, probably 400.
400
Yeah, that's
times.
insane.
Yes, sir.
And you've testified.
Yes, sir.
And this is both state and federal courts?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move to qualify him as an expert in fingerprint analysis.
I will say both this expert and the next expert they have, I think are fucking phenomenal, and I'll discuss why. And if I were watching this trial and I were in any court anywhere, whether I was on the prosecution or the defense, I would be grabbing a pen and paper or whatever I had. I would stop, pull my car over, and I'd be writing their fucking names down and be like, the next time we need an expert in this field, them. These guys, both of them. I mean, I can't speak to how much they move the needle for the defense, but again, that's the facts, right? The facts of the case. Like we're talking about earlier, bad facts, right? But in terms of them as witnesses and their quality, and you guys will see just how they're, it's not just the training, experience, and expertise, but also it's just, there's a huge difference between them and Mr. Fix. Like they answer everything carefully. They are completely unbiased, and it's clear that they're unbiased. Anyway, we'll just watch it and see. But anyway, I just wanted to say, I think they're both great.
Print analysis, tire print analysis, and crime scene analysis management. Sir, tell me what the term is. Make sure I'm not screwing this up. Crime scene.
It would be crime scene examination as an overarching title.
There you go. Crime scene.
Who?
Whatever you just said.
Oh my God. He wasn't listening, dude. You guys, that's
you've been qualified in tire impressions?
horrific. He wasn't
Fingerprint
listening.
analysis,
Hold on, let's see.
footprint analysis, tire print analysis, and crime scene analysis management. Sir, tell me what the term is. Make sure I'm not screwing this up. Crime scene.
It would be crime scene examination as an overarching title.
There you go. Crime scene. Whatever you just said.
I mean,
If he said it, I didn't
the
hear.
fuck,
How many
though. The
times
fuck.
have you been qualified in tire impressions?
like, why?
Approximately 200.
For tire impressions? No,
Tire and footwear.
no question.
He's so qualified.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, this says photographic evidence, enhanced photographs of the question impression for use in inter-comparison examination with known footwear outsoles or transparencies of known footwear outsoles. Well, explain that. What does that mean?
With all types of evidence, especially at a crime scene, as I mentioned before, photography is one of the keys, documenting the evidence in place. In many cases, you can't take the evidence back to a laboratory, so you have to rely on the photographic images. If they're taken with quality equipment, quality cameras, and in a proper format, a lot of work can be done with them. They can be associated to a known and a question. Photography is still the key for bringing the scene either into the laboratory or into the courtroom.
And are there certain, and we're going to see this in just a minute, certain requirements, I guess is the right word to use, on how those photographs are taken, depending on what you want to use them for?
Correct. There are different types of photography, just as we have portrait photography here, the media that's present. All of that is a form of documentation.
Okay, we'll talk about that in just a minute. And by the way, inter-comparison examination with known footwear outsoles or transparencies of known footwear outsoles. What does that mean?
There's a difference between taking a picture of something and then taking a photograph for examination quality, where you do need the detail to find the individual characteristics that might be present for a comparison. And again, it would be a known, whatever the known object is, whether it's a shoe, a fingerprint, could be a tool mark, it could be any type of pattern, and the sample that's found at the scene, okay, or against the instrument that may have caused that mark. The more detailed the images, the better the quality of the examination, and the more.
And I was going to say too, also, I know we were talking last time about Kitsman and I, at least, we were recalling the deal with the footprints. Actually, I think she was asking, and we were trying to remember the deal with the footprints in the feed room. And I remember we were talking about it and saying, like, you know, the consensus was that it was Paul's footprints, right? And that was one of the things that Kenny Kinsey said. And of course, you know, I think I'd forgotten at that time that the defense was still going to attempt to dispute that. But that's one of the things that they're going to try to do with this fellow, is have him interpret the crime scene notes and all that about the shoe print, and cast doubt as to if it was Paul's. I'm using my words carefully because I'm trying to be careful in the same way that he's careful. But cast doubt perhaps as to them being able to draw a 100% conclusion as if it was Paul's footprints. And again, they're working with the facts. I guess that's, you know, really the best they can do, right? They can't prove it's someone else's shoes. So yeah.
Reliable, the showing of the detail and proportion. So the side-by-side comparison is your known in your question.
But they're going to have him try to kind of talk about how well the crime scene
either under a
investigation
microscope
was done.
or looking at it just with your naked eye, correct?
All of the above.
Right.
Right.
Photographic techniques, FUSS. Tell us what that means.
It's just an acronym to help the photographer remember to do certain things, especially when it comes to analytical photographs. You want to take whatever the image on a picture or inside the viewfinder of the camera, such as the gentleman has, and fill that entire image that captures the picture. You're maximizing the amount of detail that can be retained either in a digital format or a film format. The opposite would be taking a medium close-up where you show an overview, multiple items, or something as a wide-angle shot of the entire courtroom. So there's a whole series of photographs that go with this method. Secondly, using a scale. If it's going to be used for analysis, you want a known reference in there so that you can recreate the image later in a dark room or on a computer so that the image is now in life-size proportion. So again, if I have an article of
He doesn't
footwear,
even need to refer to anything. He just knows all
place
this.
that or take a sample from it.
He explains it really well.
One or life size. I can recreate the image, either taken from the crime scene or the standard, the photograph.
This dude is
using
just
that
what you
scale.
want. Like, is he the most riveting? No. But he's explaining things really well in a way that, like I was saying earlier, you know, is great because it's a way that the jury can understand it, but it doesn't come across as diminutive or patronizing or like they're stupid or whatever. Unlike the other dude who was like, yeah, 9 minus 8 is 1 or whatever, you know, like, and actually he did that same math equation like 4 different times. Anyway, but yeah, this dude's just solid. Like, he's just a solid witness.
To that same reference. I can also recreate that one-to-one so that I can get a size proportion, right, as part of the analysis. It would also be an elimination. If the sizes were different, it couldn't be from the same source.
So this is use of a tripod when photographing evidence with detail. A tripod must be used.
It's recommended.
So that is the reason why I appreciate this witness. And one great example. Who tries to say it must be used? This dude says it's recommended. You have to listen to what he's saying because this is going to come up again. He knows what he's saying, and it's great because he's done it so many times and he's never going to waver. So that if somebody tries to like put words in his mouth, he can be like, "No, that's not what I said," and he'll be correct and he'll know he's correct. So Poot's like trying to make it seem like it has to be used as if they didn't follow some sort of rule, but it wasn't a rule, right? This whole thing about the tripod. He's very clear. This witness is very clear that it's recommended. He's not saying that it means the whole thing is, you know, gone to shit or whatever.
Makes it more stable. You don't have to worry about even the pulse in your fingers. And depending on the length of the exposure that's necessary, causing any vibration or defocusing that might occur.
And this is a process or procedure, and this shows a guy shooting out in front, not straight down. That would be incorrect?
For a documentation or an analytical photograph, yes.
Okay.
What happens is his camera's at an angle. He's doing a flat object here. And again, the distortion effects that I explained earlier.
Okay. And this is also a procedure you followed for decades?
Yes, sir.
And is it a procedure you taught when you taught police officers?
Yes, sir.
And is it a procedure you heard about when you attended classes?
Yes, sir.
So you ought to have a tripod, and it ought to be
Well, it's not what he said.
to whatever it's shooting at.
It makes it easier to have the tripod.
It
Yes.
makes it easier. See, he's not going to waver. Poot's truly trying on that one. He tried to rephrase it. He's like, so you ought to have. He's like, no, it makes it easier. As in, it's not you ought to, not you have to, not it's required, but it's easier or it's recommended.
I think Agent Worley identified.
He's not going to waver.
Or testified that in
He's a solid
her
witness.
opinion, based on her experience in footwear, that Paul's shoes are in here somewhere. Is that correct?
A pattern similar to the shoes that Paul was wearing is present, yes.
Okay. Now,
He's so
did she
careful, I
also
love it.
indicate that she also found patterns consistent with one of the law enforcement officer's shoes?
Yes, sir, she did.
That may very well have been the guy we saw step into the feed room, right?
Possible.
Okay. Now, if you had come on this crime scene and saw this, would you felt compelled to do more that we've heard from Agent Worley?
For several reasons, yes.
Okay. First of all, what would you have done and why would you have done it?
I wouldn't have walked into the room.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You stand back, you make your observations, and you determine a course of action. And
Now, what
everything's
he's
done in a
saying here,
sequence, so-
this is the best thing for them. Like, there was no couching this. He was clear on it. And he's not saying this as in, and you'll see, he's not trying to throw shade at SLED. Later on, I mean, you'll see he's very fair to them. He's incredibly fair. He's just answering the questions literally as they are. And also, I'm just realizing his tie is pretty sick, isn't it? But he's saying, Poot's trying to put words in his mouth about this other shit, blah, blah. He's making it clear. Here's where he thinks they could have done more. And it lays it out in a very logical way, and it totally makes sense. I love when he talks about this bridge thing that they could have used. I think it sounds great. But, as we know, they always say no investigation is perfect. Every investigation is going to have something they could have done differently. So, you have to take that into consideration.
Crime scene.
But of course, this is their
Again,
job,
the
right?
first
Is to
part
have
is
someone.
viewing it using a visual examination. Once you've identified areas of interest, then you determine the methodology that you're going to use to either collect, seize, document, right, the type of evidence that might be there.
So what would you have done? If you looked in the door and you see this, what do you do?
I would have started from the doorway and worked towards the back of the room in that it's a small enclosed area. So you work from front to back.
When you say work from front to back, what do you mean work? What would you do is right inside the door or right outside the door?
You would start documenting with close-ups and in the
Photographs.
case, yes, sir, that there's an imprint just to the right of the door. That would be my first area to do detailed photography and imaging, right, for later comparison.
And as you work your way back, are you careful not to step anywhere? You're wearing booties?
Do y'all remember that song every time? Because they say front to back a bunch here. And I kept thinking about, there was that song from, I don't even know when, but it's like, where my girls at? From front to back. Well, is he feeling at? Put one hand up. Something like that. I don't know. There's like not a real melody to it, but it's like, where are my girls at? Do y'all remember that song? Well, is he feeling that? That type of thing. Let me know.
What are you doing?
You're wearing the shoe cots or booties. In addition to that, we would usually build a bridge. Basically take two 2x4s, lay them in an area where there were no imprints, put a piece of plywood and actually stand on that so that you're not standing on the
so
surface
smart.
that the imprints are on. There are commercial products that are available that look like Tupperware boxes that you can literally stand on and do the same thing. So it preserves and protects the area that you're interested in doing the detailed work that you may be able to get more evidentiary information from.
And once you've done those photographs all the way back, what do you do next?
In this case, once the initial photographs were taken, determine if chemical processing is necessary or could I seize the item. In this case, it appears
However,
that these
one thing I will
imprints
say
are-
is of all of the like head scratching, face palming, WTF things in terms of things that should have been done but weren't done in this entire fucking thing, the biggest one of all to me has got to be, the biggest one to me has got to be the coroner. Well, the coroner himself, but the fact that there was no temperature tape, the fact that he didn't bring his thermometer and didn't take a temperature, because it's just like basic, right? And then I would say the second thing has got to be not start searching Almeida. But anyway, so when you compare, they didn't bring the thing to do the bridge, but like, it's like they've got bigger fish to fry, in my opinion, starting with the fucking coroner. Anyway.
concrete base. It's a little difficult to take the entire concrete foundation and remove it, but it has been done before. In this case, again, now we work from the back towards the front.
Oh, back to
using
the
some
front.
type of enhancement reagent to try to increase the amount of detail and the clarity.
Okay, then what?
With digital, you would make sure that the photos came out, that you had an image captured, and that it was sufficient for whose ever needs.
What's so funny is he could be bleeding and
Okay,
he's
now,
not bleeding because
You
he doesn't
would
have to.
also take a sample of
The
the blood
witness
from those
talked
areas
about everything
for later
correctly.
typing or DNA analysis, should it be necessary.
Did you find any evidence that they took a sample of this blood and analyzed it?
No, sir.
So we surmise it's Paul's blood, but it could be somebody else's blood there too?
Possible.
And the only way you could rule that out is take samples?
Is to take a sample, do an analysis, and try to identify the donor.
And that was never done?
To the best of my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. That's the door to the feed room?
Yes, sir. The door frame on the right, door on the left.
Okay, did you see any evidence that they not dusted,
Oh my God.
old-timey language, if
Oh
they
my God.
processed that door
Dude.
or any other surface in the feed room for
That's
fingerprints?
old-timey
Not
language.
to
My
the best of
God.
my knowledge.
Now tell the jury, please, in a summary fashion, what you would have done. Well, first of all, do you have to see a fingerprint before you lift it or whatever you call that?
No, sir.
Jesus fucking
So
Christ.
how do you determine whether or not they're fingerprints you can't see? What do you do?
The base processing methods, again, depend on what technologies the agency has. The simplest and the oldest is dusting with a contrasting color fingerprint.
So it
powder
is
on a brush
dusting.
by just
Boo.
applying it to the surface and dusting it through. If a finger or palm or foot or toe has come in contact with those areas, the secretions from the ridge detail, right, leaves a pattern behind. Those latent fingerprints now become patent or visible. They can be lifted, they can be photographed. They also help tell you what was touched and how things were handled. So it would help in a reconstruction as well.
That's the oldest technology there is, though, right?
No,
throwing
the
dust
wheel
down.
is an older
At
technology.
a crime scene, yeah.
Okay. So are these new technologies, or, is something space age stuff, or has it been
What
around
the
for a
fuck
while?
is happening?
The light source technology has
It came
become
from the
simpler and
aliens.
simpler. It's now
It came from
battery powered.
aliens.
Literally.
What is
it's
happening?
A very simplified
What is
flashlight.
happening?
Um,
Sorry,
There are also
can I-
very sophisticated ones.
Let's hear
The technology is
brilliant
simple. It's now
questions
battery powered.
again here for a
Process
second.
that door or any other surface in the feed
This is
room for
incredible.
fingerprints.
Poo
Not
is
to the best of my
on
knowledge.
another level.
Now tell the jury, please, in a summary fashion, what you would have done. Well, first of all, do you have to see a fingerprint before you lift it or whatever you call that?
No, sir.
So how do
Shaking
you
my head.
determine whether or not they're fingerprints you can't see? What do you do?
The base processing methods, again, depend on what technologies the agency has. The simplest and the oldest is dusting with a contrasting color fingerprint powder on a brush by just applying it to the surface and dusting it through. If a finger or palm or foot or toe has come in contact with those areas, the secretions from the ridge detail, right, leaves a pattern behind. Those latent fingerprints now become patent or visible. They can be lifted, they can be photographed. They also help tell you what was touched and how things were handled. So it would help in a reconstruction as well.
That's the oldest technology there is, though, right? The throwing dust down, fingerprint dust?
At a crime scene, yeah.
Okay. So are these new technologies, or, is something space age stuff, or has it been around for a while?
The light source technology has become
Did you just,
simpler
not
and
know what to
simpler. It's
ask?
now
I don't
battery
understand. You just-
powered. Literally, it's a very
Weird.
simplified flashlight.
Weird.
There are also very sophisticated ones. The technology's been around for about 25, almost 30 years.
Okay. And not uncommon to be available to law enforcement labs?
No, sir. I would expect every laboratory to have some type of alternate light source.
Okay,
And
now-
the oldest traditional is ultraviolet.
Ultraviolet's a black light?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so simple mobile black
God,
light, you
y'all.
could look at.
Scanning the surface to see if it gives you any
Okay.
information.
And did you see any evidence of any fingerprints, any effort to lift fingerprints, when I say lift, to identify fingerprints in that
doesn't
room
know what he
or
means anymore.
anywhere else
He thinks
on the
aliens
property that
did
night?
the technology.
Again, not to the best of my knowledge.
Do you remember reading a statement concerning Solicitor Duffy Stone?
Yes, sir.
is that picture taken by the solicitor?
I couldn't remember his name. I believe so.
Yes, okay. And it was taken on the night of June 7th?
That's the indication in the letter.
Okay. So tell me what we're looking at here.
Again, it's a soft soiled surface. Someone or some people have been
That's
walking
exactly
through
right,
that area
Kenneth.
multiple times.
And
That's exactly right. She's just nailed it. Aliens made the tech and 12-year-olds committed the murders. That's what it is right there. That's it. That's it.
did you attempt to
You can all go home
identify
now.
any of those footprints?
We've
by
solved it.
comparing them?
Just by looking at the basic pattern type, the flat surface ones that have relatively no detail, just the outline of the footwear itself, could be consistent with these sandals that Miss Murdaugh was
Mag
wearing.
Murdaugh was wearing. What about these other shoes?
There were no exemplars that I was made aware of taken by SLED to do a comparison or to try to eliminate them.
Could you tell whether Maggie's shoes were walking over the other footprints, or were the other footprints walking over her imprints?
If those are from Maggie's sandals, they're on top of the other ones. But they're also going in two directions, and some are superimposed over the other.
When you say, okay, let me ask the question this way. Are
Oh,
Maggie's imprints on top of the other imprints, or are they on top of hers?
In the area that they appear, yes.
I'm sorry?
And in the area in which they appear, the answer is yes.
Yes.
They were.
Great point.
They were made there after, right? The
On
heavy
top, are they on
lug-
top of Maggie's?
No, Maggie's are on top.
Okay, so the other imprints were there and Maggie walked on top of them?
Apparently, yes.
Okay. Now, well, you have also reviewed the SWED procedures manual, correct? Parts of it?
In brief, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, and
Who said yes sir back to him? What is going
let me
on?
ask you this. There's
maybe
certain
who's staying
certifications
on?
different labs receive, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the certification SWED receives for their lab, there's an acronym?
The current acronym is ANAB, A-N-A-B.
ANAB.
It's the American Board of ANA accreditation. I forget the last word.
Okay.
But it's a pickup from an older accreditation program that was run under the ASCLD program, the American Society of Crime Lab Director.
And tell me just briefly how
Shout
that
out to
accreditation
ASCLD
program
and
works.
ANAB.
A laboratory or a crime scene unit can apply to this organization for
Way
this
to go, guys,
national-
with all your letters.
Actually, it's international accreditation, which means that they're meeting a minimum criteria and minimum expectations from the parent body, right? It's a formal recognition, technically, that you're doing a good job, or at least your procedures are well written. The operation manual that I started reviewing was very thorough, was very well written, very easy to understand, but it involves everything from how evidence is processed in the agency, what the responsibilities of the different people are, including the director of the laboratory, the basic procedures and operation of the lab itself, or the crime scene unit, if it's involved in a police department that may not have a formal laboratory. The accreditation is well recognized across the country, and
so they certify that you're meeting the standards, basically.
that you're following the guidelines that you've put, and your guidelines meet a minimum standard, yes.
Okay. So, and have you ever performed these analyses? Have you ever been appointed or assigned by this group to do this?
Yes, sir.
To look
Under
at,
ASCLD, the precursor to ANAB, I was also one of their auditors, and we would go to different laboratories. In fact, I did the Columbia Sheriff's Department a number of years ago.
Richland County, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Sheriff's
sir.
Department.
I forget.
So,
Who?
you're very familiar with what
You
the
got
standards are.
the city,
Yes,
right?
sir.
It was in Columbia.
In reviewing what this file and these pictures and documents, was SWED following the procedures that are required by that certification on this case?
What I had for procedures were their operation manual, how to run the laboratory and the functionalities. There's also a second set of documents called the technical documents for each one of the sections that would further in detail give you the information of how to do things, and as an example, recipes for chemical processing right? How to put the chemicals together, how to apply them.
Well, they didn't apply any chemicals here.
Again, I didn't see those technical
According to the
procedures.
records, okay. I guess what I'm saying is, and maybe the easiest way to just get that down to the generic, did they do what they were supposed to do under these standards at this crime scene for most things? Maybe they did some things that we're not aware of, but for instance, you looked at a number of foot impressions, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're required to do the 90 degree and then from different directions, right?
In a best case scenario, yes.
Did you see any footwear or foot impression that was taken that way?
No, sir.
Okay, all of them were from an angle?
Yes, sir.
And once you do that, are they suitable? I think we even saw,
Can't leave the witness.
to any of those photographs, no. Which of any of those photographs met the standards required to do a comparison?
None of the ones from around the victims or in the small shed area.
Okay. How many, if any, had that 90 degree on a tripod, if you will, shot? How many?
None of them.
Okay. And as a result of that, were any of them suitable for forensic comparison?
They were suitable for pattern identification, the gross pattern, but not as far as the detailed individualizing accidental characteristic that might be present.
Okay. Based on the reports we have, what effort, if any, was made to take fingerprints at the scene?
None that I observed.
Okay. Does that conduct, either for the footprints or the fingerprints, meet the standards that you use or anybody else is using when they try to evaluate?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the objection.
It says anybody else uses. Objection.
Any other department uses, any agency uses, any evaluating agency uses.
There was much more work that could have been done.
Okay. Did they do a terrible job here? He's an expert, I can ask an opinion.
I don't know what their limitations were, and I don't know what the training of the people doing the crime scene processing was. So
I'm not asking you the limitations. Looking at it, did they do a terrible job here? Did they do terrible is the wrong word. Let me get it more scientific. An adequate job to show the absence of, at the minimum, the absence of any other evidence. They do an adequate job to
I don't
eliminate.
believe so.
What?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And that's your expert opinion?
Correct.
Okay.
That much more could have been done.
Okay. And much more being done might have uncovered additional evidence that would have exculpated Alex Murdaugh, helped prove he's innocent. Correct?
Objection.
The basis for the objection.
Speculation.
In response.
Your Honor, it's what, I mean, the key here is the absence of evidence. And certainly the absence of evidence, if there was evidence they could have uncovered had they done the process right, it would have helped at the minimum prove there was another person.
That's exactly
that did this
right.
crime.
That's right.
Speaking
Exactly.
response. If you have one.
He's testifying in addition to speculation.
He is testifying.
The objection is sustained.
Thank you.
So what ends up happening here too, like personal, is this ends up being like a big fight between Poot and
Cross-examination.
Metters because they hate each other.
Please. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Wouldn't you have loved to have been Laura Rutland?
So silly. He's like, what?
I'm not sure who Laura Rutland is.
You don't know who Laura Rutland is?
No, sir.
Laura Rutland.
Oh my God, y'all. Like I said,
Mr. Harpoon.
this gets so.
Mr. Harpootlian asked you if you, and
Oh my God.
maybe I think he told you, you had read all the records in this
Great
case. And you
point,
said
Ken
yes,
Smith.
remember?
No, sir, I've been qualifying that each time he stated it.
I'm sorry, do what?
I have been qualifying that question each time he said that.
Well,
The records that were made available to me,
Yep.
the entire case jacket was not made available.
So tell these folks what was made available to you.
Photographs from the coroner's office that were taken apparently by a photographer representing them at the scene. Photographs, I believe, were
That's why
taken
he's
by
great.
SLED or an
He's so
investigative
careful with
agency.
all of his answers because he's like, he's literally, he knows exactly how he answered every question, and he's going to keep it all the same. They're not going to get him on impeachment. And literally, he's very careful because he understands how it works, right? He knows damn well that the defense, if they don't give him everything, he doesn't have it all. He can't testify about it, right? So he's very, I don't know. This is why I appreciate him. He comes across as completely unbiased. Oh yeah, what did they actually give you? Yeah, we're about to find out.
Later, I was the recipient of 4 images. Now that I know were taken by the state, well, we call them state's attorneys, district attorney, copies of the autopsy report, some of SLED's investigative reports, such as the fingerprint section, which actually also did the footwear the footwear examinations. I was given access to the operations manual for SLED, right, and the letter that I just referred to as far as the origin of some of the photographs.
So you have not read all the records in this case?
Correct.
And you don't know who Laura Rutland is?
No, sir, I don't.
So when we were talking about strategies for cross-examining an expert witness, this would be from category number 3, which is low risk open-ended questions, because he knows that, of course, he doesn't know who Laura Rutland is, right? How would he know who Laura Rutland is? But by asking that question, it's a low risk open-ended question. Because should he say yes, it's like, okay, fine. But more than likely, he's going to say no. Same thing with did you read this? Did you read that? Blah, blah. If you get one no, that's great, but you're more than likely going to get multiple no's. And that's the whole point of strategy number 3, low risk open-ended questions.
Would it be important for somebody, well, let me ask you this much. When did you get all that, the reports and the pictures from, when did you receive those in your possession?
Some of them as long as 2 months ago, 3 months ago, others today.
And I spent the weekend looking through some of your background.
That sucks.
Yes, sir.
You provide reports in a lot of cases, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Written reports?
Yes, sir.
What you do, what your findings were, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you do that in most cases, don't you?
Yes, sir.
So we talked about this a little bit earlier too, right? Like the deal with the reports, right? So the fact that Metter says, and I looked into your background, and then he goes, you usually provide reports. That to me says 2 things. First of all, it says the background is flawless. If there was any way to, question this guy's training, experience, or expertise, that would have been the time to do it. But the fact that he goes, I looked into your background, and then he says yes, and then he says, usually your provider report says to me, you can't get more training and experience and education than this dude has, right? But then the reports thing is because, like we were talking about earlier, they can decide, whoever hires an expert can decide whether or not to ask them for a report. So if he doesn't have a report, the thing is it's not this dude's fault. It's because the defense didn't ask for it. And that is a strategy. It is not, has nothing to do with the quality of the expert. But the goal of the other side's attorney is going to try to make it look to the jury like they came across unprepared or whatever, right? Because the jury doesn't know the rules. So he's going to try to make, if he didn't have a report, right, the goal would be to try to make him look bad. But in fact, the deal with the reports is if it's up to the defense, it's a strategy, right? If they're going to ask for it or not. We talked about that earlier. So,
did you do a report in this case?
100%.
Okay, well,
there we go.
So were you taking notes, and are you just doing all that from memory up there?
Testimony so far has been more about procedural issues and the specifics of things that I've already reviewed.
I understand that, but that wouldn't answer my question respectfully. Have you done a report for yourself?
Do I have notes that I was taking? Yes. Do I have copies of do I have them with me?
Yes, sir.
Strictly what's on my computer,
You going to provide those to me?
if you wish.
Entitled to reports, not his notes. He's not entitled to Brady. He's not entitled to anything but a report under Rule 5.
Who matters?
There is no such
This
thing.
is where it gets. I feel bad for the fucking expert because he gets caught in the crosshairs between or crossfire, whatever you call it, of these two, right? Because Metters and Harpootlian have a history, and they have gone way back as hating each other. Apparently, like that's the whole thing. I mean, you can tell it here, but the word on the street is like this is the thing. So this poor guy gets. I mean, he's not fazed by it. I'm fazed by it for him, right? But there's this whole thing about his computer. Now the expert misunderstood the question and thinks he's asking about the stuff the defense gave him. And it's understandable. Metters' questioning is not clear here. You know, what was it? His, again, up to this point in time, I still think Metters' best job was with Buster. But here, I think, you know, these attorneys, they're befuddling each other and they're getting in their own way and they're getting in each other's way, right? So Metters is like, you know, talking about what did the defense give you, et cetera. And then he kind of switches topic about the notes. And it's understandable that the expert still thinks that they're talking about what the defense turned over because that's what they were talking about. So this computer thing becomes a point of contention, but I really think oh, okay. Yeah. It sounds like Metters is asking for the notes, like how Dennison, asked for Dr. Hughes's notes. It's not the expert's fault, 100% not his fault. Right. And the thing is that the notes they're not entitled to, unless it was different in that case because Dr. Hughes was reading them from the stand. That's different. That was why that was because normally the notes are not fair game. Only the report is fair game. Again, that's why there's that strategy about it. Because the strategy would be if you don't ask for a report, they can take notes and then you don't have to turn anything over. So, but in this case, the issue is that there's going to be discussion about what's on his computer because he's asking for it. And he shouldn't, like, in other words, if he had the notes, he shouldn't be turning them over anyway. That's not how that rule goes. And I believe Metters is spelled like this. Oops. So I don't think I mean, generally your local or, well, I guess it would be state, generally your state. So, you know, they're all operating off of the rules of evidence code, right? So you've got the FREC, the federal rules of evidence, or FRE, and then you have the state rules of evidence are they're almost identical to your federal. And so and in terms of the way it works with expert witness disclosure and what they need to turn over and all that, that's in the federal rules of evidence. So I don't know that it's, could it be jurisdictional? Technically, yes. You know, this is like a lot of things, right? Where the states can technically do what they want, but most states follow exactly what's in the federal rules, if that makes sense. I know that's true with other things too. Not even things related to law, just like where the states could make their own decision. They typically follow, like, what's another example? I can't think of anything, but yeah, this is an example. So, you know, because if you like look up a rule code and you use the number and you do it by state or federal, typically they're going to be exactly the same. Yeah. So, but of course, as with everything in this court, nothing is normal, right? So the interchange that's about to happen here is very unique to this courtroom, let's just say.
You just told me I could
I
have
didn't
them.
ask for argument. The objection's overruled.
You said I can look at them?
They're not physically here, but whatever I have at another location, you're more than welcome to.
You said you had them on the computer.
Now, hold on. I want to hear
handwritten
what
notes.
Pete's objection
Right.
was.
Any of the
Because let me just-
testimony so far has been more about procedural issues and the specifics of things that I've already reviewed.
I understand that, but that wouldn't answer my question respectfully. Have you done a report for yourself?
A report for
Do I
yourself.
have notes that I was taking? Yes. Do I
You
have
have
copies
those?
do I have them with me?
Yes, sir.
Strictly what's on my computer,
You going to provide those to me?
if you wish.
Entitled to reports, not his notes. He's
Okay.
not entitled to Brady. He's not entitled to anything but a report under Rule 5, and there is no such thing.
He just said if you wish. He just told me I could.
I didn't ask for argument. The objection's overruled.
Okay.
He said I can look at them?
That's so interesting. Okay, so what Poot said, okay, it makes sense. So Poot just said what I was saying, which is he's not entitled to notes. He's absolutely right. The problem is this: Poot objected too late. What happened here is the witness, Metters asked the question, and the witness answered it and said, "If you wish," and then Poot objected. That's the problem, because he already answered it and said, "If you wish." Oh, Abby. Abby just gave us some bad news in the chat. I have a hard time. So I'm going to have to try to not worry too much about that so that I can continue doing this live stream. I'm not like Abby, and I don't handle animals being hurt well. So, no, it's totally fine. She's being polite, saying if we don't want, it's totally fine. I just, yeah, it's awful. I'm sorry, Abby, and I'm sorry for the families. So yeah, but what Poot said is absolutely right. The problem is he objected too late, and sorry, now I'm just thinking about Frodo. So my dog. So anyway, he objected too late because the witness already said he'd hand him over, right? That's why it was overruled by Judge Newman, because I was wondering why it was overruled. I was like, hang on, what? It's overruled. But that's why. It's because the witness already said, sure, I'll give them to you.
Not physically here, but whatever I have at another location, you're more than welcome to.
You said you had them on your computer.
He was confused.
Not all the handwritten
Understandably.
notes. Right. Any of the documentation I was given was by virtue
He has
of
the documentation.
digital copies.
But you have something on your computer up there. You actually motioned toward it.
Please?
You have some on your computer up there.
This whole
Not
thing.
the actual notes, no. I have the actual documents I received to review.
Right. He thought that's what you were
The
asking.
handwritten notes or any of the notations on images or photographs are at another location.
When did you prepare? We got the PowerPoint last night about 10 o'clock. When did you prepare that?
Which one?
Was there more than one?
There were two.
Where's the other one?
They were both shown.
Those were two PowerPoints?
There were two separate ones, yes. I take it back. I was mistaken.
You're what? What'd you just say?
I said I was mistaken.
Okay.
There was one PowerPoint. There were two sections to it.
And when did you provide that?
Probably a week ago.
And you just said you were mistaken.
Oh boy.
You have made mistakes in your life, haven't you?
This is the
Yes,
best
sir.
you
I
can
have
do
an
with this
eraser on my
witness.
pencil.
Because this witness is really
And-
great.
And
She's like
I'm
trying to be
old
like,
school, you're old
we all
school. I
make
don't mean that
mistakes.
bad.
Thank you.
Oh, I was
And,
talking over
when
this
you were
funny
around
part. Let me
investigating crime
rewind
scene-
it.
Two sections
Sorry.
to it.
And when did you provide that?
Probably a week ago.
And you just said you were mistaken. You have made mistakes in your life, haven't you?
Yes, sir. I have an eraser on my pencil.
And I'm old school. You're old school. I don't mean that bad.
Thank you.
When you were around
Weirdness.
investigating crime scene years ago, you didn't
This
wear
is
booties
so
every time
silly.
you were on a crime scene.
When I started doing crime scenes, they weren't part of the equipment.
So
As
my answer-
technology has come along, the fear of contamination, they become standard operating procedures.
But you have not always wore foot protection when you were on a crime scene, have you?
Going back 20, 30, 40 years ago, no, sir.
And you made mistakes before.
As everyone in this room, yes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Harpootlian asked you about states
Look at Poot's
195.
face, y'all. Look at Poot.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, hang on. Look at
And it's important.
What is happening to Poot? You guys, y'all look at Poot's face. I can't. That is just so good. I'm gonna have to take a screenshot of this and save that for later and maybe use it in a thumbnail because that is amazing.
When these footprints were put on here, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you know who first saw those footprints?
What is going on with
sir.
Poot?
You don't, that's right. It's
Did he
Laura
not have
Rutland.
his lunch or something? What's going on?
Would it have been important to you to come in and you're basically second guessing
Great point, Kid Smith.
Colleton County Sheriff's Department the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Well, you're being paid to come in and say they did a bad job, aren't you?
I even qualified that answer.
You
Depending
did
on the limitations of their
You
skill
did
sets.
qualify it.
Depending
You're not
on the
going to keep
limitations
them
of
up.
equipment that they have and their training.
He's very fair.
They may have done the best job they could.
But you're second guessing the Colleton
He's,
County Sheriff's
Matters,
Department.
Matters does
and
not,
SLED,
you know,
and saying they did a bad job. didn't you?
we did, again, for anyone who missed it, we did at the very beginning a little video discussion on how strategies for cross-examining expert witnesses, and Matters is not sticking to that very well. But having said that, I don't know that it would help him, because again, this witness is really a great witness, and so he's really grasping at straws here. But again, he's also been, I think, flustered by the whole thing between him and Pooh, and they're just like, they got their whole dynamic going.
With that particular image,
Well, no, you've said it about the whole thing.
Have you finished your answer? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
are you referring to this image or the
Right now,
entire?
okay, yes, sir.
As far as that picture goes, it's a good general overview documentation of an area without additional photographs, which I know there are. There were 4 in the series, if I'm not mistaken. All right. It does show this area in concert with a portion of the crime scene. That can be equated back to one of the diagrams that was prepared. This particular picture is a medium close-up showing a particular area, as I tried to explain with the photography, showing multiple images and how they relate to one another. The other photograph would show how it relates to the scene. The part that's missing are the macro or the close-up photographs showing the detail of the images, so that should a pair of shoes or article of
100%.
footwear be available,
It's not detailed.
they could
for
then
sure.
be directly compared and analyzed and either included or excluded from consideration in the case.
And if you had a witness.
Very reasonable. It's very
Let me just
reasonable
ask,
what he's
if
saying. What he's saying makes
giving
sense.
an
That's
opinion
part
up
of it,
here.
right? Like, you have some experts and it's like they can just try to talk in circles and blah blah, and then you just assume they know what they're talking about. What he's saying makes logical sense, right? And I think that's part of why I find him so credible. What he's saying makes sense. You need a closer up picture to get more detail, so you can do a better job if you're going to make 100%, confirmatory whatever comparison. It just makes sense. It's reasonable. It's reasonable, and it actually stands out, right? Because you don't always see that in a courtroom. And there's a lot of exaggeration or like semantics, but this is just very reasonable.
And
So
evaluating the crime scene, wouldn't you want to know if there was a witness who saw this image when they were just the sandals on it? Wouldn't you want to know that if you were evaluating, second guessing whether a law enforcement did a good job? Wouldn't you want to know that?
It would be helpful, but that's not what I was presented with.
You weren't even presented with
I
that.
love that though.
I was presented.
See, Netter's just trying to make it seem like that works for dude. That was a great answer, right? In terms of a good witnessing, like what he's definitively saying, I'm not saying anything this or that, right? He's saying in other words, he's not blaming the law enforcement. He's saying he can only go off of what he was given. So he wasn't presented with that information. So in other words, don't blame law enforcement, blame the defense, right? But then Metters is trying to make it seem like he gave an answer that was really good for the prosecution, or that's not even the right way to say it. Like it was really bad for law enforcement. So
or
let's just
article of footwear be available. They could then be directly compared and analyzed and either included or excluded from consideration in the case.
And if you had a witness, let me just ask, if you're giving an opinion up here and evaluating the crime scene, wouldn't you want to know if there was a witness who saw this image when they were just the sandals on it? Wouldn't you want to know that if you were evaluating, second guessing whether a law enforcement did a good job? Wouldn't you want to know that?
It would be helpful, but that's not what I was presented
it would
with.
be helpful,
You
but
weren't
that's
even
not what I was.
presented with that.
I was presented with a photograph and asked to interpret what's there.
But if there's a witness,
So in other words, he's agreeing with Metters. He's saying, yes, it would be helpful, but I wasn't given that, right? So again, that's why this is just, he's a great witness.
who said, I saw those and they were just those sandal prints and nothing else there, you'd want to know that.
First off, I'm not an investigator. I don't do interviews. I don't talk to people about what they did or saw. As a scientist, you evaluate the information that you're given to work with insofar as possible. These images have very limited value for analysis. How they got there, I don't know. and article of footwear came in contact with that surface, as I explained, and left an impression, a three-dimensional image. As far as who was there, how many people walked through, I don't know. I was not at the scene at the time of the incident, nor have I ever been to the crime scene.
You've never even been in the crime scene?
Correct.
I mean, isn't that important? If you're going,
You know,
Not for the limited purpose that I was asked to look at the evidence.
there's not much he can do.
And
I
as
mean,
the time elapsed, there's no way to go back to a scene that occurred 2 years ago and try to interpret evidence that probably
it's tough,
no
right?
longer
There's
exists.
no way to discredit this guy. There's no way to impeach him. There's no way to, you know, he's not biased, right? He's just, again, that's why he's a great witness. So this is tough. You know, I think that you could even use all the techniques we went over earlier with cross-examining witnesses, and you're still not going to get much that's going to really phase him or, you know, be all that beneficial, depending on the facts of the case, of course, right? But in this case, it is what it is. That's what he's got, and he's just very credible.
and will you just please answer this one question?
Yes, sir.
If there was information from an individual who saw this scene
But you
on
just
June
asked
7th,
an answer. Objection asked and answered.
one,
In all
that
seriousness.
when she saw it, there were nothing but the sandal prints and nothing else, wouldn't you want to know that?
Again,
That's a great point.
As a scientist, I can only deal with what's
That's a
put in
great point,
front of
Kit
me.
Smith. Yeah, Mr. Physics. Yeah.
I avoid witness statements because of their unreliability.
Great point.
An eyewitness who said, I just saw sandals, you wouldn't want to know that.
I would not care.
Ask and answer.
A beat cop? If you just saw
This is
sandals
so funny.
yourself?
I was not a scientist at that point.
This is he's run out of ideas. Matters has run out of ideas. So his next strategy is trying to talk about when this dude was a beat cop, like 10 centuries ago, when he was a beat cop, as if the jury even doesn't even know what that means. Like, this is where we're at. This is where we're at.
I was not subject to
This is
bias
hilarious.
accusations.
You know what I will
and
say? I bet this expert has never been asked this question before.
undue influence from others.
You talking about Mr. Harpootlian or me?
Both.
Okay.
He handled that really well.
And the reason I'm following up on that, and I wasn't
picking
clear,
up, I
Mr.
think, on their
Harpootlian said,
dynamic.
were these over
Brothers
other
coming
imprints or over? They're actually over each other. The sandals are over themselves, the imprints,
I
correct?
said that, yes.
Okay. Well, it wasn't clear. You're not saying they were
Yeah.
over these other.
Who tried to make it
Mr.
confusing?
Meadows, it was clear to me, it was clear to everybody
No.
else in the
I
courtroom.
No.
also stated that they're on top.
Objection is sustained.
Objection.
Objection is sustained.
What a mess.
Examination by the counsel.
Y'all.
Cross-examination, not direct examination.
And finally on this topic, Mr. Harpootlian said that these photos were taken on June 7th of 2021, and that's what you thought, correct? That's what you were provided.
The appearance from the letter that was, I believe, attached to those images gave that indication, yes.
Okay. And did it say what? Beg court's indulgence.
Beg the court's
They were actually taken on
indulgence.
June 8th, 2023, later that day. Did you know that?
Apparently, the person who authored the
Well, that's
letter
not-
authenticating the
Again,
photograph
that
was
has
inaccurate.
nothing to do with this witness, and you know.
Looking
grasp
at,
at
I think it states 139, and this now it states 565. Using common sense, are those consistent with this?
He's gone back. That's the voice of reason strategy. Strategy number 2.
Nature of objection.
He's an expert
Legal
witness.
basis for the
The
objection.
legal basis is he's applying the
That
wrong
is
standard, common
not-
sense. He's a scientist. He can.
That is not a legal basis. This is just great. This is a great indication as to how rattled Poot is right now with matters, because Poot knows what a legal basis is, and that is not, he's forgotten. And that's like, it would take a lot, right? He's been doing this a long time. Like, this is just so funny to me. He gives the legal basis and he gives him speaking objection.
A comparison scientifically.
The objection is overruled.
Yeah.
In general pattern design,
It would have been
this pair
overruled
of
anyway, but-
sandals possibly made the smooth imprints that appear in the picture. However, I cannot tell you size, right, or individual patterns.
matters.
As
Look
the
at matters.
images here, again, were not recorded properly, if that's what they were. There are similarities to basic pattern design to these shoes.
Okay. And you'd have said that, and I'm sorry, you'd have said that as a beat cop 40 years ago and same
Again with
thing
the
right
beat
now
cop
today,
thing.
wouldn't you?
Except now I have to do it as an expert witness, which is much different.
In 198, 199, already in evidence, would you dispute that these were the right and left of Paul?
They were shown to me as representative of that, yes.
And that's good.
Yes.
That's good law enforcement.
This is the next
That's
strategy.
part of the examination
That's
process.
good law
yes, sir.
enforcement. Oh my God.
And what's now been admitted into evidence, SLED's report by Special Agent Worley, 2 reports, one more detailed than the other, where she basically gave her conclusions about looking at these footwear impressions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can't disagree with anything that she came up with, can you?
No, in fact, I agree with her comments about the limitations that were placed on her to do the analysis.
Very
Pretty good
fair.
examination, wasn't it?
I have no problem with it.
You have no problem with it?
No, sir. In regards to the limitations that were placed on her.
But she tried.
Yes, sir.
She
they
tried. I can't, y'all.
And they took
How
pictures.
bizarre.
And the pictures that were taken made it difficult, if not impossible, as she states in her report, to draw a positive conclusion in
This
one
is so
direction or
fair.
another.
You're not
To
going to
only
find
be able to give a
a
class
more fair
characteristic
assessment
of basic
of this.
pattern design.
Sorry, I'm talking over all right.
Examination notes.
You're not going to find a more fair assessment of this crime scene investigation, like in all seriousness, because we've heard from other people that really kind of honestly tore into it more than he is. He is giving such a fair fucking assessment of this that it is. I just appreciate it, and again, it just gives him so much more credibility.
But she tried.
Yes, sir.
And they tried.
Yep.
And they took pictures.
And the pictures that were taken made it difficult, if not impossible, as she states in her report, to draw a positive conclusion in one direction or another, to only be able to give a class characteristic of basic pattern design. Examination notes, subsection section 105 for item 105.1. Unknown footwear impression in photograph number 0139. Each photograph that was taken has a specific number assigned to it by the digital cameras, so you can go back to that specific image. Near the feed room door threshold, this would be, to me, it's closest to the entryway itself. The item 105, unknown footwear impression, consists of partial impressions in suspected blood on a cement floor. The outsole design consists of at least 4 rows of parallel rectangular blocks. One block is in a row by itself and appears to be 2 blocks that are joined together, forming more of a V or a U shape. Due to the amount of suspected blood in the impression, it is difficult to determine if those or any of the blocks that appear to be joined together are actually joined in the design, or if the volume of suspected blood is masking the separation of the joints. The sentence with the underlined section, overall, the item 105.1, unknown footwear impression, is consistent with the outsole design of the item 103 right shoe.
That's consistent with Paul's shoe, correct? Assuming Paul's shoe is 103.
It's consistent with that one that's represented, yes.
Thank you.
Okay? Again, this is her opinion.
I understand.
All right, specifically, the unknown impressions appear to be consistent with the 2nd through the 6th rows of the toe end of the outsole. There is barely a noticeable difference between the design of the left and the right shoe. However, there is a slight variation in the slant of the blocks, especially in the middle row of the impression. Additionally, it is the photograph, or if the photographs were true to size, there is an outline of the blocks that would align with the 5th row of the toe end of the shoe, which is obscured in item 103, left shoe, but is clearly visible in the right shoe. Due to the quality, of the impression, a more meaningful conclusion cannot be rendered. The item 21 and 95 have been eliminated based on the outsole design.
So
those would be Paul's shoes and Maggie's.
So she found that was consistent with Paul's shoe, correct?
Based on her opinion, yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to go through every one of these, but I would just want to briefly go through. Did she also, on the 105.2 footwear impression, say that Paul's shoes were consistent?
And continues, the lack of clarity in the impression makes it difficult to determine if it was made by the left or the right shoe. Therefore, a more meaningful conclusion cannot be reached. And they were eliminated.
It's consistent, correct? The lack of clarity make it difficult to determine a more meaningful, but it's consistent, correct? They weren't eliminated. Why'd you say that?
I read the next line.
Yeah, but that's item 21 and 95.
Correct.
You were trying to imply that.
No, I wouldn't do that.
You made a mistake?
No.
Well, you said they
The
were
last-
eliminated.
Standing up, badgering this witness next to him. He can read it. He can comment from back here. He's in the doorway, but again, I object.
For clarity.
This moment.
He's been
The
up there.
objection is to you standing in the doorway.
He's been standing up here the whole
No.
time. Aimed a gun at us yesterday from here.
Pardon?
He aimed a gun at us from here yesterday.
Good for the goose, good for the gander is a rule, and I can't find it in my rule book.
Well, we're operating with limited space. Just as a matter of trial procedure, it's extremely unusual for counsel to stand in the locations where counsel have been standing throughout the trial. But given the limited space, it's somewhat understandable. But he has moved to the podium. Go right ahead.
Did you misspeak just then?
I did. All right, the last sentence states, the items 21 and 95, the other two articles of footwear, are eliminated based on their outsole design.
But Paul's wasn't eliminated.
In a very basic way, and because, again, by her report, by what she reports as the contamination issues, right, blood seeping into other areas, the detail is not there to be definitive. Also, there is no rendering of the size of the image from any of the crime scene photographs. Could it be this big, or could it be this big? I can't eliminate based on size.
And if we could go to 105.3, I'll stay back here and left you a copy there, and I've got a copy.
Yes, sir.
That's an unknown footwear impression represented.
Your Honor, I'm wishing to tell us what exhibit he's No, I mean, what exhibit you just handed him? What did you just hand him?
To the report that you didn't object to.
I don't object to it, I just don't want to know what it is.
It's photograph 29.
It's 1562.
Thank you.
Sorry. I forgot where we were.
105.3.
Thank you. Under 105.3, can you tell me, did
Y'all, the way the witness helps him out there, let me play that again. This is insanity between the two of them. Poot and Murdaugh's.
stay back here and left you a copy there, and I've got a copy.
Yes, sir.
That's an unknown footwear impression represented.
Your Honor, I'm wishing to tell us what exhibit he's No, I mean, what exhibit you just handed him? What did you just hand him?
To the report that you didn't object to.
I don't object to it, I just don't want to know what it is.
It's photograph 29.
It's 1562.
Thank you.
Sorry. I forgot where we were.
105.3.
Thank you. Under 105.3, can you tell me, which is comparing, I'm looking now in states 40, and do you see 105.3 in states 40, and did you review that when you were evaluating this case? And
I read the reports and matched photographs up to the scene, yes. Or the reports. Whoops, sorry.
And did
Did you see
Agent
that?
Morley
Did y'all
conclude
see his
that
face? He was trying not
item
to laugh. Hold on. This is so
105.3
fucking funny.
Handed.
to the report that you didn't object to?
I went too far.
105.3.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Under 105.3, can you tell me, which is comparing, I'm looking now in states 40, And do you see 105.3 in States 40, and did you review that when you were evaluating this case? And
I read the reports and matched photographs up to the scene, yes. Or the reports. Oh, sorry.
Look at his watch.
And did
He deserves to have a
Agent Morley
smile in all
conclude
this.
that
Again,
item
he's really caught like in the crossfire of this battle between Putin matters.
105.3 unknown footwear impression is consistent with the outsole design of item 103 right shoe? Did she conclude that?
I just,
Oh, I didn't read it. I picked it up if I was still up there.
Oh my God, what a mess.
it cannot be,
105.3.
it just says it cannot be excluded.
Did she say impression is consistent with the outside design of 103 right shoe? In the second paragraph.
And continuing, although there is minimal amount of detail observed in item 103, right shoe cannot be excluded due to the basic design and structure. Again, the limited amount of detail made a very qualified findings. The other part, continuing on with this document and her final report, they all indicate that there could be no size comparison. And again, there's no way to determine that.
But she tried.
She tried the best she could, yes.
We're back to that again.
And going on down, 105.4, there was an unknown impression represented on the back of Maggie's leg.
Yes, sir.
I don't even know if he talked about it, but I'm going to 541.
Yes, sir.
What did she say about that? What were her findings?
I believe that she couldn't do anything with it.
Although there's a definite pattern visible, it cannot be definitively determined if the impression is a footwear impression or if it was created by some other object, right?
Correct.
And you agree with that?
Yes.
And the only thing she said it was kind of consistent with was the fabric portion of item 95 sandals that couldn't be excluded. And those are Maggie sandals, right? We don't know what it is, right?
Correct.
Sandals,
Could be that, could be anything.
could be a tire on an ATV.
Possible.
She examined every footwear, every one of these, correct? She being Agent Worley?
According to her report, yes, sir.
Took pictures of them, imprints of them,
Yes, sir.
compared them,
Yes, sir. Insofar as she could.
and came up with a report.
Again, I was not requested to write a report.
You don't even have a report.
Correct,
No.
sir. I've said that 3 times.
Oh my God.
So you have no idea if everything else they didn't provide you was done 100% correctly.
No, sir.
Thank you, that's all.
Yeah, very, very briefly. Let me see if I can do this in less than 5 minutes.
That's what she said.
He asked you, yes, there's a photograph up here he asked you about in the sand with impressions, shoe impressions, right?
Yes, sir.
So if this Laura Rutten person that saw this earlier said, all she saw were sandals when she got to the crime scene, and then there were impressions over those sandals, would that indicate that somebody in some way spoiled or affected the crime scene that arrived after the police did, or with the police, or were the police?
After the observation, yes.
Is that something encouraged in these policies and procedures, to actually walk over footprints in the crime scene?
The primary redress at any scene is to protect the evidence, whatever it might be.
Was that protected?
I don't know.
It would appear if one officer saw just sandal impressions, and then
Oh my
after,
God. Coot wants him to say no, it's not protected. And he's like, he can't say. Ah.
that there are footprints on it, it's not protected.
Objection to leading.
Can't lead the witness.
We'll move on. So you were asked if Agent
Great
Worley did all she could do, and you said she tried.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, she tried with, she even says that the impressions, the pictures of the impressions are inadequate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because they didn't follow the simple procedures you've been doing for the last two, and most police departments have done for the last 2 or 3 decades, right?
And has been taught for a number of years.
No tripod, no direct angle. And let me ask you this.
Tripod. I swear to
believe
God,
we've
he
asked
never
this
said that was
before,
required.
But if she had done what you did in that New York crime scene and sprayed a chemical.
Objection, Your Honor.
Question.
I haven't finished. So, if she had sprayed the chemical we saw in the pictures that you had in your PowerPoint from New York, what, if any, difference could that have made?
If there was a blood-like substance present, and more especially in and around the partial prints that were visible, it could give you additional detail and further enhance the pattern design and hopefully give you individualizing characteristics for comparison at a later date. The difficulty with this whole case is I can't tell you when those prints were put there.
You can't tell me what?
I cannot tell you when those prints were there. The only comment that you can make is sometime prior to the time the photographs were taken, the print was placed there.
Okay. And this technology of using that spray is decades old also?
Again
Yes,
with
sir, it
this.
is.
Oh my God.
So you said she tried. Could she have tried harder? Could she have tried better? Could she have used the techniques that have been around for 20 or 30 years to make sure there wasn't the perpetrator's bloody footprint in the feed room? Could she have done that?
She or someone with their investigative group that would be qualified to do that.
He asked you a series of questions, went on for 10 minutes about, she compared this.
Objection.
The objection sustained as to the comment.
Look at his
When you
face.
asked about a series of,
Oh my God,
a report with a series of comparisons of pictures with different known shoe impressions.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you indicate that now if there was a match, what word would be used? Would it be consistent or would it be something stronger?
It depends on the type of analysis and the amount of information that you could call or get from it.
Do you ever say this shoe made that impression?
In an all better world with proper individualizing characteristic and the 5 criteria that I mentioned before, you could reach that conclusion.
Okay, but she says consistent.
Correct.
That's not that shoe made that impression. It's that shoe could have made that impression.
That shoe or any other pattern similar to that could have made it.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Meadows.
Do a second PowerPoint that said that Marco Maggie was consistent with the shoe. Did you do another PowerPoint?
I've done several.
You've done several?
Yes, sir.
Where's the other one?
Chose not to use them.
They chose not to use them. That's all.
You may step down.
Your Honor, this defense calls Micah Sturgis.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand.
Micah Sturgis, last name Sturgis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sturgis.
Good afternoon.
To start with, can you just tell us about yourself? Where are you from?
Sure. My name is Micah Sturgis. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. I am the Director of Digital Forensics for Barefoot Professional Investigations.
You pull the mic a little closer.
Sorry. Better. Yeah. I'm the Director of Digital Forensics for Barefoot Investigations.
Okay. And tell us about your experience in law enforcement and then cell phone forensics.
Sure. So from 2004 until 2016, I was employed by the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office. It's a full-service sheriff's office located in Cleveland County, North Carolina. They're on the border of North and South Carolina. During that time period from 2004 to 2006, I was a patrol deputy. In 2006, I was promoted to a corporal or training officer, where I trained new hires. In 2009, I was promoted to detective. In that capacity, I handled everything from larcenies to murders. And then I took on the role of the digital forensic examiner for the sheriff's office. was the first one that we had, and I formed the digital forensics lab at the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office.
And before we get more into digital forensics, you've been involved in murder investigations before?
I have, yes.
Okay. As a lead detective?
As a lead detective, yes.
And then as you go into digital forensics, tell us about your experience with digital forensics in law enforcement, and then afterwards, and then after that, we'll get to your certifications and training.
Sure. As the digital forensic examiner for the Sheriff's Office, it was my responsibility to handle all the digital evidence that came into the lab, and I was also in charge of ordering things that needed to be ordered and stocked up on for digital forensic purposes. And during that time period, I was sponsored by the United States Secret Service to attend the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama, where I was trained in mobile device examination, multiple tools, Celebrite, Blackthorn.
So this dude is the defense's last expert witness, and he is also phenomenal, in my opinion. And wow, they found a guy who is in digital forensics, but has experience as not only a detective, not only a lead detective or a lead investigator, but lead investigator on homicide cases. So talk about the expert you want for this. Like, this dude is legit. He's awesome. I love him. I love him so much. He does a phenomenal job. So I'll be interested to see what you guys think about him.
Which is a form of burla ivy. XRY, which is another forensic tool.
Oh, and you'll see he specializes in Apple stuff, because that's different, right? Like, getting into the iPhones is different than the Androids and whatnot. So that's part of why, again, that makes him just even more specialized.
Paraben was another tool that we used. And so I received that training from the NCFI. They also sent me back with several things, one of which being a laptop computer or a.
And I will say this is an advantage, because I don't think SLED, like the state and SLED, like they didn't have anybody who really specializes in the Apple stuff, because Lantern, this software, is specific to Apple, and that's like the shit you use to like crack the Apple stuff. He's going to talk about it. I don't know. What I'm saying is they did a good job finding him. That's my point.
MacBook in order to do examinations on,
right.
And also a Ramsey's box or a Faraday box that I used to use whenever we had phones that came in.
And let's just, since we're kind of on it, could you go through the training you've had in digital evidence?
Sure. So I have had the basic and intermediate cell phone forensic courses, introduction, intermediate, advanced computer forensics, internet investigations, introduction to wireless investigations. I was a Lantern certified examiner, attended the Lantern cell phone training. Lantern is a forensics tool for Apple devices, primarily Apple devices, does some Androids. Apple iOS forensics, I attended that at the American Academy of Applied Forensics in Charlotte. Cyber investigations, I was nominated and sent to the National Computer Forensics Institute by the United States Secret Service, where I received my mobile device examiner certification. I also received Celebrite certifications while there at the NCFI, and Paraben mobile forensic training, Celebrite certified physical analyst, and received introduction to alternate data acquisition training, wireless analysis training. I received my Lantern certified examiner from Katana Forensics, my XRY certified examiner from MSAB, the Celebrite mobile forensics fundamental certification, the Celebrite certified operator certification, Celebrite physical analyst certification, and then the Celebrite certified mobile examiner certification, and also my in-case certified examiner certification.
And can you tell us about how many extractions or acquisitions of digital evidence you've performed?
Sure. Well over 500 logical physical acquisitions and extractions using Lantern, the Apple device forensic tool, Celebrite, Blackthorn, XRY, Paraben. and well over 750 images of hard disk drives or solid state drives of computers, and analyzing that data within either FTK or InCase. FTK's Forensics Toolkit. It's a forensic suite. Examining an InCase, Magnet IEF, which is Internet Evidence Finder. That's what they started out as. They're now Magnet Axiom is the product that they produce and put out. So I've used Axiom to do multiple examinations with that. Image with hardware forensic imagers like the Forensic Falcon. I've used Paladin to get live acquisitions, Macquisition for Macs, and Recon ITR for MacBooks. Also had to collect checkpoint encrypted devices with my time at the bank.
And
He's done it all.
When did you leave law enforcement, and what have you done since you left?
Sure. In 2016, I received a phone call from an individual who owned a private firm in Charlotte, and I went to work for him as a digital forensic
So it's interesting
examiner
because
in the
him being
South
from
Park
Charlotte,
area.
I would not have placed that with his accent. I'm born and raised in North Carolina, and I definitely, I've known a lot of people from Charlotte, and I've not heard that accent. So it's interesting. I mean, Charlotte is definitely on like the border of North Carolina to where it's like really close to South Carolina. So like you can totally go like hop back and forth like pretty easily. But and it does sound more like a South Carolina accent that he has. But still, again, I've known a lot of people from Charlotte, but yeah, he's a very impressive fellow. So
Charlotte.
Okay, and after
After that, I worked for him from 2016 until roughly 2019.
it seems rather young
And then
too to
I
have
went
accomplished
to
so much
Wells
as well.
Fargo, where I was one of 24 examiners for the Wells Fargo and Company. After leaving Wells Fargo in 2021, I went and formed this lab at Barefoot Professional Investigations.
Barefoot Landing. What is that from again, Kidsmans? It rings a bell. I can't remember what that's from.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert by court to testify before?
Yes, I have in both criminal and defense work.
Okay. Criminal work, civil cases?
And civil as well, yes.
And in the criminal cases, have you been on the defense side, the prosecution side, both sides?
I've been on both.
I'm sure he has.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert
It's
in
very obvious
digital
why.
forensics
Yeah,
in a murder
great
case
candidate
before?
for that.
I have, yes, in 2015.
And was that for the prosecution?
It was for the prosecution.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer the witness as an expert in cell phone forensics.
Oh, right. Barefoot Landing. Yes.
So qualified.
Kidsmans. So you don't even live here. I forget what was your relation? I know you said you were going to be in South Carolina here soon, but I can't remember why did you have family over here? The fact that you here's the point. The fact that you know this and I don't is what's so funny because I live here and you don't live here. So near Myrtle Beach. Okay. Yeah, I've actually never been to Myrtle Beach. Your mom lives down there. Okay, that's cool. That is so funny. If you ever make it to Greensboro or anywhere near Greensboro, let me know. I grew up going to not Myrtle Beach, Outer Banks. That's where I always went. I've actually never been to Myrtle Beach, like I said. Yeah, we went to the Outer Banks every year, which I love. And Barefoot, I was like, it rings a bell. I've heard of it, but I've never been there. Barefoot Landing. Yeah, Myrtle Beach is interesting. Very different vibe from like the Outer Banks. Conway. Okay. Conway. Who do I know in Conway? Sunset Beach is nice. I know my parents have been there. I don't think I've been there. Conway. Who do I know in Conway? I'll have to think about that. I know somebody in Conway. Conway's like outside Charlotte, right? It rings a bell. That's cool though. Have you ever been to the Outer Banks? Curious. I don't know. Okay, it's near Myrtle. I don't know how close Outer Banks is from Myrtle either, but yeah, Myrtle Beach is near South Carolina. Well, it sounds like you know that area better than I do. Kitsmits, close to Myrtle. Yeah, like I said, I haven't spent much time down there. Yeah, the Outer Banks I know better than my own neighborhood where I live. Like I freaking love the Outer Banks. Shout out to OBX and shout out to Highway 12, which is the one road that does all of Outer Banks. There's no stoplights once you get off the mainland. So yes, okay. Love Outer Banks so much. But let's continue on with Mr. Sturgis. Yeah, so your Kitsmits, you actually would be more likely to bump into this fellow because he's closer to your territory if you're ever over there visiting your mom. Yeah, New Jersey beaches. Well, I've never been to New Jersey actually, but my connotation is from Jersey Shore, like the show. So yeah. But Sunset Beach is very different from Myrtle. From my understanding, I haven't been there, but I'm pretty sure Sunset Beach is different than Myrtle. Because Myrtle, the connotation, at least if you're from around here, is like they have like a lot of bikers and stuff, like motorcycle bikers, and like crowded and kind of, I don't want to say trashy. Trashy is not the right word. I don't want to offend anybody from that loves Myrtle Beach. Myrtle Beach is great. But yeah, I mean, Outer Banks is, maybe that's what it is. Outer Banks is just different than most beaches because there's like, it's not touristy, it's not crowded. Like literally it's just like a nature preserve. So like if it's not all commercially, like there's no Walmart, there's no Starbucks, there's no Target. There's like very few restaurants, they're just like locally owned. And it's just very much natural beaches and you have the beach mostly to yourself, like really for real. Weird smell that tracks with what I have understood to be true of Myrtle Beach for sure. Yeah. Like Outer Banks is like, you can go and do the beach the way you want to, and there, you don't have to worry about people. Like it's just so different. And I don't know that I've ever been to a beach, which is like your typical beach that you see on TV shows or movies, like where it's like, there's people everywhere. I honestly don't know that I've ever been. And I mean, I've been to other beaches besides Outer Banks, I've been not all over the world, but many other places. But as far as like your typical, like, or stereotypical, I should say rather, like American beach, maybe that's mostly Florida. But like, I've never been to a beach like that. Or actually I say that Jersey Shore beaches, were like that too, at least from the TV show. Like, yeah, I don't know. But I guess also my family would avoid places like that. So, I would not like, it almost just looks horrible to me. Crowded beaches. Yeah. Sunset Beach is a tiny community. That's what I understood as well. Yeah. So yeah, if you liked that, then you definitely would like something like OBX, Outer Banks. Yeah, so. I wonder
have you had a chance to review the timeline that's been introduced into evidence in this case? I believe it was, I don't have the exhibit number on me, but the large timeline.
That is insane.
The one provided by the state, yes.
So what?
And as far as the cell phone information
insane.
goes, is that timeline accurate?
It is there, with the exception of a couple of things based off interpretation of the data. But for the most part, yes, it is accurate.
Is anything missing?
You have to appreciate that. He just asked him if the data was accurate, and he said yes. Because again, it's like, he's not saying that they gave messed up data or that it was like, whatever, fucked with it anyway. He's saying the data was accurate. But what he's saying is that, that you could interpret it differently, which of course you can. That's the whole point, right? You can always interpret the data differently, but he's saying the data itself, there's nothing wrong with it. Again, that's what I love. This is not a biased witness. This is a very fair witness.
There are two instances where there's some things from the knowledge.
Yeah, I would
database
imagine
that are
that the beaches are cold in Oregon, 100%. Yeah. And even, I will say, like, even Outer Banks is cold. well, okay, for me, I am always cold, and so like for me, cold is different than most people. But like if we would go like sometimes even in early June, it would be too cold for me sometimes to even wear like shorts and a tank top, let alone swim or anything. Like there's times where we would go like at late May, early June, and to me, I was wearing a hoodie and long pants. But I'm a weirdo. So like, the only like if it was like peak summer, then it might be warm enough for me to swim. But yeah, that can be true as well though, even for places in North Carolina. But also that does depend on the time of year. But I don't know. If I could, I would live in the desert if I could live anywhere. Oh wow, that's crazy. Anywhere? Swimming in the ocean is so much fun. I wish that I weren't so cold all the time so I could do it more. Because like that's my only downfall. Is like literally I can't. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it might be that maybe it's, I don't know. Do people do it? Do they swim out there? Maybe it's just too cold. Okay. So, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I wish I could, I wish I didn't get so cold so I could swim, but even in May and June, but anyway, yeah, I'm not, that the waves at the Outer Banks, they can be pretty gnarly. That doesn't, again, the waves are not a deterrent for me. It really, like, I'll take on the waves, but I can't because if I get like, I call it like a low core body temperature. And then I get like, it gets real weird for me. Like my brain stops functioning and stuff like when my temperature stops dropping. So, that probably makes me sound like I'm an insane person, but like actually my regular resting body temperature is like 3 degrees lower than like normal people. So, yeah. Anyway, all right, trial time.
In the report that that I've been able to locate and identify.
Okay, and we'll later on get to that, but we won't have to belabor it because we'll just sort of be filling in those gaps. But there are 3 phones here. Paul, Alec, Maggie Murdaugh. What did you do with Paul's phone, if anything?
With Paul's phone, the extraction reports that I received, there wasn't much data after 8:49, somewhere in that time, on 6/7. So I didn't really focus much on that one. With Alex's phone, that one reviewed the steps that were there in the Apple Health sections. And with Maggie, I really focused my attention on Maggie's.
Okay. And so we'll focus on her phone. Was there any GPS data on her phone?
There was GPS data, but there was nothing from 6/7.
Remember when the GPS data started?
It was 6/9.
Okay. And
yeah.
You mentioned when talking about, I think, your qualifications, Faraday bags or boxes. What are those?
So a Faraday bag or a Faraday shield is something that completely takes the device off the network. It also prevents GPS signal from reaching the device and changing data to the device.
In your opinion, if Maggie Murdaugh's phone had been secured in the way you just described, would it have GPS data from 6/7?
It likely would have.
And can we see the top of the screen? So do you know what the little arrow in the top left of the phone screen is?
Yeah, that's the locations. I'm sorry. That's a location services arrow.
And I probably should have asked first, this was admitted as a photo of Maggie Murdaugh's phone in the lab before the extraction. Have you seen this before? Do you recognize it?
Yes, I have.
And again, that arrow indicates...
Yes, that location services are active on the
well,
device.
That's interesting because if you look at that...
Does that mean that right...
That's interesting. I wonder why Buster tried to call her. So this is Maggie's phone. So Monday's the day she died, right? So you can look at and you can see who she talked to, and then you can see the missed calls in red. And Monday, 5 missed calls from Alex, it actually doesn't look like she talked to him recently. Like if you look at all those other calls, she talked to a lot of other people. They must have been texting. I know we went through it, but like, it's different seeing it like this, right? Because this is so recognizable. To me, I can understand this so easily because I'm like, oh, but what's interesting is there was a missed call from Buster after the missed calls from Alex. And then, but the 2 calls from John Marvin make sense on Tuesday because that's when they were looking for her phone and he called it. That does make sense, but the Buster call is funny. Yeah, because that was when they were looking for her phone and they had it on like Find My iPhone or whatever. And so he called it and he was with that SLED agent. Yeah. But the Buster call is weird because Alex called Buster after he called Maggie. And that says Monday. That's not Tuesday. I don't know. That's weird. I don't remember the deal with that. Does anyone else remember the deal with that? Like, I don't remember that coming out in previous testimony. I'll have to go back and look because I wonder if they ask him that when he's on the stand. I'm real curious about what that's about. Because I know they went through all of Buster's calls, like when he was on the stand, but I don't remember that call at all. So anyway.
Right there in the lab, it's writing GPS data?
Yes.
You can take that down.
Get rid of it.
I want to just ask you to explain what some of these terms are. How does, and obviously from the title, this is out in Murdaugh's phone. How does the phone come up with that steps number?
So there are accelerometers. I'm sorry.
Closer, please.
That fucking microphone.
I hope I sit up a little further.
You don't work. Micah, it is not your
device.
fault.
So whenever the phone is jostled or moved and there's the accelerometers moved,
everyone has trouble with that.
Accelerometer data logs a step. So independent upon where the device is, if it's on your waist or in your pocket or you're holding it in your hand when you're walking, that movement of that accelerometer indicates those steps.
And what does, how does it come up with the distance that corresponds with those steps?
It uses the satellite's GPS.
And what does the start and stop times, what do they mean?
So in the Apple Steps or Apple Health data here, you see, for instance, entry 26, that between the times of 7:55:32 and 8:05:07, that 270 steps were taken during that time period.
Okay. Now, do we know when in that time period the steps occurred?
We know that the steps or the logging of those steps started at 7:55 and 32 seconds, but whether we don't know each individual step when each individual step took place. We just know that sometime during that time frame, those 270 steps were taken.
And between the steps numbers and the distance, do you have an opinion on which one is maybe more accurate?
In my opinion, the steps are going to be more accurate.
Why is that?
Because of the accelerometer and the hardware in the phone, they're more accurate.
Does that mean that the distance is not useful information?
It doesn't mean the distance isn't useful information. I think the totality of everything altogether is what we have to look at here.
And is this the same thing for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
It is.
What is an orientation change on an iPhone?
So an iPhone has 2 orientations. It has a portrait or up and down, or a landscape, which is horizontal or sideways. And whenever the device is backlit, that's when the orientation change will log and show. Now, we're not specifically talking about like a phone. If you physically take the phone and you turn it like this, we're not talking about the physical.
I'm going to just interrupt a second. I know they don't let you have a phone, but since you're gesturing,
thank you.
There's a phone that might.
So what we're talking about is not the physical positioning of the phone, but the orientation of the data that you're reading on the device, that orientation change.
And what do the start and end times mean for an orientation change?
So when a orientation change is made, a start time is logged. That's the start time of the orientation change that you're seeing on the device itself.
And for Maggie's phone, what was the last orientation change? When was that?
I believe that was 9:06 and 12 seconds p.m. on 6/7.
And when did that one end or complete?
I believe that was 9:06 and 20 seconds.
And when it completed, what was the orientation of the phone for the rest of the time?
It was in portrait mode.
Okay. If the screen is off, can an orientation change occur?
If the screen is off, no, the orientation change can't occur.
If the orientation change happens in the database at the exact moment the screen comes on, does that tell you anything?
When I see that, when I see a orientation change at the exact time that the screen is lit up, if the device was in horizontal or landscape mode and then moved into portrait mode and the screen comes on, then all of a sudden, the exact same time, it changes into portrait mode. To me, that indicates that the phone was in a portrait mode position, and then the screen comes on, and then the orientation change takes place inside the phone.
Does that mean that movement when the screen is off can appear as an orientation change when the screen comes on?
When the screen comes on, yes. When the screen's backlit, that's when the orientation change. It cannot make an orientation change unless the back screen's lit.
So kind of moving on then to, we've talked about orientation changes and they don't happen when the screen is off, as you said. Can motion of the phone turn on the screen?
Yes. Very little motion can turn on a screen.
And what is the raise to wake feature on that?
So the Apple has a raise to wake feature that's set by default.
So do you know when the Suburban passed the location of the phone?
When it was leaving the house where the crimes took place, it was around 9:08 when it was passing the location where that phone was located. And then on the return trip back, it was 9:59, I believe, 19 seconds.
Was Maggie Murdaugh's phone screen off during those times?
Yes.
Now, you're just here as a cell phone expert, right?
That's correct.
So can you offer any expert opinion on how a phone would tumble or bounce or move when from a car going 40-plus miles an hour, into the brush in the side of a country road?
They really love the whole tumbling thing, don't they?
I'm not an expert on physics, so.
Can you tell us how much motion?
Well, if
would be
only we could
required
find an
for the
expert on
screen to
physics
come
anywhere.
on?
What do you guys think?
Very little. Just reaching and picking this phone up like I just did there, the phone comes on. So very little.
Okay. And again, in the times that Alex Murdaugh's car was passing, the screen never came on.
That's correct. The database indicated it was off. At 8:49 and 26 seconds, that's the last text message that was read by Maggie. It was indicated read on the device.
Next.
At 8:49 and 28 seconds, the backlight goes off.
And what does that mean?
That means that
the
screen's dark. Yeah, sorry.
And next.
At 8:49 and 31 seconds, the phone
there
locks and it
with the
remains
black
locked
background.
until it's recovered by law enforcement the next day.
Next.
At 8:53 and 8 seconds, the backlight comes back on. The phone's eliminated.
And next.
And at 8:53 and 12 seconds, orientation to portrait starts. At 8:53 and 15 seconds, that's when the phone began logging the 59 steps.
And it's on the screen.
Yep, sorry. And at 8:53 and 20 seconds, there's Siri usage. This was indicated in the Knowledge C database, and that can be done by squeezing the side button, holding on to it for a short period of time, and Siri activates at that point.
Okay, so this is a user interface,
Yes,
somebody squeezing
it actually shows up as Siri UI, so it's a Siri user interface.
Next.
At 8:53 and 24 seconds, the orientation to portrait completes.
Next.
So that actually, I feel like before we didn't have confirmation that that was Siri. From my understanding, you have to have the specific fucking like Apple software shit to like hack the Apple shit. So from before, I remember when they were questioning about that, and it was phrased as like, could it have been Siri? And it was like, we don't know. But he's able to actually, I guess, read that from whatever, however that's processed. So, yeah, again, my understanding is like, you're a rare bird, as it were, if you're trained on all the phony shit. I mean, phone related shit when it comes to Apple, because again, they have their own proprietary software and they're way harder to get into. So this is a huge specialty, but that does confirm the Siri. So that's interesting.
At 8:53 and 28
I don't
seconds, the
use Siri.
backlight
She's
goes off
annoying, in
and
my
ends, so the
opinion.
phone's dark.
Like, shut up, Siri.
At 8:53 and 32 seconds, the backlight comes back on the phone and illuminates.
Next.
At 8:53 and 44 seconds, the backlight goes off again.
Do you have any opinion about why it just popped on and off like that?
I mean, there were no indications in the Knowledge C database that any notifications came in or anything of that nature. The only thing I could think would be that the phone were jostled or lifted or somehow the light came on.
And next.
At 8:54 and 32 seconds, the backlight comes on.
Next.
At 8:54 and 34 seconds, there's an entry in the Knowledge C database about the camera usage, camera starts. So in that, there are, in that database, and if you don't mind, I'll kind of expand on this. In that database, the Knowledge C database is comprised of tables and rows and columns. And in that database, on that specific item where the camera was, there is another column that is called the Z-structured metadata. And so if I follow the camera under the value string there, indicating that the camera was activated, if I follow that line all the way across to where that structured database is, structured metadata is in that table.
That's hilarious, kids.
I'll get a PK number, a primary key number. That number was 571. In the Knowledge C database, there's another table within the Knowledge C database called Z-structured metadata. So if I go to that table,
I have Siri deactivated on like every possible site, and they try to make it hard to do, right? So, you have to really kind of like search through it all. But if you do it right, it won't bother you and even be like, turn on Siri. Like, you got to get all the functions and then all the settings. And so I never even, hi, Abby, I'm glad you're still here. So I never even hear a peep from Siri, which is nice. Freaking Siri. Is Siri just iPhone or is that Android too? I don't know. Do y'all know?
because I found that number under the Z-structured metadata column. If I go to that specific table in the database and look for that primary key 571, and I scroll all the way out to the end, I'll see a description of what that 571 is. And in that case, was com.apple.springboard.lockscreen.scroll, which would indicate that it was a camera function on the lock screen, and that when you press that button in the bottom right corner of the phone that has the little camera indication, it'll scroll over to a camera, or you can swipe over from the left, and then it indicates that there's a camera there.
So was this some sort of attempt by the phone on its own at Face ID?
It didn't indicate that it was a Face ID.
At
all. It indicated that it was a camera.
Y'all.
And
me.
by indicated
If
camera.
I use the camera, I don't even know what he just explained. Like for me to use my camera, I'm on like the regular, whatever you call it, home screen, and I click on the camera icon. Like that sounded like fancy ways.
Did it indicate that someone was, a person using the phone activated the camera?
Yes.
Okay.
At 8:54 and 35 seconds, the camera use ends.
Okay. And keeping in mind the time stamp, go to the next slide.
At 8:54 and 40 seconds, the orientation to landscape starts.
Okay. And so how long was that since the camera usage?
About 5 seconds since it ended.
Next slide.
And then at 8:54 and 44 seconds, the orientation to landscape ends.
And next.
At 8:55 and 4 seconds, the backlight turns off and the orientation to portrait starts.
Now, what's happening on this one? What's happening here?
Yep, so right here, the phone was previously in landscape mode, and it settled in at that landscape mode at 8:44 seconds. The backlight went off at 8:55 and 4 seconds. At that same time, the orientation of portrait starts, and this is indicative of what I was talking about earlier when you rotate the phone while it's in the screen's not lit, and then the screen comes on and the orientation changes once the screen pops on. It'll flip over to wherever camera or wherever the phone is turned to. At this time, the portrait ends at that time, and the orientation to the landscape starts at that time. So that's exactly what I was talking about. And then the phone stops logging those 59 steps at that time as well.
So when the camera use ends here, 8:54:35, going forward, one slide, we have an orientation change.
That's correct. To the landscape starts, yes. Orientation to the landscape ends at 44 seconds after.
And then the next slide. So now that the screen has gone off, how long has it been since the camera use? 29 seconds?
Hang on, sorry. Yeah, it's 29. I apologize. My math was terrible, wasn't it? Yes.
So what we had in that 29 seconds was an orientation change, and then the screen goes off.
Right, that's correct.
Is this where we left off?
That's where we left off, yes. So here, the backlight's on, the orientation of portrait ends, and then the orientation to landscape starts immediately when the backlight comes back up on the phone. And then the phone stops logging those 59
I think
steps
he means
at that time.
Pawpaw.
And the next slide, 4 seconds later.
4 seconds later, the backlight's back off again.
Okay. Now we'll go kind of quickly here. The next slide comes on.
9:03, the backlight's on. At 9:04 and 23, we have a missed call from Alex that starts. At 9:04 and 23, the backlight goes off.
But now let's go back to the previous slide.
One more.
This is after that 1 minute on the railroad
Exact same
track.
time that a call came in from Alex Murdaugh.
That's correct, yes.
And now the next slide.
And then we have a missed call from Alex that ends.
That's the
at
call
9:04.
we just saw, right, ending.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on why the screen light would go off pretty much right when a call comes in?
The only thing that I could figure is when the phone came in, the call came in, that the person hit the side button to turn it off and then put it down or flip the phone over.
Do you
And
know
the
of
backlight
anything on
goes
the
off.
phone that would cause the screen to go off right when a call comes in and stay off during the call that does not involve human interaction with the phone?
No, I don't. 9:05 and 44 seconds, the backlight comes back on. And at 9:06 and 12 seconds, orientation change to portrait begins.
Okay. And the next one, and we'll stop on that.
At 9:06 and 14 seconds, there's an incoming call from Alex that starts at that time.
And then the next one.
And then the incoming call from Alex ends at 9:06 and 18 seconds.
And the next slide.
And then we have an orientation change to portrait ends at 9:06 and 20
And
seconds.
stopping here, that call we just saw coming in from Alec, that was sandwiched within this orientation change.
That's correct, yes. It was in between them. At 9:06:52, we have another incoming call from Alex that starts, and then it ends, the incoming call from Alex ends at 9:06 and 59 seconds.
Now, the last slide.
At 9:07, the backlight goes off, and it remains off until 9:31 and 44 seconds.
Okay. And do you know from your review of the GM GPS data where the Alex Murdaugh Suburban was at 9:07?
Yes, at 9:07, he was, it's like traveling from the house, or from his home to the house in, I forget the name of the city.
Like precisely at 9:07, where was he at that moment?
The 9:07 would be the driveway, I believe.
Right, the driveway.
Yes.
And Maggie's phone, the screen did not come on again until 9:31?
That's correct.
And just one more time, how much motion does it take to turn the screen?
Very little. I mean, just the slightest lift of the phone turns the screen on.
The court's indulgent. Please answer any questions from the state. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Sturgis, how you doing today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Conrad. I'm well, thank you.
I believe at the beginning of your testimony, you testified that you felt it likely there was some location data stored on Maggie's phone from June 7th that potentially.
I feel like this dude does a good job on cross. I feel like you'll see he kind of goes through some of the different strategies we talked about earlier. Just to review those briefly, number one was controlling the witness. Number two was voice of reason. And number three was ask low risk, open-ended questions. So I say it's a good cross. Again, it's unlike some crosses. It's not meant to make the witness look bad at all. In fact, what he does is, I think, pretty smart. I think he really uses the witness to their advantage, which is like this dude, again, so knowledgeable on Apple, and I think they're hard to come by. So he really uses him as to, like, you know, answer questions that actually help the prosecution, which is smart. That's a smart way to do it, right? You know, use the knowledge and expertise of this witness to get answers that work for you. So yeah, I dig it. I prefer that strategy anyway, to trying to make somebody look bad, like, unless they really deserve it, right? You know, like, for example, if they come in with a theory that it was two children assassins, like, then that's okay.
Actually was overridden. Did I understand that correctly?
I said that there was data that was on the phone from June 8th, and that, correction, June 9th, and that data likely could have been on there had it been preserved properly.
And explain to the jury just real quick, how does an iPhone store that GPS information? In generic terms, and then if I need to get more specific, I will.
Sure. So the iPhone keeps that data, and it uses the GPS location, the GPS satellite, triangulates with the GPS satellites, and it stores that data.
Y'all, look at his stack of fucking papers. That is insane. That's a lot of fucking papers. Wow.
And does it store it in a sort of cache?
It does.
All right.
It is a cache.
And when it comes to iOS, as opposed to, say, a standard hard drive, iOS keeps certain databases caches fairly limited, correct? And
That's
it doesn't
correct.
allow them to access the entire memory available on a device at any given point, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And do you know, or at least in your training or your investigation, have you been able to determine just how big a typical cache is, at least would have been for Maggie's phone during this time?
No, I didn't research that. No.
Okay.
No, I didn't research that. No.
Okay, so you don't know how long Maggie's phone would have potentially stored GPS information at this during 2021, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
No.
All right. And just so I understand correctly, you agree that a iPhone will not record an orientation change if the screen is off, correct?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right. So I believe Mr. Barber handed you his phone to kind of demonstrate this lift to weight thing, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know what model iPhone Mr. Barber has? Did you look at it?
Don't know exactly which iPhone he has.
Okay. And do you know what version of iOS is on Mr. Barber's phone?
I do not know.
And Apple updates its iOS fairly frequently, correct?
They do, yes.
It does. In fact, I had a new update just today, by the way.
Actually, what the current release?
I'll go ahead and pause that just so y'all know, like, because you know they happen at the same time. I had a new iOS update today, so y'all probably have one if you haven't seen it already. But again, this is a good example of him doing a good job with this, which is like, this isn't to discredit the witness. This isn't, you know, any of that. It's just, it's a good question, right? Because it matters which iOS version, because some of these features are very different. And he used Mr. Barber's phone as an example, and he doesn't know. I mean, Mr. Barber probably didn't tell him, right? So it's a good question.
Version is today?
It's 16 point something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know in your review of
Today?
Maggie's
What
phone
did it
what
do
version was on Maggie's phone on June 7th of 2021?
I believe that was 14 point something.
I'm sorry.
I think it was 14.6, if I'm not mistaken. It was somewhere in the.
Just for fun, so we can mark this in history, because we're getting time measured by iOS updates here. He said at that time it was 16 something. When Maggie died, it was 14 something. Today, the iOS update that I just got was iOS 17.4.1. So there you go.
14 range.
Are you aware that in some of these iOS updates, some of these sensitivities and some of these settings can change, correct?
Depending on bug fixes and things, yes.
And are you aware of a change that occurred in iOS 15 that changed how iPhones record orientation changes, or when they record orientation changes?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. 849.31, in your review, Maggie's phone found that her phone was locked at 849.
I think that might have even been a low risk open-ended question. My guess is that he doesn't know the answer either, right? That doesn't matter though, because they didn't have an Apple expert. Again, I don't think they're hard to find. But the fact is that by asking that low risk open-ended question, it doesn't matter. It makes it seem like, a juror could infer that he has the answer. But what matters is getting the I don't know to suggest, in this case, it's not to discredit the witness, it's to suggest that potentially her phone could be functioning differently, right? That's the point.
31, correct?
That's correct,
And
yes.
it was not unlocked until when? The next day?
The next day, that's correct.
All right. And that's when it was recovered by law
By
enforcement?
law enforcement, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you review Alex's? You said you reviewed Alex's phone to a certain degree too. I think you said the steps, right?
The steps, yes.
And in your review, did you find any steps on his phone between 8:09 and 9:02 p.m.?
No, I don't recall seeing that. I'm seeing the stuff from the knowledge seat here.
Okay, all right. But Maggie's phone's locked at 8:49:31, and it does not unlock till the next day. Correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Paul's locks for the last time around the same time, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And Paul's phone, in your review, to recall what time the battery died on his phone?
I don't recall, no, sir.
Would you dispute me if I said, and we can find the exhibit if we need to, his phone shut down at about 10:34 p.m.?
If that's what's in the report, I don't dispute it, no, sir.
And would you agree with me if I said that Paul's phone locking at 8:49 and remaining on until 10:34, first of all, it's about, what, hour and a half or so?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know his battery state when his phone locked at 8:49 p.m.?
It was in low power mode.
So it was less than 10%, 2%, something like that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And would you agree with me when the fact that his phone remained on until 10:34 be indicative that it wasn't really handled much at all or used at all?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find any other evidence of any usage on Paul's phone after 8:49 that you can recall?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Would you agree that the most likely reason for an orientation change is human interaction, meaning humans using the phone?
Yes.
All right. Are there any other possible explanations when you see an orientation change, or any other explanations that you, in your opinion, that could explain an orientation change?
Only if a phone, was in one position, lit up, fell off, and landed in another position.
Okay.
But no.
And when you see a series of orientation changes, 30 seconds or a minute between each orientation change, it'd be difficult to explain that by a phone just kept falling on its own, correct?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
If you see a
Like your
series
phone
of
that
three
has come to
orientation
life and
changes,
it's
just
decided
speaking
to jump off a
hypothetically for
chair.
moment, if you see a series of three orientation changes, say 30 seconds separate them or thereabouts, or a minute separate them, could you explain that? Would it be very likely that a series of falls cause those orientation changes?
It depends on how many falls it was making, but being jostled around in a pocket and the light on, being turned, if it's in a person's hand, being turned back and forth, and that would be the only thing I could indicate with an orientation change.
Okay. This is when Maggie's phone starts showing some steps, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you would agree that the most likely explanation for this is the phone is moving in some manner, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And those accelerometers are recording, or the bounces are jostling, that would most likely be explained by steps, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, you can't tell us who's carrying that phone at this time, can you?
No.
So at this 8:53:20, you say there's some Siri usage and a squeezing of the side button. And let's just, one explanation of why you'd see the Siri pop up on a phone is the squeezing the side button, or are there other possibilities?
There's another possibility of her saying,
Freaking
hey
Siri.
Siri, and then that
Okay.
happens because it's a Siri user interface.
Okay, so there could be another explanation, but it's most likely someone squeezing the side button.
Could
saying,
be
go.
a side button say, hey Siri.
Or a 12-year-old
It's a user
assassin
interface with
or
it.
an alien.
And here you say the camera gets activated, correct?
That's correct.
And you think the most likely explanation is somebody swiped the camera symbol on a locked phone, correct?
Right, either swipe the camera or touch the bottom button because it's coming from the springboard lock screen.
Okay, we say bottom button. Which button?
If you're looking at an iPhone and my most recent iOS, I think it's 16 point something. In the bottom right corner, there's a button that you can touch and hold, and the camera comes on. But when that happens, it comes over from the left, and the camera scrolls over.
Okay. And then next slide. And then 8:54:35. This is 1 second later. The camera use ends. Correct.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so, in your opinion, based off the fact that that was used for a total 1 second, do you think that was someone intending to actually use the camera and take a picture?
I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't think so. I mean, that's just a.
But the camera's only open for a second, correct?
Right. They couldn't have taken a picture in a second.
All right. And we see the orientation change here at 8:55:32. Next slide. The backlight goes off at 8:55:36, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
We'll go to the next slide. And the backlight's back on 9:03:52. So that's roughly, how long is that? 8 minutes? I don't know if I'm gonna make you do math, but.
Yeah, about that. Yes.
And so the screen's off for that 8 minutes, correct?
That's correct.
And so, would you agree with me? It does seem likely someone's handling that phone Maggie's phone between 8:53 and 8:55, correct?
Yes.
All right. We see orientation changes. We see the potential button being pushed. Someone's got that phone in their hand, correct?
That's correct.
You can't tell us who, correct?
No, I can't.
All right. And then at 8:55:32, see kind of an 8 minute gap in activity, correct? Between
Yes.
8:55 and 9:03, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if somebody put that phone down.
Yes, that's a possibility.
Whoever had it, correct?
Correct.
Like the two
And you can't
children.
tell us where they put that phone down, right?
No, sir, I can't.
Could they put it in a vehicle,
That's very possible. I don't know.
a golf cart?
I don't know.
This incoming call from Alex, you
Yes.
said the screen turns off almost immediately, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
In your opinion, you think somebody actually hit the button to turn the
Somebody
screen
shut
off,
the screen
correct?
off, yes.
Okay. But the screen comes back on in 9:05:44, if we can go to that slide, correct?
Yes.
And then 9:06:12, we see an orientation change, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And 2 seconds later, we see what? Next slide, please. What is this? What is
That's
this
an
indicate?
incoming call from Alex.
Okay. 2 seconds after the orientation change starts, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And the screen goes off at 9:07, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And stays off for, what, roughly 23 minutes?
Yes.
And you just testified with Mr. Barber that Alex's car was sitting just outside his house, correct?
That's according to the documents that I reviewed. Yes.
And I don't know if you have this information in front of you, but did you determine when that GPS data shows his vehicle start to move?
Yes, it.
After 9:07.
Oh, after 9:07.
Well, first of all, is his vehicle stationary at 9:07?
No, it's in the driveway at 9:07, but it's at starts at the house at 9:06 and 52 seconds p.m.
When do you start to see motion? Or do you
9:06 and 52 seconds is where I start to see the motion there.
Okay. And 8 seconds later is when Maggie's screen turns off?
Yes.
For 23 minutes?
Yes.
And you agree that a iPhone, at least with version 14.6, when the screen's off, it will not record an orientation change, correct?
That's correct.
And you agree with me that you don't know what version of iOS that Mr. Barber had on his phone that you just did that demonstration?
That's correct.
Did you conduct any tests with the phone with 14.6 to see what movement can cause it to, or what can cause that phone to screen to come on?
I don't have any 14.6 phones.
Okay. Not a perfect mistake.
Y'all,
Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
did y'all hear that? And so it's going to replay it. But at first I was like, wait, hold on. What? This is the witness? I've never in my life. Let me play it because it's going to replay it for you guys. So I had it set so that it would automatically pause so I could talk, but I had already paused it. But it's pausing. It's going to show it again. This is the witness. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
Thanking Mr. Conrad after the cross-examination. I have never. This witness, in terms of expert witnesses, just got to the top of my list probably with that, for thanking the prosecution for the cross-examination. That is the most fucking polite, incredible, like, that blows my mind. And it was a very friendly cross, but I like to see it, right? I like to see this actually. It's a nice change of pace from like a shit show. But like, you know, again, he wasn't trying to discredit the witness. He was like, I think he could see this witness has information that they can benefit from, because it's so hard to get an Apple expert in the forensics field that can do what he does and find the information he does. And actually, it's funny because where it's paused, Alan Wilson's right in the center there. But I think he recognized that, and you know, maybe that is part of what shaped his approach, and also knowing that witness was extremely qualified. But wow, but that's just, he says thank you, Mr. Conrad, to him. I don't even have words for how much I love that, actually.
Mr. Sturgis, you were asked about iOS version 15 and a change in orientation behavior.
Abby is saying we should do a Discord meetup. So I'm not quite sure how I could arrange that. I think, let me see. I guess there's like a video chat. I mean, I don't know. There's probably also ways to do that with like Zoom or Skype or whatever. If you know how to do that, let me know. I do know how to do like a video chat because I've done that before on Discord. So I know how to do that. So, but yeah, but it's a great idea.
Is the raise to wake feature something distinct from orientation behavior?
No, the raise to wake is a separate from orientation behavior. Raise to wake's a separate application within.
Is raise to wake the feature that causes the phone to come on with slight movement?
Yes.
Poor guy, his son is right in his
Do you have any
eyes.
reason to believe that the raise to wake feature that you've already testified was active on Maggie Murdaugh's phone works any different than any iPhone today?
I have no evidence to prove that, no.
And again, you can refer to your notes. When Alex Murdaugh's SUV passed the location where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was recovered, the side of the road, was the screen off?
The screen was off, yes.
It was off as he approached it?
Yes.
And again, how much movement does it take to turn the screen on?
Very little movement.
And this is a separate issue from orientation changes?
That's correct.
But we're talking about, are we talking about movement activating the screen?
That's correct, yes.
Are we talking about the screen being sideways or up?
No, we're not talking about the orientation. We're talking about the actual raised awake function on the phone.
The camera usage, and in fact, no picture was taken that you're aware of.
Right, that's correct. I didn't see any photographs there for that time.
But is it your opinion, what is your opinion about whether someone deliberately activated that camera?
I mean, they could have. They could have been an accident. I don't know. I don't know what the person could have been doing. But
So much debate
there was
over
a
this
user
camera,
interaction with the
or is
device.
it Face ID?
And there was talk about phones falling to change orientation. Can a phone change orientation without actually falling?
No, I mean, there has to be some type
I have
of
a
movement
question
for
for
the
him.
phone from portrait to landscape.
Right, but
We're
you don't have
talking
to
about
drop
falling.
the.
Does the apple fall far from the tree? If a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, did it make a sound? Things of that nature.
Phone?
No.
So
if it's sitting upright, I mean, if it's sitting on its side, I can flip it this way and the orientation changes.
if somebody's running with a phone, can it change orientation?
Yes.
Do you recognize this as GPS data in a cache database?
This looks like a yes cache for the ZRT cell location database. Yes.
And what's the timestamp for the first entry?
It's 6/9/21 at 2:51 and 21 seconds p.m.
In your opinion, would it be fair to
Everything starts
say
with
that
the
if
letter
this phone
Z.
had been
That's kind of crazy.
extracted or put in a Faraday bag
Zaltitude.
a couple of days earlier, we would have GPS data from 6/7?
In my opinion, it's likely that we could.
Between entries 27 and 28, you see those time periods? Just want
I
to
do.
remember that and go to the next page. Here we have Maggie's steps. Are there any steps, periods of steps that correspond between Maggie Murdaugh and Alex Murdaugh?
No, I don't see any.
So there's no period where both phones are stepping in the same period?
No.
Okay. If we stay on this one, if we look at entries 5 and 6, the distance is almost identical, 31 meters.
Yes, it is.
Are the steps different?
The steps are different.
Is that a significant difference?
Not a significant difference for the 5 and 6, no.
So 59 versus 43, so is that 16, it took 16 more steps to go the same distance?
Yes.
So does that indicate shorter
Insert
steps?
all the songs are going the distance.
Yes.
Okay, just the final question is to emphasize here. You can't tell us what a phone would do tossed out a window. That's not your expertise.
No, I can't.
But you can
We need
tell
a
us
physics
how much
expert for
motion
that.
it
Too bad we
takes to
never
turn on
had
the
one.
screen.
Yes, very little motion.
And you've
to turn the screen
demonstrated
on.
that.
Several times, yes.
And that feature of the iPhone was active on her phone.
Yes.
And it is totally separate from orientation behavior.
That's correct, it is.
No further questions.
All right, recross.
Anything further?
Just a couple things, Ari. You said you reviewed Paul's phone. Did you review the video that's been called the Kenneth video in this case?
Yes, I have seen the video.
And did you have any information that would lead you to disagree that that video was recorded at 8:44, about 55 seconds on the night of June 7th?
No, I don't have anything.
And the location data, would you agree the location data for that video was recorded at the kennels on the Murdaugh property at Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Barber was talking to you about steps data. And just so it's clear to the jury, and I'm going to speak in hypotheticals here for a second, but if you see the iPhone record steps over an interval of about 5 minutes, for example, it records a certain number of steps over that 5 minutes.
Okay.
Does that mean, is that phone trying to tell you that someone's uniformly walking at an exact pace that keeps them moving over that entire 5 minutes?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. They could stop at some point in the middle of that, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And so they could stop and pick something up in the middle of a period showing steps, correct?
That's correct. It's just the steps between those two times.
All right. So you can't testify, you can't tell us.
I think,
if
again, this is
between,
great. This dude, so here's why I appreciate this. Because, again, there's not a dispute over the data, right? It is what it is. But just this is where all the teeny little bits of wiggle room, right, is in the interpretation. Because we don't have all the answers. In other words, the way technology is right now, the answers are not all out there yet. Like, in other words, right, like with the way the steps work, they're not exactly accurate. We don't know if you stop or start, right? And also we've learned that in terms of the distance of a step, there is no way to do that, or that's even more inaccurate. So because of that, right, because of the gaps in what's capable of technology, it's not precise, that gives them this wiggle room, right, for interpretation. But again, I love it because it doesn't put the expert in this weird position, and it puts him in a position to help both sides. So it's friendly, and I appreciate that. And I wanted to say too, this attorney for the prosecution, again, I don't know his, or I'm sorry, it's Mr. Conrad. We've learned that. I would never have known were it not for this witness who called him that. But, these, like, I guess you could call them like, what's the right word? Not adjacent. They're like, assistant, helper. They help out the prosecution. They're not maybe lead attorneys, but they're kind of your adjunct is what maybe you could call it. But anyway, they, people like him, and then the other dude who did the physics, cross-examined the physics dude, they do a great job, even though we know Creighton and Metters are like the leads, but like it's a strong team, and this dude does a great job with this cross, I think.
The steps exhibit real quick. And looking at entry 28 on Alex's phone.
Entry what? I'm sorry.
28.
28?
Yep.
Okay.
And between 902 and 906, we see, 283 steps? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And you can't tell us if his phone stopped at any point between those.
No.
Was that roughly 4 minutes or a little over 4 minutes?
No, just 283 steps between those two times.
So he could have walked 200 of those steps in the first 2 minutes and then only slowed down for the rest of the 2 minutes, correct? Or it could have been vice versa.
All the unknowns, focus on the unknowns. What does technology not know, right? I mean, that's another whole thought to it too, right? Because, it's this whole idea of like, well, technology knows everything, and it knows a lot, and it's all, all that's true. But what's really interesting is the more maybe the more interesting information is in what technology doesn't know, because there's still quite a bit, right? It doesn't have it all yet. So, that's something he's using to his advantage.
Unlikely to stop for an entire minute. I think you stop for that long.
Which, of course, the defense does as well, right? Both sides are going to
Is
do
there a
that.
cutoff for iOS
No,
that would?
I think that just based off of what I'm seeing here, I mean, for instance, entry 29 and 30, you have about a 3-minute gap there, and
So maybe if he stopped for a minute, it would have started a new entry? is what
could
you're
have.
saying?
It-
Right.
That
If
makes
he
sense.
stopped for a shorter period of time, you wouldn't necessarily have. correct?
right.
That helps us
And
understand how the
finally,
step data works a lot
Mr.
better.
Barber's asked you about distance.
important.
And I think I want to make sure I understood you correctly. I think you testified that you would consider the actual steps count to be more accurate than the distance. Is that
I
Right.
would, yes.
Have
Yep,
you
everyone
found
said
any research or studies that has measured or the accuracy of steps or distance in iOS devices?
I have, yeah, and for instance, I've had cases where the step count and the GPS data is different sometimes.
Okay. And in your opinion, the steps count is probably more the most accurate?
In my opinion, yeah, the steps count is more accurate.
Okay.
This dude, I wish I had a reason to hire him, because he just seems so pleasant to work with. I just really like his demeanor. I wish I had a reason for that. But I think this is probably nearing the end of this episode, because I think this was the last thing happening today. Let's see.
You may step down. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it for
That's
today.
it for
We
today,
resume
Mr.
at
Newman.
9:30
You heard it here
tomorrow. Please,
first from him.
please do not discuss the case.
Yep. All right. So let's talk about what will be happening on the next one. On the next one, day 21, Alex takes a stand. So I can't predict exactly how many episodes. I'm not going to be cutting any of his testimony. I'm not even planning on cutting down the gaps or where there's long pauses like I normally do, because so much happens. When he's on the stand, time is different. When he's on the stand, everything is different. There are no pauses where nothing happens, where it's, dead silent, literally. So unless for some reason, actually in the morning before he takes a stand, the court feed seems to be having issues. I tried every single possible, I tried, between Law and Crime, Court TV, and then all their local news stations. It was affecting everybody and it was glitching. But that's before he takes a stand. But it's a minute or so, or maybe less than that I ended up cutting out. But anyway, thankfully they get their act together once he gets on the stand. But it's basically all of it needs to be watched, I think. So it could very well be that it's pretty much, divided up that way. But and that's exactly it. Yeah. He had a need, Kitsman saying he had a need to fill any and all silences. Absolutely. Yep. And it's always, he always fills them in a different way. Every single one is unique. It's very interesting. As I've been going through his testimony, I'm just dumbfounded by so many things so far. And I'm still on direct and I'm not even that far in. I'm oh my God, it's a smorgasbord, as they say. Someone says, I don't know who they is. Where does that word come from? I wonder. Smorgasbord. But it is interesting stuff. So that will be the next one. So the title of that episode is going to be The World Meets Mags and Papa. However, I found, as I've been working on it, that there is another nickname, and I don't think I heard anyone mention it. It's not just Mags and Papa. There's another brand new nickname that pops up. So I'm not going to spoil it and say what it is, because you guys will hear it soon enough as to who the next nickname is. So there's Mags and Papa, and there's a third nickname, and that will be a category added to our ticker as well next time. Because I know people have been asking about that. When are we going to have a Mags and Papa ticker? I said, well, we can't have it yet because we don't hear it until he takes the stand. So yeah. This is actually very close in terms of time to our last episode, which was really close. I think it was 8:58, maybe. It was just under 9 hours. We're close. We're about 10 minutes shy. Not that there's any type of contest. It's literally happenstance, because however long is the live is how long is the live. So, but it's funny because they're just so close in time. But we covered a lot of stuff today. And as always, I will have timestamps in the description here shortly. Of course, I always hope sometimes they will show up in the scrolly bar, but always check the description. You're also, just to point out as well, you know, in the Discord, I do have that new tab for the Murdaugh documents. So if you do come across anything, you're always welcome to post it there. And then there's also already some stuff as well that's shared there. And I believe that's probably about everything. I just love it so much. One more time, I'm just going to show my little, the little intro with DJ Nightbot and with EDB. And then I will say goodbye after that.
Someone make it make sense.
I'll be a couple.
It's just so cute. I just love it so much. I love DJ Nightbot so much. And I love that she says, I just, the whole thing is great to me. Someone make it make sense. And of course it's like with the coroner as well too. So, I hope everybody has a great day / morning, wherever you are. Hope everybody is having a nice March as we go into April. We're having a lot of rain here. Hopefully it didn't affect the stream too much. Actually, I think it's the first time that I've had heavy rain during the live stream, so I'm not quite sure. You know, I just, things we always hear that, right? I don't know. I don't know enough about technology, but they say that, you know, sometimes people are like, oh, rain, you know, whatever. So, but y'all are awesome. And let me find the outro so we can say goodbye. And I will see y'all on the next one.